Chapter 1, I Want to Hit 10. The sea breeze blew gently, and the air was quietly floating with a hint of salty smell. The curtains of the window fluttered, making the airy bedroom very cool. The cat under the table lifted his claws and rubbed his face, looked at it with a squint, then closed his eyes and slept. This is a very good morning to sleep, but Luo Chen has to be busy packing his own package. Someone wants to chase him, yes, chase him. Of course, after catching up, you can't make you jealous, but we'll put him in the prison full of moist and rancid smell. Moreover, according to Luo Chen, if he is caught, he will be locked into the well-known underwater city prison, and then he will not be able to come out for a lifetime. Luo Chen, hurry, that crazy group of disgusting guys is coming. The little loli outside was nervously glanced around and urged Luo Chen. Know it, you know. Luo Chen waved his hand lazily, then picked up a small parcel and lifted his foot to the bedroom. This group of people is really disgusting. When Roger is just dead, they will come to arrest you for a bounty. It is really shameless. Behind the little lolly, this little girl, who is only about 10 years old, is still biting a toothache and hating the shameless guy. Luo Chen just smiled, and he naturally understood that the group was to get the valuable reward. After all, compared to his brother, the Pirate King, Roger, his strength is indeed almost negligible. Even if he has never stopped exercising for the past 16 years, he can be talent. I have to admit that he has no potential to become as strong. Come on, I can only send you to the port, the rest will depend on yourself. After leaving the town of Rog, you must take care of yourself. Xiao Loli said, tears have already come out. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh and speed up the pace while comforting Xiao Loli. He didn't want to, really caught by the group of guys and sent to the navy. Kinks, don't worry about me, but you, follow me, I am afraid I will be implicated. No, after losing Roger, you will only have one of my loved ones. Jinx is very determined. Shaking his head, Luo Chen no longer refuses. Because, at this time, he really needs this little loli to point the way, the boat that helped him to leave, he does not know where. Soon, the home of Luo Chen has already gone a few hundred meters. Finally, after hundreds of meters, Luo Chen done lived. Looking at the home behind him, he has lived for 16 years. 10 years ago, he was with the middle-aged man. 10 years later, he lived alone. I can't understand, Roger, who is nearing middle age, how can there be a younger brother who is so bad, but that is. Being is justified, and Luo Chen understands it naturally. He is not a person in this world. When he opened his eyes and understood his own world, Luo Chen was happy and excited. Here is the world of One Piece, and I have a big brother who is blasting. He is the younger brother of One Piece Roger. They have the same surname and the same blood. Also, he was taught by Roger since childhood. However, the desperate thing happened, and Luo Chen actually found that he had no abilities to practice martial arts. For 16 years, he used the cultivation method of Saitama teacher, crazy running, doing push-ups, holding a thick quilt when he was in the heat, letting him sweat, and wearing vest shorts in winter. Hone your will and exercise. However, he just can't get stronger. This is a strange phenomenon, because no matter who is doing it in such a crazy way, it will become a good at least good. Yesterday was the day when Roger was executed. The town of Rog is packed with people. At this time, it is somewhat empty. Standing in the bedroom on the second floor, Luo Chen can clearly see Roger on the platform, and can see his indifferent life and death. And he has long known that this day will come. When Roger died, he also had a hard time coming. The Navy government will not let go of anyone who has a close relationship with One Piece, and he, brother Luo Chen, is the top priority. Even if he has no power, even if he is just a weak ordinary person. Luo Chen, don't watch, go. Little Lolita Jinx, anxiously pulling Luo Chen. She has heard the dense footsteps in the lane. Just when Jinxie pushed Luo Chen, she did not notice that the young man suddenly felt a whole body, and there was a strange look on the face. At the same time, among the lanes, a group of young people had already rushed out, and they all had long swords in their hands. Luo Chen, don't want to escape. Stand up there, don't move, or you will hack you. Your brother is already dead, it is best to be awkward. The people have not yet come to the front, but these people have begun to drink loudly, and the brutal momentum makes Xiao Loli Jinx nervously tremble. You bastards, have you forgotten that Roger taught you? Jinx was brave and shouted loudly. At this time, the crowd had already arrived around Luo Chen and directly surrounded him into a circle. And when I heard the voice of Jinx, those who surrounded Luo Chen, some of them showed a sad expression on their faces. Indeed, speaking of their swordsmanship, they have also been guided by Roger. But the bounty is really tempting. Guru Di Luo Chen, bounty, 110 million. Luo Chen, your threat to the navy is too great. It is against the existence of justice. We must do this, I am sorry. Someone in the crowd is still explaining, but the greed on the face can be seen at a glance. At this moment, Luo Chen did not listen to the dialogue between Jinx and these people. He was immersed in a magical system interface. Just when the little Lolita pushed him, there was a cold electronic sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host, the strongest possession system is bound to the host. The host can use the amount of unused world gold coins to exchange ghosts, possess the host, and gain powerful power. Or, the host can also choose to use the possession coins obtained after defeating the opponent to gain the power of the ghost. Finally, for the first time, the host can specify the ghost. The electronic sound is only such a paragraph, and then a colorful interface enters Luo Chen's line of sight. 1,000 gold coins, 10,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins, and the last 1 billion gold coins. Luo Chen's face is very strange, and a smile emerges. These grades are classified according to the gold coins, and are marked with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, representing the ghosts of each strength level. And he is able to choose these levels of ghosts to come with him and gain powerful power. At this moment, he is chasing troops in front of him, there are about 20, and in his parcel, there are just 10,000 gold coins. So, I am welcome. Exchange red soul, Yewen. I want to hit 10. PS, I feel good, speed collection, recommended, reward. What do the authors need most? Is support. I am not writing a book for what is ideal, just for the motivation you give me, how big the power is, and there are 6 more updates. Collection, recommendation, reward, are all motivation. Upload a new book and ask for support. Chapter 2, Hun Chun Yuan. In the moment when he said these words in his mind, the red whirlpool of the system appeared in the interface of the system. Then, Luo Chen saw a man who was wearing a cloth and a serious face, and marching toward him. Only in an instant, the man rushed into his body. Luo Chen's mind screamed, and in a flash he felt as if he had become another person. From a small martial arts, every day, every night, playing the wooden pile, exercise the pace, wash the sword, the gun, the boxing, the leg method. In the end, it became a master of martial arts. Defeat the Japanese army leader, turn to Shanghai, Li Chun Chun. In the meantime, Luo Chen turned into a leaf for questioning. He has all the martial arts ideas of Yewen, and he can even know every big or small thing in Yewen. A person who wants to report justice, the family is in the heart of Wucheng Zone. This is Yewen, a master of martial arts achievement, and a very high-profile figure. In the unsuccessful time, Luo Chen's expression has become serious. His eyes are fierce and contain a kind of majesty. What's the matter with this kid? Suddenly it seems to have changed personally. Aside, the person who chased him found his change, the open voice of doubt. Don't care about him, grab him and get the bounty, enough for the expenses of our martial arts for a lifetime. Go. Grab him, the wealth of my life. The crowd was excited, and they all rushed to Luo Chen with his sword. Before one step, Luo Chen blocked Xiao Loli behind him. He looked serious and looked like a positive color, blind the goodness with money, and shot the younger brother of the teacher of the past, as unjust. Once, you worshipped my brother as the boss, but now I am acting on me and I feel unfaithful. You wait for infidelity and unrighteousness. Then I am not welcome. Said, Luo Chen strode forward, hands unfolded, standing directly in the middle of this group of people. This kid is crazy, even thinking about one person challenging us all. Rogue Town, who doesn't know his strength, hurry to grab him. The people who took the sword all laughed, and their eyes were full of contempt. But the next moment, when they slashed their swords toward the latter, they were shocked by their hearts. On the left side of the sword came across, Luo Chen stepped forward, the body shape moved and moved, then the elbows rose, this yang, directly hit the nose of the person, the blood immediately spouted. Then he moved his elbow down and pointed at the man's chest. Boom! The man lay down directly, trembled twice, lost his fighting power and screamed. This scene directly shocked everyone in the audience. Is this still Luo Chen who can't do anything? That crisp and two-shot, directly fell one of them. At this time, Luo Chen extended his right hand, and then received his finger inward. Come, continue. Mad, this kid. People were angry and the sword rushed up. Just a moment, Luo Chen's former convenience was a group of people. His eyes are more serious, but his men are getting faster and faster. Although he does not have the talent to learn martial arts, his physical exercise over the years has never been pulled down. Only in an instant, he confronted Ye Wen's Hun Chun, and the 5 people in front of him were nosebleed and swayed. Although Hun Chun used self-defense, but the way of the national art, recruiting the key, is not just a flower shelf for watching. Luo Chen's shot, suddenly every hit must be the key, this hand, immediately shocked the crowd, so that they could not help but back a few steps. When Luo Chen saw these people retreating, they also settled. After the 3 interest rates, the people on the opposite side gasped a lot, and after a big drink, they rushed up again. At this time, Luo Chen was also a scorpion, and stepped out. A series of dull crashes came out, and Luo Chen strode forward. Every time he took a step, he fell down next to him. After passing by, there were only a lot of people who were crying. Some are nosebleeds, some have dislocated arms, and some have twisted thighs. Luo Chen did not have mercy, and the strength of his shots was enough for these people to lie in bed for more than half a year. You are not Luo Chen, who are you? The people lying on the ground looked at Luo Chen in horror. The Luo Chen in their memory was never so powerful. Hun Chun, Ye Wen. A faint smack of the person who asked the question, Luo Chen turned and grabbed Jinx's to quickly walk away from here. Just in the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the eyes of everyone. On the way, Jinx kept glaring at Luo Chen, his eyes full of confusion. What's the matter with you? Really couldn't stand the attention of Jinx, Luo Chen asked. You are really what Spring, Yet asked. Jinky asked in a dull moment. Luo Chen is speechless. I am Luo Chen, that is what I scared them. Are you stupid or fake? But, I feel that you are not the same as before. Jinx doubts, indeed, in her perception, the previous Luo Chen is not as powerful as it is now. When you are possessed by a ghost. Turned his eyes, Luo Chen walked quickly. At this time, in the town of Rog, the navy is patrolling everywhere, and naturally it is impossible to leave brightly. Therefore, they are looking for some lanes that are not easy to be found, and then walk around the road. This is a waste of time, but the security is very high. 15 minutes after the bend, the two just stepped out of the lane and headed for a navy with a hat. After the two sides looked at each other, they were a little worried. After that, they all changed their faces. Luo Chen, he is here. The navy immediately made a big drink. Luo Chen's face changed, and his mouth whispered unlucky, which was to deceive himself. The distance of 10 meters was crossed by him almost instantaneously. Then a beautiful boxing, the navy was too late to shoot, and was directly put down to the ground. At this time, the other side of the roadway, but there have been footsteps, the next moment, the navy of a dozen or so team has appeared, and he clearly sees. It's Luo Chen, shooting. The leading navy did not hesitate and went straight to the order. It was too late to turn around, and Luo Chen hugged Xiao Loli, and they rushed toward the lane where they had just arrived. The gunshot sounded, almost rubbing Luo Chen's ankle, and splashing the gravel on the wall outside the roadway. Come on! I know another way. Jinx said quickly, though the eyes were nervous, but there was not much fear. Luo Chen nodded, well. Hey Tiger, Luo Chen directly picked up Jinx, and quickly ran in the lane. When the navy of the team of more than a dozen people quickly ran to the laneway, they could not see the figures of Luo Chen. Notify other teams, pay attention to the area of patrol, they must not run far. The leader took a deep look at the roadway and shouted loudly. P.S. Seeking collections, collecting, seeking collections, important things to say 3 times. Guarantee the quality and speed of the update, because I am invincible. Tsing Yi. Chapter 3, Parting. The buildings in Rogtown are very dense, and they are irregular and seemingly chaotic, so there are many lanes in the middle of the road. Some roadways, even the owners of these houses do not know. Right here. Little Lolita King skillfully pointed to Luo Chen, and the two men squeezed in and slid into the wall. Because of his young age, Kims has been working with his friends to drill these lanes and is very familiar with it. Unexpectedly, it was used here. The two quickly walked through the lanes, and they could hear the sound of footsteps whistling. The navy has increased its strength here, and Luo Chen is also nervous. After half an hour, Luo Chen felt that the voice of the navy in his ear was getting scarcer. Well, Luo Chen, we are about to arrive at the port. Little Lolly Jinx breathed a sigh of relief, but there was obvious disappointment in her eyes. Come on! Luo Chen said, so fast. As far as he knows, his location is still a long way from the port. It is impossible to arrive in half an hour unless they are not going to the normal port of Rog. When you go to that port, you can't escape. As early as 5 days ago, it was already marshal-stricken by the navy. Sure enough, Jinky said this sentence in the next sentence, I and that guy, for you. Prepared for a very remote place, suitable for the boat to leave. The two talked and quickly walked out of the lane, but there was a small forest on the head. The sun shines warmly here, the leaves are mottled, and the light scatters the entire forest, bringing a nice picture to the ground. Be sure to protect yourself, Luo Chen. Jinx's face is full of worry and disappointment. She and Luo Chen and a group of small friends, from small to big, at this time facing separation, very sad. Thank you guys. Soon, the two have already left the woods. After walking out of the woods, I saw the beach and the sea directly. A small wooden boat docked on the shore, next to a boy wearing a cloth and about the same age as Luo Chen, his eyes were constantly watching. Isra! Kims shouted at the boy. Eyes immediately turned his eyes and looked at the two people. When they saw that they had nothing to do, they were relieved. Great, you have nothing, worry about dying. The three of them quickly joined together and looked at each other. Both of them were with a disappointment on their faces, and Luo Chen was a light smile. Nothing, I will come back to see you when I have time. Be sure to take care of yourself, Luo Chen. Eyes loud. As early as when Roger was executed yesterday, Luo Chen's two friends had already prepared for him to escape. Today, it really came in handy. Okay, Let's go. Eyes looked around and urged him and handed a parcel into his arms. This is 10,000 Bailey, I secretly brought it from my parents, you are sure? Can come in handy. Luo Chen's face changed and quickly refused, this can't be, Eyes. The friend has risked helping him, and he has been very grateful to him. And he knows that Eyes' family is actually very ordinary, not a wealthy person. Go ahead, if you can come back, be sure to check out us. Don't forget our friends who grew up from big to big, Luo Chen. Isai said earnestly that for the 10,000 Bailey, he said that he would not take it back. Little lowly Jinx, this time it is silently rubbing tears, the little girl is full of reluctance. In the end, it was even thrown into the arms of Luo Chen, crying sadly. Luo Chen, I can't bear to leave you. I can't bear you, or can't I leave? Luo Chen made a smile and joked. I don't want it, I don't want it. Jinx immediately pushed Luo Chen. You go, go. Luo Chen looked at Eyes, and Eyes nodded deeply. I am leaving, take care. Hey! Jinx couldn't help but cried out, and Yi Ziyi patted the shoulder of Xiao Loli and comforted her. Luo Chen jumped on a small wooden boat, and Eyes helped him to let go of the anchor. In an instant, the canvas was blown by the sea breeze and immediately swelled. The small boat began to move. The sea was pushed out of layers of ripples and the boat gradually moved away from the port. Be sure to take care of yourself, we must come back to see us. Little Lolita Jinky shouted and cried, and Eyes also waved his hand against Luo Chen. I will definitely come back again. Luo Chen was full of seriousness, and also waved to the two. Soon, the wooden boat has traveled far and wide from the coast along the sea breeze. The two have also turned into small dots and disappeared into the eyes of Luo Chen. Ugh! Sighed and turned to the rudder, Luo Chen began to control the small wooden boat. He doesn't have a chart, and he doesn't know where to go. He can only let the boat run freely. On the coast, Jinx and I stayed there until the twilight time before they returned to the house with a blank face. Kinks, do you know? I always feel that Luo Chen, he will be very powerful in the future. After all, his brother, but Roger. King sobbed and said, I only hope that he can be good and will not be bullied by others. Eyes shuddered and said, yeah, I hope he is good. Reminiscent of the performance of Luo Chen in these 16 years, I really have to worry about the two. At the moment, Luo Chen on the boat is in ruin. Where is his entangled discomfort, but how to choose? Just now, the 1 hour of possession finally arrived, and the cold electronic sound of the system came from my mind. With the arrival time, the host defeated the enemy 26, and obtained the possession of 320 coins. You can choose whether to retain the ability of the red ghosts, or save the coins for the next time. After hearing this sentence, Luo Chen is looking at the system interface. He checked the balance bar, first with a possession of 320. Then look at the ability of the next leaf to ask, let him immediately see it. Red Ghost, Ye Wen, Ability, Martial Arts, Hun Chun, Zone Shi Level, Dot. The martial arts realm, the waves are not shocked, a generation of masters. The main ability is these two, but if you want to keep the exchange, the price is more than 300. Especially the realm, just reached the limit of 320, which Luo Chen has at the moment. Which one is chosen? Or, one is not selected? Luo Chen hesitated, and said that according to his current slag-like martial arts talent, there is absolutely no problem in choosing Hun Chun. However, the unpredictable martial arts realm is more attractive to Luo Chen. In the face of fighting, how important is the psychological quality, Luo Chen naturally understands. Forget it, keep it first. P.S. Seeking a collection, asking for a recommendation, asking for a reward, asking for everything. Chapter 4, by Feng. For a time, Luo Chen could not make a decision, and he gave up the choice. After a half circle around the island of Rog, the ship began to travel in an unknown direction. About half an hour later, Luo Chen's nephew smashed up and had a touch of dignity and helplessness. The navy, behind the of the ship, did not know when two warships appeared. They were quickly biting his tail and chasing it tightly. I couldn't help but have a little panic and nervousness in Luo Chen's heart. After all, he is only a 16-year-old boy. His past life was just a college student who had never seen a war or even had a dispute with other people. At this moment, I saw this scene, watching the two huge warships in the distance quickly coming to the wind and breaking the waves. For a time, my head was almost blank. What should I do? Luo Chen was a little nervous, and there was a fine sweat on his forehead. The wooden boat that I's prepared for him is the most common ship used by the sea cargo. When it comes to performance, it is a dream to compete with a warship. The opponent only needs a round of sweeping to end the battle. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Luo Chen bit his lip and directly said, "Psychological quality is still too bad." The exchange is not shocked, the master is in a state of mind. Squeaking a soft bang, Luo Chen's ear heard such a voice, his voice flashed, before the panic eyes have disappeared, replaced by the face of Taishan pressing the face without changing the color of calm. After the mood was stable, Luo Chen looked at the rear of the warship, which was less than 3 kilometers away from here, and his mouth was bursting with a smile. Why should I be nervous? There are still 35,000 Baileys in the pocket at the moment. He has a possessive system that only needs to consume a small amount of gold coins. Once he is attached to himself, he can possess a powerful soul and gain the opportunity to survive this crisis. In the distance, on the two warships, the forefront of each of them stood with a strong navy and a calm naval major. Mr. Monak, the mission of this headquarters, thank you for your cooperation. Liner Major, don't say anything if you are polite, I only hope that you will leave my sight as soon as possible after completing the task. Named Monak, a young male with a golden head. The tone should not be so tough. The younger brother of One Piece is not the same. I just took some gentle measures. Major Lina smiled very easily. If you kidnap civilians and threaten others to get the information you need, it is also called moderate, then I think that the justice of the Navy will be corrupted by your dung sooner or later. Monak sneered, then no longer Lina, just look at the small wooden boat in front. The town of Rog is not big, and it is not difficult to find a friend who has a relationship with the suspect's target. For the powerful Navy, the threat is one of the commonly used methods of confession. Lina came from the headquarters and was responsible for arresting Luo Chen. He took a very drastic approach. Kidnapped the family of Jinx and Eyes, and then got everything he wanted to know. This is very convenient and fast, isn't it? However, for Monarch, it is very mean, so it is quite disdainful of the character of the former. 5 minutes later, the two warships were left and right, surrounded by a small wooden boat that Luo Chen was riding. Kid, stop the boat, everything is over. Major Lina smiled, but his eyes were cold. Monarch had no words and looked at it calmly. Everything in the eye is beyond his accident. He actually found the simple wooden boat, the young man who was called the target, with a calm face and even a faint smile on his face. This kind of mental quality is much higher than the thieves he has performed in the past, even the arrested pirates. To know that as a younger brother of One Piece, his value, even the end, if arrested by the Navy, then it will not be good. The Navy has just dealt with the One Piece Roger, which is at the most prosperous moment, and the strike against the pirates is also the highest. At this moment, Luo Chen sat quietly on a broken chair on the wooden bed. He tilted his legs. Facing hundreds of navies, 2 naval majors, 2 behemoths, the face is calm and unimaginable. It's not the younger brother of One Piece. At a glance, Monak had some admiration for this boy. He heard that this young boy is not good at his talents, and he did not inherit the strength of his brother. Even the gangsters in some small towns could not beat. But at this moment, I witnessed the momentum of my own eyes, but it was quite the wind of everyone, the momentum of a generation of masters. The wooden boat did not follow Lena's words and was still driving ahead. The scorpion flashed slightly, his face became cold, and Rainer's cold words came out. "Row," I said, "let you stop the boat, otherwise, the next second, I will sink you." "Oh." Luo Chen on the opposite wooden boat finally spoke up. He smiled. "Navy, Major. 2 majors. It seems that the Navy really pays attention to me. The 2 naval majors are enough to deal with the bounty of 30 million Pele pirates, but come to personally grab the hand of my hand." Lena no longer talked nonsense, waving a hand, "Sink him." At the same moment, Monarch's face changed dramatically and he yelled, "No." He saw a strange look from Luo Chen's calm face. This guy is too calm, completely beyond all the usual performance. However, the navy on the ship of Lena did not heed his suggestion. The bang sounded, the dark artillery shells slammed out and flew towards the opposite wooden boat. "Call out!" The shells were very fast, crossed the arc, and hit a heavy wooden boat. It was only a moment that a huge explosion was made. After this, the shocking scene entered the eyes of some people in the place. With the orange soul. If you listen carefully, you can still hear the sound that Luo Chen has just exported. At the same time, the orange light in the system was greatly bloomed, under an orange vortex, a cold, full-body white figure leaping out, and Luo Chen combined into one. Orange soul, Bai Feng, consume gold coins, 23,000 Bailey. This time the call is a random call. The possession of the soul is random, the consumption of gold coins is random, and there is great risk. Luo Chen is very calm and possessed. Then the next moment, he felt that he would integrate everything of Bai Feng with himself, and the two seemed to be one person at this moment. He obtained everything from Bai Feng, including skills and even internal forces in Danshan. Even in his hands, there are weapons of Bai Feng. This is the power of the system. At this moment, he is Bai Feng. P.S. Seeking a collection, seeking a reward, seeking a ticket, the new book needs all support. Chapter 5, Too Slow. Bai Feng, Qin Shiming, the top master of countercurrent sand in the middle of the month. His acquaintance is unparalleled in the world, and his speed is incredible. It is said that he can control the wind and fly in the air. The general thing with him is that his martial arts are still very powerful. Luo Chen did not think that the orange soul can actually possess such a master, but there is no doubt that such a master is the most suitable scene for this moment. At the moment when the wooden boat was hit by the black cannonball, the artillery fire flew, and the high heat burning flame immediately rose to the sky. The wooden boat was too fragile, but it was completely smashed with a single blow. In the scene of this blazing sky, a bird called a loud sound, and Luo Chen's body seemed to be a bird. It was dexterous but light. His hands were just a show, but it was flying fast, as if borrowing row. The soaring flame did not touch him. After the 2 breaths, he actually stood on a white bird flying from the sky. "Hey!" The white birds fluttered in the wind, and their eyes were sharply staring at the 2 huge warships below. "You said it is over." Standing on the big white bird, Luo Chen suddenly stared at the nephew underneath, and the tone became very sharp and low. "No, I said this is not the end, just the beginning. Everything, just getting started." "Luo Chen, do you think you ran away? A broken bird, where can you take you?" Lena shouted, and the next moment, it was running fast, his figure suddenly turned into a phantom. Shave. Almost disappeared, Liner's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in the air. Moon step. In the air, under the footsteps of Lena, a circle of cyclones emerged, and then, Lena was actually a hard rise. Just the effort of 3 interest, has already come to Luo Chen's body. A scorpion, Luo Chen's eyes appeared dignified and cautious. The people of the pirate world, unlike the martial arts world, their physical qualities and incredible abilities are far beyond the scope of martial arts. This is a wonderful world. Even if the other party is only a major, it has a very strong power. What's more, on the boat below, there is another major. With a good punch, Lina stood in the air and directly shot his fist. Luo Chen's nephew with a smile, not nervous at all, his body shape suddenly stretched forward, the next moment was actually before the strike of Lina, and then the next second, in the eyes of the other side shocked, the head suddenly disappeared. I didn't see it. When I saw it again, the handsome face of the boy was already in front of him, and he showed a big smile to him. The Navy Major, you are too slow. The two men went by and Leonard punched the phantom of Luo Chen, and the former body was already standing behind him, holding his chest in his hands and staying in the void. The big white bird screamed and flew away, spinning in the air. Lina's footsteps continued to vacant, and her eyes turned with a shock and looked at Luo Chen, 5 meters apart. Demon fruit ability? You can fly in the air. Then, he secretly said in his heart, his speed is too fast. Yes, if it is okay on the ground, but in the air, it can't catch a corner of the other side. Luo Chen listened to this sentence, but it was a smile, then he shook a little, and his figure disappeared again. I said, you are too slow. In the case that Lina was too late to react, Luo Chen had grasped his right hand with both hands and then slammed it. The enormous power immediately caused the ladder to fall from the sky. Shave. A big drink, Rainer appeared on the deck of the warship, full of dignified Luo Chen looking at the high air. Hey! The white bird screamed and stayed at the foot of Luo Chen again. At this moment, Luo Chen stood on the white phoenix, surrounded by his hands, with a smile, but there was a hint of wind and light, and the momentum was unrestrained. This is very handsome and shocking. At the very least, the navy on the two warships below was shaken. Standing in the air, Luo Chen formed a confrontation with the two warships below. Monak quietly watched the battle of Fang Cai, but in an instant, he judged Luo Chen, a person with incredible speed. The opponent's speed is very fast, and it is almost instantaneous in action, even compared to the 6-style shaving. But his attack is weak. This is the weakness of Luo Chen. Luo Chen is not Bai Feng. He is only possessed by Bai Feng and possesses the strength and skills of Bai Feng. But he is never Bai Feng, and it is difficult to exert all the power of Bai Feng. Hey! Suddenly, the white bird at the foot of Luo Chen screamed and swooped down toward the bottom. Shooting! Raina shouted loudly. Monarch also waved his hand and ordered the navies around him to shoot. He wants to look at Luo Chen's speed limit. The speed of the bullet, in this world, is still very fast. A series of gunshots sounded, and countless bullets smashed the air and went down to the sky in the sky. The sound of breaking the air was very loud. Luo Chen looked calm and his body shape seemed to be turned into countless phantoms at this moment. He swayed from side to side, and a bullet was densely populated into the bullet that formed the barrage. It was easily escaped by him. This proves once again that Bai Feng's light work is truly unparalleled in the world. Just for a moment, Luo Chen has already arrived on the deck of the Lina warship. Then, his brows moved and his mouth smiled. I don't have time to play with you, don't chase me anymore. His figure suddenly turned into a gust of wind, sweeping through the dense naval crowd. After a sudden moment, people turned upside down, and the large navy seemed to be hit by an invisible force and then fell toward the sea outside the warship. Damn! What? It hurts. In an instant, the navy was in chaos. Luo Chen's figure is like the wind, such as phantom, such as lightning, fast and incredible. In less than 5 seconds, after several rounds of Lina, all navies were thrown into the sea. Damn! Lina was extremely angry, until only one of the soldiers on the warship, only to form a vertical, rushed to the front of Luo Chen. However, the speed of the other party is faster than him. You are too slow. The words like a nightmare resounded through Lina's ear. The wind rushed past, and Luo Chen was directly with him. The dripping blood fell to the deck and fell into the petals. Lena was shocked. He touched his cheek and saw the blood in his hand. Can't help but Lierna's heart is pumping. This blow, if not for his last moment, lowered his head and responded sensitively to the use of iron. Broken, it will be his neck. Fast, it's too fast. P.S. Continue to ask for everything. I hope that the brothers who like this book are enthusiastically supporting. Chapter 6, Everything is Safe. Surrounded by double fists, Luo Chen had a faint smile on his face, confident and disdainful. At this moment, his temperament is infinitely close to Bai Feng. Behind him, Rainer had a fear in his eyes. The two were back to back and fell into a calm. I don't want to have too much entanglement with you, don't follow me anymore. Luo Chen faintly spit out this sentence. Lena's whole body trembled, pinching his fist. He finally did not rush to Luo Chen's courage. Kid, you don't put the navy in your eyes too. Suddenly, a loud drink came from the top of my head. The strong figure descended from the sky, with a strong wind, flew to Luo Chen. As soon as the scorpion flashed, Luo Chen's figure slid away. Lame. Luo Chen's location, the deck is divided, a figure fell heavily here. Shave. At the moment of landing, Monarch was a big drink, and the figure suddenly disappeared. His speed is obviously much faster than that of Liner, and it is almost in the blink of an eye. Finger gun. Fingers are like a gun, and they are pierced. Luo Chen's scorpion violently contracted, his head slightly twisted. Thorn. The blood on his cheeks smashed out, and Luo Chen's scorpion slammed up. The right hand slammed up like an eagle, and his figure suddenly accelerated, then he went to the front monarch to make a fierce stroke. Iron. When? The next moment, the electric flower actually collided. Luo Chen's heart trembled and his body shape immediately receded. Just as he stepped back, Monarch's right leg was raised and a blue sniper slammed out. Sting! The mast on the ship was cut off directly, and the power of this attack was incredible. Followed by, Monarch's figure again flashed again, in front of Luo Chen. His fists were like the wind, dense and fast, and his feet were constantly raised, attacking Luo Chen. Repressive, Luo Chen continued to retreat at this moment. He felt a strong repression. In the face of Monarch, there is tremendous pressure. Compared with Lena, Monarch's strengths are much higher. The two, like the wind, quickly engaged in the deck at a very fast speed, retreating, moving, and shifting. When Luo Chen fights, the more the scorpion is flashing. Undoubtedly, Monarch's strength is far above him. He can barely fight with each other at the moment, and he only relies on Bai Feng's light work and extremely fast body, as well as Ye Wen's master's mood. If it is a long time, he will run out of power and will lose. Finger gun. Once again, Monarch spurred. Puff. Luo Chen's face changed, and there was a blood hole on his right shoulder. He was injured. Under the constant attack and suppression of Monarch, he was injured and eventually injured. You can't escape, Luo Chen. Monarch closed his hands, his muscles were tight, and he was ready to launch an attack, staring at Luo Chen with his eyes. Oh! Laughed, Luo Chen flashed a scorpion in the next moment, rising from the sky. Behind his feint, 2 more wings, the speed suddenly tripled. At the moment of rushing to the height of 10 meters, Luo Chen's nephew slammed into the air and swooped down again. With the gravity of his whereabouts, his speed increased again. Sharp! Only in an instant, Luo Chen had already reached Monarch's eyes, and then waved his hand. This wave is like a fierce bird waving his claws. In the void, a cold stream of light flashed instantly. Monarch stunned and yelled, "Iron!" When the sound of the collision between the gold and iron came out, and the screaming sparks shot out. Luo Chen's scorpion flashed and his right hand felt a sharp pain. Opposite, after the Monarch iron, the right foot was once again like a big turntable, coming towards the sky, and then squatting against Luo Chen. Lame. The light blue sniper formed in an instant, and the sharp breath seemed to cut the air. The sound of was toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen's figure is like a bird leaping. After escaping this sniper, he has to bend his legs, step on the air, and rush forward again. But suddenly, his face changed dramatically. On his right side, a figure quietly lurked and launched an attack against him. Finger gun. Between the electric and the flint, Luo Chen avoided important parts. He slammed a hole in his stomach, and the bright red blood immediately flowed out. 2 seconds later, Luo Chen fell heavily on the deck and rolled over a full 10 meters before he was able to squat down. After raising his head, Luo Chen's nephew became cold. In front of him, Lina stood with a cold shoulder. Monarch frowned at Rainer. His face was full of joy. "Mr. Lina, don't you think it's so mean? What can be despicable in the face of criminals?" Lina dismissed. Monarch's face is even more ugly. According to him, Luo Chen has not done anything sinful. In essence, he was very rebellious in the arrest of Luo Chen's order at the Navy's headquarters. For those who advocate justice, one person sins, others are connected, it is against justice. There was some pain in the face, and Luo Chen glanced deeply at the two people opposite, and then his right hand turned to the mouth and blew. "Call out!" The white bird hovering at high altitude immediately screamed and swooped down. "Come, don't let him run away." Lina, who saw this scene, shouted loudly and speeded up and flew toward Luo Chen. And Luo Chen is a figure of body shape, standing up, skyrocketing, his speed is just as fast, just an instant, it has been 20 meters high. When Rainer came to the bottom of Luo Chen, she could only watch the other party take off. "Monarch!" Lina shouted at the people behind him. "Catch up with him!" Monarch looked up at Luo Chen and then turned his head in disgust. "Sorry, my moon has not yet cultivated home." Lina's angry clenched fist, looking at Luo Chen, who had stepped on the white giant bird in the sky, was very annoyed. In the air, after Luo Chen looked down at the bottom, the toes were a little bit, and the white giant birds screamed and flew in one direction, and they disappeared in a blink of an eye. On the warship below, the Navy just climbed up from the sea, or lay on the deck, or sat down, breathing in a big mouth. Damn! Lina was angry, but she was helpless. At the same time, a civilian vessel quietly stopped there on the sea about 5 kilometers from here. On the boat, there are a few faint figures, watching everything here. "How? Deputy Captain? The captain's brother is fine? We want to shoot." Standing in the forefront, with a pair of glasses, a white-haired middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist, deep in his eyes, chuckled. "He has left, everything is safe. In addition, I am not your deputy captain. www.readaloud.com. Do not forget to collect, recommend, without your support, where does the author come from?" Chapter 7, Future. Deputy Captain. The young man who spoke showed a trace of sadness. The red-nosed teenager at the back pulled his hand and shook his head. "Well, since Roger's younger brother has left safely, we should leave," the middle-aged man with glasses said with a smile. His eyes are full of vicissitudes of seeing through everything. "Let's go, you have your own things, and I should go and see the one who has never had a chance to visit." Others looked at each other and they were silent. The establishment of a pirate group is full of pursuits and expectations for the future, but the end, it means that they are separated from each other. They will not be a comrade in arms and partners who will fight side by side in the future. Perhaps there will still be such a kind of mutual friendship, but it will never be as close as ever. A small wooden boat, slowly landing. Then, from the top, 5 or 6 people all over the body were covered in black robes. The robes on them were very white and covered their faces. "Take care. I hope that your future will be smooth. Xiangs, Beiki, work hard, the future is yours." The 2 younger men, who were a little shorter, nodded and looked solemn. At this moment of separation, everyone looks extremely solemn and serious. The smallest Shanks and Bucky, the sparkling light in the eyes is shining. After about 5 minutes, the rest of the others embraced each other, and the eyes were full of complex expressions. Then, nodded and turned and left. They walk in different directions, representing that their respective roads are no longer the same. Separated from today, once a group of people on the ship went to their different futures. "Let's go, you two, what are you doing here?" Rayleigh's voice was a bit heavy, scolding two young teenagers. "Deputy Captain!" Shanks and Bakey cried out. They couldn't forget the days when they laughed and cried together. Shaking his head, Rayleigh turned and left, all the way straight, and soon disappeared into the eyes of the two. "Bakey, let's join us, be my partner, we set up a ringing pirate group." Xiong wiped his tears and said to Bakey seriously. At this moment, he made a decision. He still has to be a pirate, with the glory of the Roger Pirate Group, once again to the peak. "Who wants to go with this guy?" Bakey opened the hand of Shanks. "Don't forget, you still owe me a treasure map." "Humph." After that, Bucky turned and ran away here. Chicks looked at Bucky, who had left, and shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at the sea in front of his eyes. The sea surface is like a huge and fierce beast. A wave of waves is rushing forward, and there is a sound like thunder. This beastly sea, there must always be someone to conquer. In the era of the runaway, who can stop his progress? Muttered out this sentence, Shanks turned around and disappeared here. At the same time, a bird screamed at the distant sea level. "Hey!" The sharp bird screamed through the air, and Luo Chen bent over and squatted over the white phoenix, his right hand covering his shoulder. The bright red blood oozes from his fingers, but it can't stop it. The sweat on the forehead slid silently, fell into the sea, and was dilute into sea water. "Time is coming, I have to find a place to rest as soon as possible." The face was full of cold and serious, Luo Chen thought in his heart. I patted the white phoenix underneath, and the latter uttered another tweet, spreading wings quickly, speeding up again, and heading forward. The time to own the system is only an hour or so, but it is only 30 minutes. However, Luo Chen felt that he could not control the power of Baifeng, and because of the state at this time, he understood. This self-contained system, the time of the attached body is related to the physical fitness of the individual. The sweat is getting more and more infiltrated, the power of Baifeng, he has felt a little loose, and seems to start slowly leaving his body. Fast, must be fast. On the vast sea, it is very calm at the moment, and the head is warm sunshine. Everything seemed calm, but Luo Chen seemed to see his fate. In this endless sea, if he can't find a place to settle, even if he has tyrannical power, he can't escape. The wooden boat had already been destroyed by the two majors and fell to the bottom of the sea. At the moment, his body is carrying only eyes and his own gold coins. If before the disappearance of Baifeng's power, I have not found a place to settle, I will die. The crisis of life and death, thick and shrouded in the head of Luo Chen, let his heart accelerate and beat. "Hurry up!" He spurred the inner force of the body, and the white phoenix made a sharp scream, flying high and fluttering toward the front of the sea. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen had already felt that the whole body was sour and soft, and the power of Baifeng was only less than 50%. Exhaustion and pain, his energy is running out. "Go ahead, I can't die here." Gritted his teeth and said this, Luo Chen ordered the white phoenix under him and continued on. 5 minutes later, it was still the undulating sea. A few fish cheerfully took a sleep, played and jumped. Seagulls on the horizon, flying in groups. The scenery is beautiful, but Luo Chen's heart has already reached the bottom. He still doesn't see any landings, and the time of possession is coming soon. At most no more than 5 minutes, the power of Baifeng will disappear and leave him. The wound at the shoulder has not been dealt with and has been paralyzed, which means that his right arm has lost consciousness. Continue to fly. Not at the last minute. Luo Chen is already full of sweat, but still has not given up. The white phoenix is flying fast on the sea, but its speed is getting slower and slower, and it is getting closer and closer to the sea. This big bird that has been flying has reached its limit at this moment and will not be able to support it at any time. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen's nephew suddenly became loud. The location of the horizon, a small black spot appeared in the eyes. Boat. It's a boat. The white phoenix also issued a cheerful name, speeding up the flight and going to the horizon. A minute later, the white phoenix screamed, and the heavy ship slowly descending toward the bottom. Luo Chen has reached the limit at this moment. The power of Bai Feng quietly dissipated, and his eyes fell into darkness. Chapter 8, Sophia. This is a small cargo ship, mostly sailors and migrant workers. The freshest thing is that the captain of this ship is a woman, about 16 or 7 years old, with a pink hair shawl, beautiful and pure. At this moment, she was standing in the bow position, quietly watching the calm sea in front. The surface is very light, I do not know what to think. Suddenly, a tweet came from the sky. The woman turned her head, and then the small mouth suddenly opened, and there was a surprised look in her eyes. That is. Seeing in the eye, a huge white bird fell from the sky, and even more shocking to her, on the back of this big bird, there is a teenager at the moment. Call out! The sound of the empty sound was crisp, and when the man approached the deck for 1 meter, the huge white bird suddenly dissipated like a phantom. With a bang, the man slammed into the deck and cracked the wooden deck. On the deck, there was a bright red blood. What? I saw a bird falling down. In a blink of an eye, it became this man. He seems to be hurt. The fall of Luo Chen attracted the attention of the sailors on board, and soon people were curious. The woman with long pink hair looked at Luo Chen carefully and her face changed. She immediately shouted, "What about the ship doctor? Call the ship doctor! Someone is hurt!" Soon, the boat yelled and an old man was pulled over by a teenager. "Sophia, what's the matter? My old man is in poor health and can't stand your brother's death." The old man squeezed through the crowd and complained. Sophia ignored the complaints of the old man, and the crisp voice came out, "Fred, look at him, he seems to have been seriously injured." Fred also squeezed into the crowd at this time, and saw the comatose Luo Chen, could not help but wonder, where is this kid? Seeing the clothes clean, it is not like fishing out of the sea. He is falling from the sky in heaven. Someone pointed to the sky next to him, shouting cheerfully. For them, the teenager who fell from the sky, the beautiful woman saved him, is undoubtedly a very gossip event, enough for their 1-month event to discuss the relish. Heaven! Fred looked at the sky strangely, then shook his head and squatted down to observe Luo Chen's injury. After a while, Fred shook his head and frowned. His injury is not very serious, but he has lost too much blood. Fortunately, the time you met him was a little earlier. If it was a little late, no one could save him. There is a minimum of blood in the human body. If it exceeds this limit, then God can't save it. I will stop bleeding for him first. His wounds are like piercing his shoulders with a sharp blunt instrument, just touching the position of the artery. This kid is also a good life, and he will die a little later. Fred pouted and quickly picked up the wound from Luo Chen. When I was tossed for a whole time, Luo Chen's wound was layered with a bandage, and then he wiped the sweat and let the people around him carry him into the room. Looking at the crowd to lift Luo Chen to the basement, Fred was another frown. He suffered such a heavy injury, the dark and damp basement, it is not good for his wound recovery, you must find a place with a sunny place. Everyone looked at each other, but they all came to Fanfiction. The only place on the ship where the bedroom is shining is Sophia, but she is a woman. Just put it in my room. Hai-Fi said simply, save people. After a busy day, Luo Chen was placed in the room of Sophia. When everyone left, Sophia looked at the sleeping boy in bed with a curious look, and his eyes were full of interest. The man standing on the bird, and how did the bird disappear? Sophia thought. For the next 3 days, Sophia was taking care of Luo Chen. The people on board, watching this scene in their eyes, are all privately discussed. I see, Miss Captain is looking at the kid, so take care of it. Don't you say that kid, it looks pretty handsome. Girl si spring, isn't that normal? In the voice of the public, the old ship Dr. Fred coughed twice and published his own ideas. The kid looks very good. However, there is a hint of temperament in his body. It is very strange. It should be this temperament that makes Sophia fall. And at this age of Sophia, it is time to have a good love, isn't it normal? After another 2 days, Luo Chen opened his eyes and looked at the strange ceiling. Are you awake? Sivya stepped forward in surprise. Where is this? Luo Chen asked confusedly. Did he cross again? You are on my boat, you fall from the sky, you are in a coma, I saved you. Sophia quickly said, handing a glass of cold water. Luo Chen took the water, and after drinking it, he felt that the body had a feeling of weakness. He closed his eyes and soon thought of everything before his coma. Navy. The scorpion slammed open, flashing a glimmer of light, followed by a quick recovery. You saved me, thank you so much. Luo Chen only looked at Sophia at this time, could not help but be a glimpse. The woman in front of her eyes, a long pink shawl, skin like ice and snow, exquisite face, the body with a cold temperament, like the snow lotus in the cold wind, excellent and pleasant. You just woke up. Sophia smiled. I worried about you for a long time. Can you tell me your name? Ro-Chin. Time passed quickly, and I passed by in a week. During the week, Luo Chen and the people on board quickly became familiar with it. The sailors and other people who spend the whole day in the ocean are very happy. They have the spaciousness of the sea and the personality is very optimistic. Luo Chen, didn't you date the captain today? Ha ha ha. Although the old ship Dr. Fred is old, but there is no right line, every day to play around Luo Chen. Luo Chen brother, I see it, my sister likes you very much, you have to seize the opportunity. Speaking of Sylvia's younger brother Dolly, only about 10 years old, the milk is milky, the words are exported, immediately let the people on board burst into laughter. Luo Chen had a flush on his face and got a headache. Sophia is very good, but you don't have to make me joke all day. In this way, how can I say it out of the water? The atmosphere on the boat was very warm, and Luo Chen also enjoyed this life. He was the first to go to the sea, but for the first time, he liked it. He likes the feeling of the sea. P.S. This book has been signed and the cover is ready. Don't worry about collecting, brothers. Ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, all support, Tsing Yi. Chapter 9, Reward. In the following days, Luo Chen learned that the goal of the ship was to go to a small island called Nans in the East China Sea. The Sophia family is doing business. She is also the eldest daughter of the family. She is not old enough, but she is already responsible for a family route. The people on board are also very convinced of the power of Sophia, and their status is noble, so they are very respectful. The ship marched on the sea for a month, paused in the middle and replenished it 3 times. Luo Chen is also getting better and better with everyone on board, especially Sophia. 2 young boys and girls, handsome men, beautiful women, and met by chance, are the age of the beginning of the sin. The relationship between them is not known when the development of water is in the same place. On this day, the ship's supply was just completed, and then slowly left the port. The people on board were boring and basking in the sun, and a lunch break was taking place. Suddenly, a few seagulls in the sky screamed and flew through the air. Their necks were carrying strange packages with a stack of documents. As the boat passes by, a color page flies through the air. One piece of paper falls on one's face. The man was sleeping, was disturbed, and opened his eyes to take the paper down. What is this? He flashed a question in his eyes and then glanced at the paper on his hand. Guru Di Luo Chen, a reward of 110 million. Attention, this person is extremely dangerous. If it is discovered, report the Navy immediately, or take off the head of the person, let alone life or death. When muttering the words on the paper, this person is looking at the printed head. But the next second, when it notices the person on the paper, the pupil shrinks immediately. Ro Chin. That kid, actually. On his face, there was a shocking and inexplicable look. At the same time, several people on the boat were holding this new reward in their hands, and they were shocked and scared. For ordinary people, the characters who can reward such an exaggerated amount are all that can be used by the legendary pirates in the Great Channel. And they get along with each other day and night. The character of the gentle and cheerful Luo Chen turned out to be such a dangerous person? The first reaction is not to believe, but after careful thinking, it is not enough to fear. After all, if the horrible characters of the bounty are trying to destroy them, it is a breeze. What to do? Luo Chen turned out to be such a terrible murderer. We must tell the captain as soon as possible, we must reveal the true face of Luo Chen. But the performance of Luo Chen for this period of time is not like a bad person at all. Some people hesitated to say that they did not believe that Luo Chen, who had been with them for so long, turned out to be a bad person. Knowing people knows no one, don't you know him? Do you know his life? And, when he fell on the boat, that look, everyone knows very well, it must have been injured in the Navy after the war with the Navy. The crew whispered, and after half an hour, they finally decided to secretly tell the captain, Sophia. Sophia. When I heard the crew calling, Sophia was staying in the house to check the bills of the goods. The family business had a lot of details. Every time she had to check carefully, she had to be careful. What's wrong? Putting down the books, Sophia looked at the people with doubts. Hand, your expression, is something big. She was keenly aware that Hunter's face was very tense, and the tension would eventually contain a slogan, and it seemed to hesitate. Captain Sophia, I must tell you something important. Hunter took a deep breath and came to the side of Sophia, said with a deep voice. Sophia glanced at Hanti's face and said seriously, let's say, I listen. You saved Luo Chen, he is a rewarder. Hunter took out a reward order and then lined up in front of Sophia. He has been cheating us all the time. His bounty is worth more than 110 million. It is a very scary guy. After listening to Han's words, Sophia had no expression because she knew that many rumors were not worthy of being believed, and when her nephew swept the reward order, her face changed. This is the latest reward order issued by the Navy. There are naval marks on it, there will be no mistakes. Luo Chen, he is the fierce criminal, he is a downright bad guy, bastard. He deceived you and deceived us. Sophia, you were cheated. Sophia fiercely tightened her face changed, listening to Hunter still said that she could not help but anger at the table. Get out. Sophia, you don't want to be deceived by him. We must tell this thing to the Navy. Otherwise, Luo Chen, this guy, I don't know what to do for us. Hunter anxiously said. I said. Sophia's nephew slammed, staring coldly at Hunter, let you go out. Hanti looked stagnation and wanted to say something. After hesitating, he sighed and went out. It was not until Hunter went out that the face of Sophia became complicated. She stared at Luo Chen, who was smiling at the reward, and she sighed heavily. Hey, Luo Chen, are you really such a fierce guy? At this moment, Sophia carried out a very hesitant inner struggle. She knows that at this moment, any decision of her own will not only affect the relationship that the two have just established, but even play a decisive role in the life of the entire ship. What kind of person is Luo Chen? During this time, Sophia felt that this guy was a very cheerful, optimistic, humorous, sunny teenager. He will show a clear smile because of seeing her, and will also make a mess with the guys on board because of a little trifle. But no matter from which point of view, Luo Chen is definitely not a bad person. As for the fierce guy who has a reward of 110 million, the guy can't even beat himself. Is it like a sea thief with a bounty of more than 100 million? I don't believe it. I don't believe you are such a guy. In the end, Sophia slammed the table and walked out of the house to go to Luochen. At the time of the operation of Sophia, Hunter gathered the crew around him. I just went to see Sophia, and the captain disagreed with our thoughts. She is still too young, facing her own lover, and was fooled by the guy's rhetoric. We have to act on our own. There are telephone bugs at Lovin's. We have to tell the Navy to let them deal with Luo Chen. The crew are nodding their approvals. Indeed, if such dangerous guys stay on the boat, they will sleep hard. It's also worth mentioning that his bounty is. Han's face showed a trace of greed. 110 million. The people around them, their eyes are bright. P.S. Continue to ask for collection, recommendation, and reward. In addition, thanks to the brothers who are rewarding, I will add a chapter to you tomorrow, and tomorrow will be more. Chapter 10, Report. For the average public, 10 million is a big value. What's more, it is 110 million, and money makes people tempted. Such a huge amount of wealth is enough to make these people who are not rich on weekdays take risks. What's more, they have a good reason. With the name of justice, help the Navy, arrest the world's murderer, brother Di Luo Chen. The eyes of everyone flashed and looked at each other. They saw the same meaning. Then, Hunter went to the basement with the ladder on the boat, where Lovins was busy. Luo Wensi, I want to have one thing, you must be very interested. Luo Wensi was a middle-aged man. He was not tall, and his blonde hair was scattered. When he saw Hunter coming, he suddenly raised his head and frowned. What are you doing? On weekdays, he is a silent man and the most respected person of Sophia. Han's character is arrogant and has a lot of attention. Lloyd is very unhappy. Roshan, do you know? Hunter said directly. Nature knows, do you have something to say directly? I don't have time to chat with you. Lovins impatiently, he still has a lot of work on hand, and there is a leisurely thought to accompany others. That guy is a world criminal, a bounty, 110 million. Hunter threw a blockbuster. Oh? Then. Lovin stopped the work at hand, and there was a bit of interest on the face. What do you want to do? Go to arrest him? Be a bounty hunter? That's not the case. Although the boy looks white and clean on weekdays, there is no strength at all, but it is estimated that we can be rewarded with so many bounty by the Navy. Han shrugged his shoulders and was very self-aware. Do you know this thing? Asked Lovins. Hanti's face changed, and then made a smile. Nature knows that I have already looked for her before coming to you. The reason why I came to you is precisely because of this. Lloyds glanced at Hanti, his face showing a smile, and some disdainful words, put your stupid means. If there is something in Sophia, he will come directly to me. You want to find me, what the is going on, don't turn around. Hand had a anger on his face, and then he was forced to press down, and then said, I discussed with other people, reported Luo Chen to the Navy, and let the Navy come to deal with him. So even if we can't get all the bounty, but the report is meritorious, the rewards we can get, I am afraid it will not be less. Ha ha! After Lovins listened quietly, he laughed. A very good plan, Luo Chen, that kid is good. But the money is more attractive. At a glance, the phone bug was thrown into the arms of Hunter from the hands of Lovins, who had a smile on his face after a glimpse. Reassured, Lovins, we will not lose one of you. Han took the phone bug and did not hesitate. He directly dialed the nearest naval branch. Moses, resident of the Naval Division 73102, please say. There was a clear male voice on the opposite side. Coughing twice, Hunter said, "Hello, Navy, I am Hanti of the Western Chamber of Commerce. I have clues about your recent reward for Luo Chen." "Luo Chen? What Luo Chen?" The voice of the Navy showed a trace of doubt. Hanti glanced and said, "Guru Di Luo Chen, a reward of 110 million. Galman D." The name only read a half sentence, then stopped, and then the phone worm sounded another person's voice. "Hey, I am the highest resident of the branch office, Daisuke Yuki, please quickly report where you are. And, don't alarm him, always pay attention to his actions." Among the sounds, there is a strong majesty. Through the telephone worm, Hunter was shocked by the momentum of the other party, but only promised no. After half an hour, the Navy will arrive, and stay in touch until now. Finally, the coffin quickly said, then hung up the phone. Hanti was able to clearly hear the intensive footsteps on the other side, and it was clear that the Navy had acted quickly. Can't help but Hunter's face showed a smile. When the Navy arrives, the high return will come. The 110 million bounty, even if it is only a slap in the face, it is enough for him to live happily for a lifetime, where it is still used, and the wind drifting in the sea all day long. In this world, there are three kinds of people walking on the sea. One is that they rely on the civilians who sell hard labor, one is fierce, the pirates killing and looting everywhere, and finally the Navy. Among the three, the most powerless, the biggest risk is theirs. Living the hardest days, enjoying the bottom of life. I have to say that the world is really unfair. When Hunter hangs up, Luo Chen is standing next to him. "Luo Chen, I have something to tell you, you must be prepared." It's the ship Dr. Fred, the old guy who is noisy on weekdays, and his face is very serious. "Fred, what's wrong with your old guy? The face is so ugly." Luo Chen smiled, his eyes flashing strangely. "Your identity has been leaked and you must leave here soon. The group of guys on board has already discussed it. Tell your Navy about your news. As soon as the Navy comes, you will be finished." Fred whispered. "My identity?" Luo Chen stunned, and then the scorpion immediately sharpened. "Do you know everything? Your reward has been passed, everyone knows." Fred nodded. "What about Sophia?" Luo Chen bit his mouth and asked in a loud voice. At this moment, there was a strange feeling in his heart. On weekdays, when everyone gets along, they are happy and the relationship is very close. However, when the identity of his own identity leaked, everything changed. He can imagine the psychological, greedy, hesitant, or fearfulness of those people at the moment. "Sophia, let me come." Fred looked at Luo Chen deeply. "She told me to tell you, take care of yourself." Luo Chen had a heavy chest and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if he felt that he was relaxed all over the body. His heavy face was also a lot easier. Some people will harm him, not believe him, but others will choose to believe and help him. She said she always believes in you. Fred sighed and patted Luo Chen's shoulder. The latter's shoulders trembled, but it felt like he was getting heavy in his heart. The most difficult thing to dispel the beauty of the grace, Luo Chen eyes complex, want to speak and stop, do not know how to open. "Come on. If you grind again, you can't go. P.S. I am busy signing up today. 3 more to tomorrow, I am sorry, continue to ask for everything." Chapter 11, A Live Mouth. Luo Chen's heart did not know what it felt at the moment, and Sophia's understanding made him relieved. But then, he was somewhat confused. "When I left here, where did he go? The sea is big, it seems that everything can go, but it seems that I can't go anywhere." Fred pushed Luo Chen, "Come on, there is a spare escape boat on board, and you will leave there." After licking his lips, Luo Chen had to be left by Fred. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly felt how helpless sometimes life is. Sophia did not choose to personally say to him, "What does this mean?" He naturally understands. Once again, the relationship is so close, and the two have already had a barrier at this moment. This diaphragm seems to be very thin, but it means that the two may be separated by the end of the world. She did not choose to meet with Luo Chen without reservation, personally asked, and did not let Luo Chen explain. Because this woman is very smart, she clearly knows that the two cannot be together. Therefore, Fred came, which means that the relationship between the two has come to an end. A criminal with a reward of 110 million yuan, first of all, does not discuss whether he has the strength to destroy everything. He only depends on his degree of danger. He also knows that such a person cannot live with ordinary people at all. And Sophia is doing business, maybe she really can give something for love, but before this step, she chose to back down. Unable to tell in detail the feelings of Luo Chen at the moment, he just sighed with a complex complexion, and then followed by Griffin. Just as the two men sneaked out and came to the deck, walking around the road, a horrible scream came from one side. At the same time, several sharp and screaming voices were also heard. Fred and Luo Chen quickly looked up and immediately saw 3 dark artillery shells passing over the head, and then slammed into the other side of the ship. Boom! A large expanse of sea water exploded, and the ship slammed and began to shake sharply. "Captain! The pirates, my goodness, is a pirate! How can there be a pirate here? What should I do? What do we do?" The people on board were frightened at this moment, and it is impossible to imagine a pirate group appearing in this sea area. Fred heard the snoring on the boat. At this time, the black and white mixed hair was splashed with water, which was very embarrassing. But at this moment, he completely ignored the need to pay attention to these things, striding forward to the front, and then looking to the sea. Luo Chen quickly followed, and also looked at the sea. There, a ship is breaking the wind at the fastest speed, and the ship has a sound of screaming. The canvas is high and the top of the mast is a dragonfly. In the office, Sophia was alarmed and quickly ran out. When she saw the pirate ship on the sea, it changed her face. "Captain, this is the Sodi's pirate group, with a bounty of 15 million, is the most vicious group in this sea area. The rumors, they have been to the Great Channel a year ago, how come here?" Behind Sophia, a middle-aged man with a sickle in his waist looked at the dignified road. "No matter what is going on, we can't get rid of it, summon the combatants on board and prepare for the battle." She stared at the distance and quickly opened her mouth. The middle-aged man nodded and turned quickly and began to summon the combatants on board. As a merchant shipping fleet, nature is always employed to carry some combatants to protect the safety of those who accompany them. "Luo Chen, it seems that you can't go for a while." Fred looked at the sea and shook his head. "Yet." Luo Chen nodded. "The pirate is coming, then he can't go naturally." 3 minutes later, another round of shelling landed from the air, and it fell heavily around the ship, splashing a large piece of sea water. This is a deterrent gun, and did not really attack the ship, just forced them to stop. But the people on the merchant ships were scared to hold their heads and dare not move. Sodex's pirates on board. Wearing a captain's cap, a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face, his eyes full of fierceness. "Give me another wave of bombardment, this time aiming at their tail." When the words came out, the man next to him immediately had a little doubt on his face. "The captain, if they are right, they will be finished. Before sinking, take away their belongings and kill them. Do you have this, do you have it?" Soders did not look back, cold. The speaker spoke, and then hesitated without a hesitation. He waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Open the gun." Boom! The harsh sound of the guns came out, but for a moment, the tail of the merchant ship was hit by the ground. The ship began to shake violently. Many people were planted on the ground, and more than a dozen people at the tail were smashed into pieces of meat. The breath was instantly uploaded on the ship, and everyone who saw this scene changed his face. At this moment, they finally remembered the horror of the pirates. The tail is on fire, the keel is broken, and the ship is going to sink. In the crowd, there was an old man whose face was ugly and shouted in horror. This sound made the people on the whole boat panic. "Fred, do you know this pirate?" Luo Chen asked suddenly. "No, they are Sodi's pirates. Captain Sodexo is a bounty of 15 million pirates. It seems to have entered the Great Channel last year. At this time, how come here?" Fred is also somewhat confused. 1,000,001. Luo Chen face loose, just this value, if he possesses the ghost, he can still cope. Just thinking of the attitude of everyone on the boat, but the desire to help him immediately cut the blockbuster. He is not a bad person, others want to harm him, he will not help badly. It's just that I can't leave it for the time being, I can only look at the next situation. The two walked along the shipway and saw a dozen men with rifles around their waists. They were quickly arranging people to gather together to stabilize the mood of the public. And Sophia, the front color, is serious and nervous to say something to another person. Soon, the horror of the people finally settled down. More than a dozen burly men with weapons, standing in front of everyone, were throwing out their weapons and looking serious at the pirate ship that was sailing fast. At this time, the Sodexo Pirates group is only 200 or 300 meters away from here. Take out the sword, open the bolt, use the blood to vent your experience in the Great Waterway. This battle, I do not need a live mouth. Chapter 12, Do you understand? Roar. There are not many pirates on this ship, only 20 or 30, but they are fierce and savage, and there are knives and gun marks everywhere on the exposed skin. Obviously, this is a trick that has gone through countless battles. Such a team is not afraid of death, even a trained swordsman is not necessarily their opponent. Only in an instant, the distance between the two ships is getting closer and closer. The people on the merchant ships are getting more and more nervous, even if they are facing these fierce pirates, they are worried. "Captain!" The man with his long knife at his waist approached, and his expression was dignified with a trace of despair. "We will leave as an escape boat early, and the ship will soon sink." "Jack, I am leaving, what about them?" Sophia blinked and looked at the people gathered on the deck. These sailors and laborers had a panicked expression on their faces. The thief's attack made them immediately fearful. "I think their lives should not be important to you." Jack stunned and said quietly. "My men will delay the pirates for a while, and I am responsible for protecting you from leaving." Hesitated in his eyes. At this moment, Sophia did not know how to make a choice. Discarding the life of the entire boat to delay the time for a limited number of them? Or here to accompany these crew members to die together? How to choose? She does not know. "Come on," Jack said, his eyes full of encouragement. "It's too dangerous to stay here, not leaving, only one dead end." After licking his lips, Sophia looked at the back and turned away. The lifeboat had already been prepared by Jack, and Sophia took the ship with a tight money, accompanied by Jack and 4 or 5 others. Then the boat slipped and quickly left, quietly departing from here. They were driven from behind the ship, so no one found it at the moment. "Captain, someone has run away." On the ship of Sodex's, some people had sharp eyes and saw Sophia and others, and immediately said to Sodexo, "Deep him." Sodis looked cold and said freely, "Boom." In the twinkling of an eye, the sound of artillery fires, and the dark artillery shells cut through the air and headed for the ship where Sophia was located. "Call out." It was only for a moment that the shells had reached the head of Sophia and others. "Jack!" Sophia shouted. Jack jerked up and the scorpion became fierce and dignified. He grabbed the long knife at his waist. When the shell landed on the boat, he slammed the sword and made a loud noise. "What?" The long knife crossed, and a stream of light bloomed. The darkened artillery shell was actually a meal, and then split in half, heading towards the sides of the boat. Boom! The explosion sounded for a second before it sounded, the water splashed, and everyone on the boat was wet by the sea. Jack swung a sword and began to breathe. It is his limit to compete with the shells. Jack! Sapphire raised Jack and looked at the latter with concern. I'm fine, hurry to sail. Jack fast. The boat continued to sail and soon disappeared here. On the boat of Soders, the crew on the side glanced at the latter. Chasing! Don't worry about them, you can resist this shell, it's still some strength, don't waste time. Give me the boat directly, kill everyone before sinking, and then grab all the treasures. Sodexo's voice was cold and cruel, but the people on the pirates were excited. A minute later, the people of the Sodex's pirate ship screamed and rushed to the merchant ship through the stringed planks. The crowd panicked in an instant, screaming, and the shouts of panic kept ringing. The left-behind combatants desperately fight with the pirates, but only a dozen breaths have been completely killed. These civilian escorts are completely incompatible with the pirates who fought in the sea all day. Help! The people on the boat ran, but there was nowhere to escape. Some people were chaotic, even jumping off the boat, and instantly swallowed by the sea. In this sea, jumping off the sea, I wonder if there will be a chance to survive. On the side of Luo Chen, Fred looked anxiously and ran around with the ladder. Well, this group of pirates has attacked. What can I do? What about the captain? Where did the captain go? The two kept moving back and forth across the road in the ship, and Fred continued to ask the crew who had been hiding, but no one knew where Sophia had gone. In the rear, shouting killings continued to sound, and a touch of smell came, so that the two faces changed. The pirates are killing. Fred's mouth trembled and said. Don't look for it, the captain followed the Captain Jack and left the lifeboat. At this moment, Hunter strode over and said with sarcasm. What are you talking about? Fred, the old man, shouted incredulously, grabbing Hunter. You don't talk nonsense, how can she captain us to throw us away? And that lifeboat, is her for? Is it ready for Luo Chen? Hunter's mouth is more ridiculous. Of course she is not alone, her brother, and someone close to her. And she left behind the cannon fodder that delayed those guys. After listening to these words, even Luo Chen's face changed. He did not believe that Sophia was such a person, but the entire ship did not see the other side. If you are really a 110 million thief, then, I think, these guys in front should not be a problem. Hunter did not pay attention to Fred's pain, but he said directly to Luo Chen that there were fears and fears in his eyes. The reward was genuine, and no matter what kind of secrets the people in front had, the Navy's taboos were obvious. Such people should be very good at the current scene. I am not a pirate. But after the three interest, the silent Luo Chen, but directly speaking. As for why the Navy has a reward of 110 million, there are other reasons. There was a slight accident on Han's face, and then he's incredulously asked, I don't believe, you didn't clean up the power of the pirates on the boat. You don't help us? There are already many people injured and dead. Luo Chen stunned, and then felt a little funny in his heart, he looked up and looked at the ladder. It's so funny, I don't have the strength, but what do you do with you? And, even if I can pack them, then Why help me again? Because you have revealed my information to the Navy, is it a danger to add me? Hanti's face changed. You do not beat, it is already to xifia the face. Do you understand? Chapter 13, Gagne. Luo Chen's tone is very rude, and he said in a few words that Jeter is extremely bungy. Indeed, as he said, they still wanted to harm others before, but now they are trying to use his power to ensure their own safety. Isn't that ridiculous? In a few words, Jeter was here, and Luo Chen took Fred with a quick walk away from here. He glanced at the entire ship again and still didn't see Sophia. It was only then that the other party was sure that he had left. Jeter was very clever enough to keep up with the two, and Luo Chen did not care. There are some people who also choose to believe in you, Luo Chen. The trio came to a hidden occasion, and Fred looked at Jeter and said to Luo Chen. Even if you don't want to save everyone in the ship, there are still people who are innocent. Look at the fact that I saved one of you. If you really have the power, then you can shoot it once. Fry's German gas is very heavy, and there are expectations in the eyes. If you can survive, who will choose to die? Luo Chen's scorpion flashed, but also took a look at Jeter. Fred stared at his eyes tightly, his eyes full of expectations. I don't have the power you think of. He slowly spoke, and the light expected in the eyes of the two dissipated. Well, it seems that we are all going to die here. Fred sighed. They were hiding here, they could hear it. The pirates basically controlled all the situations and gathered the crew in one place. At this moment, other people are being arrested to avoid the boat. Come on, grab the mouse hidden in the boat and let him go directly, don't hesitate. The voices of the pirates passed over, and the hearts of the three men could not help but tighten. The sound was very close to them, and the three immediately held their breath. Luo Chen watched Fred and Jeter up close, and found that the two men were full of sweat on their cheeks, and they were obviously tense. The three people were hiding here, and they didn't move, and the footsteps outside quickly passed. At this time, they were relieved and began to move their position. 3 minutes later, they changed their hiding place. But just after entering the house, there was a chaotic knock on the door. Open the door. Mad, I see you. A scream of screaming violently came in, the wooden door was slammed by the impact, followed by dense footsteps. It was discovered. Awkwardly, the faces of both Jeter and Fred changed. Luo Chen's heart was tight and his right hand was tight. Do you still have to use the power of the system? There are not many gold coins in his body, only about 30,000 left, only one orange call. The last time Bai Feng possessed power disappeared, because he did not really defeat any of the two school-level officers, so there were only 50 possessed coins, and he could not learn any skills of Bai Feng. Boom! The wooden door was finally knocked open, and the burly tall, murderous pirates immediately rushed in. Jeter was scared and exclaimed, and continued to retreat to the rear. Mad, the bastard, dare to hide, hack them to me. A man who took the lead, with an angry face on his face, shouted loudly. The pirates in the rear immediately rushed in with a machete, and the situation entered 1,000 miles in a flash. Luo Chen glanced at the people in front of him and clearly saw the panic and despair in Fred's eyes, and he sighed in his heart. But I was only going to leave a point to deal with the days ahead. It seems that I have to do my best. I saw these pirates with my own eyes, and let Luo Chen leave some money before, and the idea of sneaking out completely disappeared. 3,000 gold coins, should you be able to summon a good ghost? Self-deprecating and laughing, Luo Chen's nephew slammed. This time it consumes 30,000 gold coins. If you don't give these pirates a good look, then there is no doubt that it is a great waste. Summon orange ghosts. Grade, 30,000 gold coins. The heart silently said to the system. In the moment when the words just came out, the system interface suddenly appeared an orange vortex, from which a tall, burly, cold-faced man emerged. He has a long sword at his waist, full of chivalry, and his voice is full of justice and worry about the country and the people, but in the deepest place, there is still a heavy experience of vicissitudes of life. Summon the soul, Juggernaut Gagne, consume gold coins, 30,000. Just for a moment, this swordsman with a long sword stepped out in one step, and then merged with Luo Chen. Luo Chen was shocked, and Danshan was full of air. An invisible force merged into his body, and the scorpion became sharp. At the same time, his waist did not know when a scabbard was long. sword. At this moment, Luo Chen, squatting on his body, exudes a sharp sword. Suddenly, he became a vicissitude swordsman. Gai Nai, Qin Shiming, one of the male characters in the middle of the month, the teacher out of the Ghost Valley, a swordsmanship, is known as the strongest swordsman in Qin. At this moment, the souls of Luo Chen and Ji Nai are combined into one, and his eyes are shining, and all the scenes of Ji Nai appear. And at his waist, he is wearing the famous sword named Yuan Hong. The right hand seems to know how to take the sword in general. Luo Chen's right hand, the next moment touched the hilt. At the same time, 4 or 5 pirates were also divided into 3 roads and rushed to the front of the 3 of them. Ah, help! Jet shouted out loud, full of horror. The faces of the pirates are full of disdain and cold smiles. They are very calm, and killing people in their lives is really normal. Dead. Without a trace of it, the pirates waved the machete in their hands toward their goal. At this moment, Luo Chen's right thumb suddenly smacked to the scabbard. Choke! The bright and crisp sword screamed and rang through the narrow room. A breeze picked up. The pirates standing here only saw a flash of light shining in front of their eyes, and then the light in front of them suddenly disappeared, and the body of the strong man fell softly on the ground. The sound of the sword is still not scattered. Luo Chen slowly puts the rainbow in his hand into a scabbard, and reveals a hint of appreciation in the scorpion. It's a good sword. The murder on the blade does not touch a drop of blood, and the sword in his hand can't see the light and shadow quickly. It's a good sword, and the sword is also a second. Step by step toward the door, until standing at the door, Luo Chen fang only a meal, and then whispered. Go, what are you doing there? His faint voice awakened 2 people who were waiting to die. Until this time, Fred and Jetter just looked up and saw the scene inside. The blood bleeds on the wooden ground, and the body of the body is not a bit moving. All dead. Chapter 14, Wonderful Sword. At the door, the thin figure was not tall, but at this moment, Fred and Hunter's eyes were shrinking. These are all he did. They didn't even hear any screams, so they quietly let 4 or 5 fierce pirates die here. To know that these pirates are not ordinary Donghai pirates, they are very clear that they have followed Sodexo to the Great Route, and the pirates who are still alive are not ordinary people or even the navy can fight. When Soders left the East China Sea, the number of pirates carried reached an astonishing 1,000. But at the moment, there are only over 50 of them on the entire ship. What does this mean? Other pirates, I am afraid they all died there, leaving only these elites. Because of this, these pirates on the ship are even more horrible. They are powerful and fierce, and they are the most difficult guys. But in an instant, these guys actually died in the hands of Luo Chen. Roshan, you. Fred was stuttering, and his heart was full of shock. Let's go, it doesn't seem to be a way to avoid it. Luo Chen's voice was a bit cold, which was influenced by Ji Nai's character. Jetter swallowed and didn't dare to say anything. He is seeing it. The guy in front of him does have a powerful force, but how strong it is? He is not clear. What do you want? There are so many pirates outside. Fred approached Luo Chen and pulled the arm of the former. Luo Chen stepped forward and smiled, nature is to solve them. The tone paused and his nephew slammed, this ship is not expected to last much, we must act quickly. Fred and Jet looked at each other with a puzzled look. What does it mean to take action? However, Luo Chen did not pay any attention to them. Perhaps because of this moment, Luo Chen and Gai Ni, his temperament revealed a cold and solemnity of a swordsman. Walking on the deck, the Luokan at this moment is completely different from the previous one. He walks with a bright, calm face, no fear, and the light in the voice is extraordinarily fascinating. Someone here. They were unscrupulous and walked without hesitation, and immediately caught the attention of the pirates. The dense footsteps sounded quickly, only 3 seconds later saw the pirates. Luo Chen faceless, striding forward, his right hand pressed on the hilt of the waist. The opposite pirate raised the machete and rushed over. Fred and Jet trembled and shook, and the eyes were very scared. In the face of the ferocious pirates, the two were scared of courage. Just in a flash, Luo Chen has been face to face with the pirates. Choke! The crispy sheathing sound came out, and the streamer flashed, and Luo Chen and the pirates were passing by. Just for a moment, the face of the 6 pirates on the face appeared a look of horror and fear, and then fell heavily on the ground, no more. Underneath them, the blushing blood rushed out and wet the deck. Luo Chen jumped step by step, and soon he came to the front of the ship. Here, a large number of sailor crews and pirates are gathering at the moment. The merchant ship includes more than 100 sailors, crew, and laborers. At the moment, it was firmly controlled by more than 30 pirates with weapons. All the pirates were surrounded by a circle, surrounded by the crew. On the boards of the 2 ships, wearing a captain's cap, the cold-looking Sodexes was standing there, staring at everything here. He has a revolver on his left waist and a western sword on his right waist. His body is full of cruel and breath. The captain, everyone has control, and the place of property has also been knocked out from their mouth. The tall and thin thief smiled and said to Soders. After reading a look at the mouth and the beaten nose, Dr. Wen Wensi was responsible for everything in the warehouse. Everyone has caught it. Soders's mouth showed a mocking smile, and then his gaze moved, but it directly looked at the direction of the 3 of Luo Chen. So, what happened to the 3? I am quite suspicious of your ability to do things. If this is the case, I don't mind changing another batch. After a pause, Soders's tone suddenly cooled. Do you understand me? The thief's face changed, and the sweat on his forehead rolled out immediately. He bent over and said, Understand. Captain. Then, he quickly turned around, waved his hand, followed by 7 or 8 pirates, and quickly went to the Luokan 3. Luo Chen, I have arrived at the pirate's nest. No problem. Fred shuddered, a little scared. There is no problem, Luo Chen's bounty is nearly 10 times higher than that guy. Jetter is flattering at the moment, although the heart is also 7 up and down, but the surface is very calm. Luo Chen listened to the words of the 2, shook his head and smiled, then looked at the pirates rushing over, his eyes cold. There were a lot of crew members lying on the front end of the ship. They were all dead bodies, and they were placed there, obviously it was already dead for a long time. There is no doubt that these are all done by the pirates. A slap in the right hand, Yuan Hongjian came out of the sheath, making a crisp sound, followed by a slap, pointing to the pirates coming from the front. Swordsman! We have a gun in our hands. In the end, Qin Shiming's force in the middle of the month was not understood by Luo Chen, but at this moment, when he saw the other pirate raise his gun, the scorpion suddenly smashed up, and a dangerous cold bloomed. Hey! His waist was over, his knees jerked, and the next moment, his body disappeared into front of the pirates. The distance between the 2 sides is only about 10 meters. In an instant of Luo Chen's movement, it is already in front of the pirate that rushed. Gai Nai's 100-step flying sword, within 100 steps, the long sword is flying, enough to see his speed has reached the point of superb. Moreover, his control over the swordsmanship has reached the peak of the peak. The vicissitudes of life, the kendo that has been immersed for many years, are his most powerful places. At this moment, Luo Chen, who is possessed by Gai Nai, shows the ingenious swordsmanship. Take a step on the left side, the right hand squats, the blood blooms, the thief screams, and the cockerel falls to the ground. Just a break, get rid of one person. In the next second, Luo Chen made another move and stepped in front of the pirate who raised the gun. The sharp eyes seemed to bloom out of the hustle and bustle, and the pirates saw the Luokan at the moment. The fingers that had been placed on the trigger were actually shaking, and they could not be pressed anyway. Dead. A whisper, Luo Chen long sword cut through the void. Puff! The blood was thrown and another person fell to the ground. P.S. Thanks to the omnipotent horse, the gentleman's dress, and the lost black. Ask for some referrals. I've been a little busy recently, and the update is a bit less. After I'm done, I'm stable for 2 days. Brothers support a lot. Chapter 15, 100 Steps Flying Sword. It is crisp and neat, like the autumn wind sweeping leaves. Luo Chen's figure is incredibly fast. His whole person just rushed to the front of the pirates, and then his body jumped vertically and horizontally. He saw the light, and the blood was sprayed. The pirates fell softly on the ground. This fierce means, the time has attracted the attention of some people in the place. Sodexo is a scorpion, and he has found a difference in Luo Chen's body. This sword. That simple and devilish swordsmanship is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. This kid, who is it? Soders cautiously, and fell directly on the merchant ship before he stepped on his feet. Then he waved his hand. You, kill him. The pirates who watched the merchants on the side of the ship looked at each other and rushed forward with the weapons. They have all seen it in the previous scene. This kid's swordsmanship is absolutely extraordinary. Get a shot first. Aim at him. Several people whispered to each other and they nodded. The sound of the bolt hangs, and Luo Chen's sword turns, and the scorpion is sharp. His figure is slightly curved and he is ready for the sprint. Emission. At this moment, the pirates shouted loudly, and the right hand slammed down, and the trigger made a dull sound. Boom! The low gunshot rang, and Luo Chen's slightly curved body exploded at this moment, like a leopard and tiger predation, and the storm plummeted. His figure jumped. Ding! A bullet flashed directly through him, rubbing his cheeks over and hitting the metal behind him, making a crisp sound. At this moment, his keen sense and reaction gave him terrible mobility and conditioning. In the midst of it, he seems to be able to see the trajectory of the bullet's rapid launch, but the real naked eye can't see it at all. All of this is done entirely by intuition. Jumping to the left, Luo Chen jumped directly onto the railing, and the pirate moved quickly. The barrel was pointed at him and then fired again. Luo Chen's nephew condensed, his feet leaped and flew into the sky, and the gun was once again escaped by him. Followed by him, he fell on the deck. This time, he is only about 20 meters away from the pirates. Dead! Whispered in a low voice, Luo Chen's figure flashed and rushed forward. Shooting! Shooting! The pirates were frightened. This man easily escaped their bullets. How is this possible? A series of bullets came out, and Luo Chen's body shape was not reduced. The sword of his right hand flashed a cold light. The sly sword flower blooms, everything looks so beautiful. All the bullets hit the handle of Luo Chen and then bounced to the other side, making a dull shot. After 3 waves of attacks, but 5 seconds before and after, Luo Chen has jumped nearly 50 meters away, and came to the front of the pirates. This terrible speed, as well as a keen responsiveness, shocked people at the scene. Kill him! The pirates opened their mouths and shouted. But just as the discourse was just exported, Luo Chen's hand turned a rainbow, and the sword flower bloomed again. At the same time, his body shape rushed forward, and the body of the pirate appeared in the blink of an eye. A series of sounds came out, the pirates incredulously licking their neck or chest and other deadly parts, then softly fell to the ground. Fast sword! Sodexo's nephew shrank, and his heart was a little shocked. He is no longer delayed. From these 2 short battles, he has already seen Luo Chen's strength, which is absolutely extraordinary. It is not something that these mixed soldiers can handle under his hand. Who are you? A few big steps came to the opposite side of Luo Chen, Soders asked in a condensate voice. Brother de Luo Chen. Luo Chen, a sword, lifted, pointing to Sodexo, leave the pirate ship, and then leave here. I will let you live a life. Luo Chen's words are very heavy, very serious, and serious. He is indeed very serious about saying this sentence. How powerful is the power of Ganye? What is the strength of Dakin First Swordsman? At this time, Luo Chen, who was possessed by him, was the clearest. The ability to fill this way, for the understanding of Kendo, he compared the two naval majors he encountered before, and definitely had a reward level of 50 million. And 50 million pirates, to clean up Sodexo this level of the guy, completely effortless. Luo Chen. Sodexo stunned, and then the pupil collapsed. He remembered it. It was the name. The next moment, he carefully observed the face of Luo Chen, and his heart was more certain. This face, indeed. It's the guy on the reward ring. A reward of 150 million brothers de Luo Chen. Legend is that he is the younger brother of One Piece. But there is no strength. Not long after the One Piece died, his legend is naturally not lost in the Great Waterway and even the Four Seas, and all the secrets of the One Piece, the previous history, are also clearly seen by all. You are Luo Chen who has a reward of 110 million. Sodexo's face showed a smile. If he could kill Luo Chen, then, whether it is a bad name or a good name, he is in the pirate. In the prestige, the status will be greatly improved. It seems that I am really a good life. As he spoke, he pulled out the western sword at the waist and then pointed the western sword to Luo Chen. I want to kill you, Luo Chen, your attraction is far greater than the treasure of this ship. Luo Chen's face was more indifferent, and the Yuanhong sword in the right hand turned, and the sword pointed at Sodexo. Then you can only die. Sodexo's nephew stunned, and the western sword trembled. The next moment, he had already rushed over. His speed is equally terrible. Soder's strength is undoubtedly higher than many ordinary pirates. The reputation of this pirate ship can be said to be supported by Sodexo alone. His own reward of 11 million is also a bounty for the entire ship. After going to the Great Waterway, although the failure has returned, his strength has improved, and the strength at this time should be close to 20 million. However, all of this is in vain. In the face of Luo Chen with the cover of night, Sodexo is even more powerful, even if it is twice as powerful. Dakin's first swordsman, Juggernaut, the world's first sword, these powerful and exaggerated names, all concentrated in the body of Gani, his swordsmanship, fame, martial arts, have reached the point of Deng Feng. How can such a person be defeated by a little-known pirate? The long sword was bright, and Luo Chen's right hand flashed, and his body shape suddenly moved. He moved, but it wasn't just him moving. He moved and the sword moved. The cold and ruthless Yuanhong sword, this moment seems to bloom out of the ray of light, turned into a flying dragon, screaming and rushing to its enemies. The vertical and horizontal swordsmanship is the highest killing skill. Hundreds of flying swords. Chapter 16, Major General. In the meantime, everyone seems to have seen the rainstorm, the clouds cover the clear sky, a flying dragon descends from the sky, the mouth snarls, the raindrops are broken up by the dragon's body, falling, the long body is moving in an instant, it came from the sky and fell to the ground. Then the dragon mouth was big, and the fierce momentum shocked everyone. This is an unimaginable scene. On the deck, Luo Chen's hand in the hands of Luo Chen seems to have come out of his hand, whistling in the air, and Jinghong has already reached the eyes of Sodexo. The latter didn't even have a single reaction. The slender western sword only had a puncture and a thorn, and it was wiped off by the long rainbow. Puff! The blood was thrown, a big head burst into the sky, and the scorpion was full of shock and incredulity. Sodex can't imagine that the other party has the power to kill himself. In the rumors, isn't that this guy has no strength? Even if he began to see the other side killing his crew, he could subconsciously think that Luo Chen did not have him strong. But in any case, Sodexo did not think that the other party could kill him so simply and neatly. Sodex's fell heavily on the ground. Bright red blood, instantly dyed red deck. The pirates opened their mouths and squinted. Looking at the scene here, some of them were slow. Luo Chen slowly put the sword into the sheath, and coldly turned the scorpion to other pirates. All the pirates had a chill, and there was obvious fear in their eyes. Sodexo, who was already very powerful in their eyes, was killed by a sword. Hundreds of flying swords, used on your body, it is really a waste. Cold spit out, Luo Chen passed the body of Sodexo and walked toward the crowd. Looking at his head, the man on the merchant ship who was still afraid, Luo Chen frowned. He has been killed by me, you are safe. Fred, Hunt, let them go to the pirate ship. Fred and Hunter glimpsed, then immediately reacted and began to command the crowd to run toward the pirate ship. This merchant ship has been obviously unable to support it, and it will sink the sea. Luo Chen was alone in front of the remaining 20 pirates, looking cold. These pirates saw Luo Chen coming over and they all shuddered and feared. I was going to kill you, but you still have some use. Now, roll me to that boat, don't act rashly, otherwise I will kill you immediately. Luo Chen's voice was so cold that the pirates were even more afraid. But it is always good not to die, they quickly respond, and then arrive at the pirate ship. It was only about half an hour later, the merchant ship had already completed the transfer, and even the goods above had been fixed. The merchant ship has already started to enter the water at this time, and the water level is constantly rising. After a while, it will completely sink into the sea. Standing on the deck and quietly watching the merchant ship sinking, Luo Chen opened the door to the feared pirates, shipping, heading towards the nearest port. The pirates trembled and acted quickly. Immediately, the pirate ship roared and drove. After about 10 minutes, the pirates panicked. Captain, Captain, Navy! It is the Navy! A tall and thin pirate, pointing at the 2 black spots on the sea, with a clear panic on his face. Luo Chen's nephew condensed and walked quickly, then he saw that 2 warships were breaking the wind. Because the distance is still far away, it is not clear, but the outline of the ship has made him recognize it. This is the Navy. Vaguely, Luo Chen saw a burly figure standing in front of the ship, with a white justice cloak behind it. It is indeed the Navy. What should we do? The thief was nervous. Avoid them and drive toward the distance away from them. As for the port, we will look for it again. Luo Chen meditated, fast. Additional. His scorpion flashed and screamed at the pirates, control everyone on board, let them not speak loudly. If you don't listen to the order, execute it on the spot. Luo Chen still has not forgotten his identity at the moment, he is recognized as a pirate in the world. It is also a bounty with a bounty of 110 million. For your own safety, it is necessary to control the people of this ship. The pirate glimpsed and then retired. The pirate ship changed its course and headed in the opposite direction to the Navy. The 2 ships that were close to each other slowly pulled away. When the Sodexo pirate ship left here, the distant 2 naval warships were on the right side of the warship. Mr. Doriage is an adult. This time I was shocked by you. It really surprised my subordinates. Dezaimu has a clear respect in his tone. The rank of Major General, no matter how many levels he is higher than before, this may be the level that he could not cross for a lifetime. It's just that the strength and status of this person is enough to make him all kinds of flattering. He did not expect that when he went to arrest the world criminal Luo Chen, he happened to meet the major of the headquarters to come to his site. This is a coincidence. The prisoners arrested by the Navy headquarters have encountered it, and naturally will not let go. Dorage smiled. After all, I am also a Navy. As he spoke, Dorage's nephew looked at the pirate ship at a distant sea level. Because of the distance, he couldn't see clearly. He could only see the pirate mark on the canvas. That is the Sodexo pirate ship. It has just returned from the Great Waterway some time ago. It is just a failed pirate gang. Major General. The coffin saw the look of Dorag and quickly explained, do you want to pack them up? After hearing the words, Dorag turned back and shook his head, you don't need to waste time for them. Since you saw it, you will be arrested in the future. Accelerate forward, brother Di Luo Chen, cannot let him escape. Suomo's eyes were serious, his legs were close together, and he immediately saluted, yes, Major General. He has already decided, in any case, to listen to the general of the Major General. A Major General of the headquarters suddenly came to the East China Sea. Obviously, this represents the signal of the superior. Although the East China Sea is currently the most powerful sea area, it still has a far lower level of strength than the Sea Thief of the Great Waterway and even the New World. However, at this moment, Dorag came over. Once again, he glanced at the pirate ship that was getting farther and farther away. Dorag regained his gaze. The ministry sent him to the East China Sea, this time as the leader of the cleanup activities in the East China Sea. The Sea of One Piece Roger must be focused on. This is the most tough sentence of the Marshal in the naval headquarters. Codenamed for the East China Sea cleanup plan, the leader Monk D. Dorag. P.S. I want to collect, recommend, and I don't seem to have many readers. I hope everyone can support. Chapter 17, Become Stronger. Gradually, the distance between the two groups of people was getting farther and farther apart, eventually turning into a black spot disappearing into the sea. On the pirate ship, Luo Chen and the pirates are relieved. At this stall, it is naturally best to have a little trouble. Next, the pirates were calm on the boat and saw an island in front of them for about 3 hours. Luo Chen let the pirates quickly dock, and the ship approached the port after 15 minutes. Fred, when you get here, you are safe. Luo Chen walked into Fred, with a smile on his face. Luo Chen, thank you, you saved our lives. Fred is grateful. Behind him, most people are excited, and some people bow their heads. They wanted to report that Luo Chen was caught by the Navy, but they did not expect that Yin Chen was wrong. It was Luo Chen who saved them. Ordinary civilians, most of them still have good feelings in their hearts, and naturally feel very embarrassed. When we get here, we will temporarily separate them. If there is a chance in the future, I will meet you again at that time. Luo Chen said with a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he was urging him to leave here. Moreover, this pirate ship can no longer be used. This kind of intuition is the heart of Ye Wen's master, combined with Ganye. Where did you give me this feeling? Luo Chen was puzzled in his heart, but he did not dare to ignore this feeling. The martial arts people pay attention to the whim, this feeling must be accompanied by some kind of prediction. It was only at this time that he was busy breaking up with Fred and others, and Luo Chen suppressed this feeling. In about an hour, the caravans on board had already completed the transfer, and Luo Chen returned the goods to them. Later, after the separation of people like Fred and other people, the pirate ship trembled and swayed through the sea, flying out quickly. Captain, where are we going now? There are only 20 pirates left on the ship. At this moment, they are treacherous and full of fear. At the moment, Luo Chen, Gai Nai's possession disappeared, but the temperament has not yet dispersed. The appearance of a hermit high-ranking person makes the pirates unable to wear falsehood. It's okay to drive in the opposite direction to Rog. Luo Chen slammed and whispered. Then, he no longer took care of the pirates behind him and looked up at the calm sea in front of him. The sea shimmered by the sun, but Luo Chen seemed to see the calm sea, the hidden winds and the torrents. It seems that it is not calm. Mumming spit out, Luo Chen suddenly shocked. Wrong. In his mind, he suddenly flashed a naval warship that had passed by them before, and his nephew instantly showed light. The 2 warships. There must be terrible people on the warship. Because of this, Gain and Ye Wen's sensitive intuition will give me dangerous inspiration. Luo Chen finally wanted to understand. After thinking about it, his heart was relieved. Understand where the problem is, then he can handle it well. Captain, there is an island in front, do we want to replenish it? 3 hours after the vessel drove, the pirates came over with a look of distress. Basically, I didn't eat for a day, and I stayed with this killing star. The pirates are really facing tremendous pressure all the time. In this case, physical energy naturally consumes more and is hungry. Fast. Continue to drive. Luo Chen just spit out this sentence coldly, then did not take care of these pirates. The pirates have a bitter face and some people want to say something, but they are pulled by their companions, but they are reluctant to retreat. At all, Luo Chen was ignoring any of these pirates, and Luo Chen was taking care of himself at the moment to check the harvest of the time. With the currency, 5,600. After Luo Chen saw this amount of possessed coins at a glance, it was a scorpion, and there was a great surprise in his heart. After I asked him to hit the little cockroaches, only a few hundred possessed coins were available. But this time, the Sodex's pirates group was solved, and they got 5,600 pieces at once. Gai Nai is Gai Nai. This made Luo Chen sigh, and then began to observe Gai Nai's own skills. Ghost Valley Sword and Sword, 100 Steps Flying Sword. Yuan Hongjian. Changhong Guanri. Gagnes skills are only 3, but each price is expensive, far beyond the price of Yuan. Of course, this is also because of the different powers of the two people. The second-order force of Qin Shimingyu is much higher than that of Yet. After reading these 3 skills, I found out that there are 5,600 possessed coins, not many. Then Luo Chen smiled bitterly. These skills are undoubtedly very powerful. At least after training, in the world of pirates, they can also be equivalent to 2 or 3 million pirates. And such strength, in the East China Sea, is actually already at the middle level, and already has the strength to enter the Great Waterway. Hundreds of flying swords, 3,005. Yuan Hongjian, 2,000. Changhong runs through the day, 3,000. Luo Chen licked his dry lips, some pain. 3 skills, he wants to learn, but the possession currency is a big gap. There is no sword in swordsmanship, not at all. That is to say, the 100-step flying sword and the long rainbow, I can only choose one of them. This is too difficult to choose. The 100-step flying sword is the highest in the sword and cross-legged swordsmanship, and Changhong Guanri is the sword developed by Juggernaut Ganye himself, which is extremely powerful. After hesitating for a long while, Luo Chen chose the 100-step flying sword and the Yuan Hong sword. After deducting 5,500 possessed coins, congratulations to the host to learn the 100-step flying sword, Yuan Hongjian. From the electronic sound of the IC machine, Luo Chen immediately rushed to his head, and a huge flow of information emerged from the void, into his mind, and he merged with him in a flash. After a short 3-4 interest, Luo Chen opened his eyes, and in his right hand, there was also a long sword. The sword was crystal clear, and it was the famous sword. 100 steps flying sword. I will master it in an instant. Luo Chen muttered, and his eyes shot a sly sword. This is the first time he learned the skills given by the possessive system, and he also really discovered the power of the system. Before, I always said that my mood was good, and he was taught in an instant. However, this kind of sword law must be honed through thousands of times to be trained, but at this time, he has mastered it. Unfortunately, I have no inner strengths. With my physical condition at this time, with this sword, I can only play the strength of a pirate of about 15 million. Chapter 18, Fairy. This is just the general judgment of Luo Chen. As for the specific strength that can be played in the battle, it is not necessarily. After all, he has not experienced much battle since he was born. Lack of sufficient combat experience, and the previous battles are all attached to other people, the battles carried out, the strength of others, and their own shots, there must be a huge difference. Slowly pull out the Hong Hong sword, watching the crystal clear, flashing the blade of the cold Mang, Roshan's scorpion bursts with fierce light. After the two interest, he slowly scabbards the blade, the body's breath also gradually returned to calm. Stepping up towards the warehouse of the ship, Luo Chen was looking for some treasure. The property on his body, because of these two battles, has been exhausted, and now it can be said that there is no long thing. The pirate's warehouse was in the basement under the deck. Luo Chen walked into the warehouse, lit the candlelight, and immediately saw the scene inside the warehouse. However, the scene that caught the eye was to make him frown. So little. He thought that Soders was a pirate who burned and looted and had no evil. The inventory was definitely a lot. However, in this warehouse, there were only 2 or 3 piles of golden treasures. Adding up, I am afraid that it is only 5 or 600,000. Price. Stepped up on the deck, he summoned a pirate. How little is the treasure on board? Where are the other things hidden? His right hand pressed the hilt, and the scorpion was full of cold light, and the pirate opposite the scared face almost softened. When the treasures first entered the great waterway, we were robbed by other pirates. In the warehouse today, we still return to the East China Sea and grab those small pirates. The pirates are so scared that they are not afraid to hide. Luo Chen loosened the hilt, and his heart was speechless. He didn't expect such a bad luck. He returned to the warehouse again, smashing all the treasure into a dark package and then carrying it on his back. The package is not big, but because it is mostly metal products, it is a bit heavy. After returning to the deck again, he put the parcel down and sat down. Always sail, don't talk nonsense. Seeing the pirates next to them, Luo Chen directly let the other party's words swallow into the throat. The pirate ship has been driving for 3 days, almost to the most remote sea area of the East China Sea. Luo Chen Fang stood up. Close to the island. He pointed to the small island not far from the front and opened the way. The pirates are overjoyed. 3 days, they have not eaten for 3 days. For 3 days, this killing star is for them to keep on sailing. Half an hour later, the ship was near the island pointed to by Luo Chen. When the pirates were about to disembark, Luo Chen was once again throwing his cold eyes on these people. You go away immediately, leave here. In addition, don't reveal my whereabouts to anyone. The hungry faint pirate glimpsed, and then some people were furious and were about to roar, but they were pulled by their companions and covered their mouths. Hey, don't talk, I just saw it not far from here, there is also an island, let's go there. I have offended this guy, now I am dead. The man stunned and reacted. When he saw that the sword in Luo Chen's hand had been squirted for half an inch, he immediately shrank and smothered the angry words into his mouth. Reassured, the captain, we will not say it. We will leave now. The pirates haunted and flattered, then drove the ship's voyager, the rudder turned, and immediately drove the pirate ship away. Luo Chen stood on the coast and watched the pirate ship quietly, until there was no shadow, and then turned and walked toward the island. When I got here, the dangerous feeling has already disappeared, but still there. 3 days ago, when I learned the 100-step flying sword, this dangerous feeling fell by 30%. After 3 days of sailing, the dangerous feeling dropped by 40%. Now, when you get here, this dangerous instinct is only 30% left. As soon as the scorpion flashed, Luo Chen stepped forward toward the village in the island. The island is not big, there is only one street, the front is the endless sea, and the back is the rolling hills of the village. The first thing that Luo Chen came to the village was to find someone to exchange some of the treasures and get 100,000 Bailey notes. The system does not recognize the treasure, only recognizes Bailey, which makes Luo Chen very helpless. And, walking around the sea, maybe money. Fortunately, people in the village think that hard currency is more valuable than paper money. The second thing is to find a bar and start eating. The pirates didn't eat for 3 days, but he was actually. After eating a big meal in the bar, Luo Chen found another hotel, and then he slept. When he opened his eyes the next day, it was already afternoon. Now, it's time to find a boat. When the scorpion stunned, Luo Chen began to ask the villagers in the village which ships were able to sail. Nautical ships? Are you going to travel? If you want to travel far, the average fishing boat will definitely not work. At the very least, you have to sail. The village chief thought about it and said slowly. Yes, I need a boat that can sail. Luo Chen nodded. Then, there is only Luo Sida's family. I remember that his family happened to have a sailing boat. However, it seems that it has not been used for many years. The village chief thought about facing Luo Chendao. Thank you, the village head. Finally, Luo Chen walked toward Luo Sida's house. Roth is obviously the richest person in the village. His family is surrounded by walls. The yard is 400 or 500 square meters. It is a beautiful garden. The path is made of blue stone, but the house is a 3-story villa. Luo Chen directly found Roth, and explained the meaning. Do you want my family's sailboat? Roth's eyes showed a strange look, and looked at Luo Chen. Yes, my ship is broken, and it was only yesterday that I wandered here. Luo Chen nodded. Look at you with a sword? Wandering in the sea, not like a pirate, not a navy, are you a pirate hunter? Roth asked curiously. Luo Chen's scorpion flashed, his face showed a smile. Yes, I am a pirate hunter. The last time I met a powerful pirate, my ship was broken, and finally escaped. The pirate hunter can be unsafe. Roth set aside and said, well, I will sell it to you, and I will not ask you for money, 200,000. At the beginning, my father, but the ship that took 700,000 to build, his keel is very strong and the durability is absolutely reliable. Only after the death of my father, there are no more people in our family who can sail, and this is idle. Luo Chen nodded, 200,000 ships, it is indeed very cheap. Yes, where is the boat? In the small port behind the island, although it is not used, I often send people to repair it. After all, it is what my father gave me. P.S. Seeking collection, recommended. Chapter 19, Xiao Yan. So many years have passed, he is actually no different from when he just pulled back. Said, Luo Side led Luo Chen toward the small port mentioned in the mouth. After a few minutes, the two came to the port behind them. It is said to be a port. It is actually only one side of the island. It is only the shape of the island that leads to an inner bay on the coast near the sea. The ship is quietly docked in the inner bay. Luo Chen looked at the ship carefully from the distance, and his eyes showed a satisfactory light. From the outside, Roth did not lie to him. The canvas, the outline of the ship, is complete and there is no accumulation of dust that has not been used for a long time. Instead, it looks neat and clean, as if it were a new ship that has never been used. His structural shape is retro, and the front and rear of the boat are close to the middle, which looks very interesting. At the front end of the bow, there is a sculpture of a dragon leap. This dragon, the father asked to add, the name of the ship, also known as the Dragon Rogan. Roth said slowly, then he took out a whistle and slammed. Hey! The sharp whistle sounded, and the distant Logan trembled, then slashed through the water and brought out the ripples of the road, driving towards the two. It's coming, go see it. Luo Chen nodded. When Rogan approached, he discovered that the ship was not large, and the total length was 20 meters. However, the draft is very heavy, and it appears to be thick and stable on the surface of the water. It is difficult to feel the vibration after boarding. The material of the Rogan is made of silk wood from the 4 seas. The silk is produced in the depths of the sea. It is very strong and long-lasting in the sea, which makes him more tough. Roth briefly introduced. Nodded, Luo Chen followed Roth to look around. Picking a few places that are easily damaged, they knocked on the sound, and all of them sent a strong voice, and Luo Chen nodded. He is not ignorant of the ship. Brother Roger is actually a very good guy. He knows very well about world history and even all walks of life. And this has affected him. In addition to martial arts, in fact, in other respects, he has to go beyond Roger. After half an hour, the two discussed the price. The ship was eventually sold at a price of 200,000 baileys, and Luo Chen did not have cash, and finally exchanged for the equivalent of treasure. Both of them have achieved the desired goals in their hearts and are therefore very satisfied. Roth was also happy to invite Luo Chen to eat, and the latter readily agreed. In the afternoon, when the sun was about to fall, Luo Chen left here. After purchasing some necessities, and a full 5-person food for half a year, he came to the Rogan. Looking at the boat in front of her eyes, Luo Chen smiled. This ship is not big, but in the future, it may be his home. He was rewarded by the Navy and could not stay in one place for a long time. From then on, I can only live the days of wandering around. The next day, just dawn, Luo Chen slowly left the island with Rogan. Just 2 days before he left the island, the Sodis pirate ship also came to a small island. Only the remaining 20 pirates are going to be hungry. They rushed to the restaurants in the island, and then threatened the store with enough things. Take out your food, otherwise I will kill you all. Crazy people screaming at the people in front of them, the fierce breath suddenly scared the waiter and the owner. Followed by the food quickly, they gorged to eat the food. After the satiated meal, the pirates sighed for a long time, and the face appeared a satisfying look. Oh, that's so cool. That bastard, we have not eaten for 3 days, starving to death. See you next time, you must kill him. The pirates complained that there was still a look of horror in the eyes, so to speak, just to vent. I really let them go to the kid, I am afraid that 10,000 are not willing. Just after they complained, they came to the restaurant halfway through the meal, and a young man who had been sitting quietly suddenly spoke up. The in your mouth, where is it? Okay. The pirates suddenly woke up and turned their heads to look at the difficult young man. I saw that the man was covered in a dark robes, covering his body and face, his voice was low and serious, and there was some mysterious atmosphere. Who is your kid? They asked for a big drink. I dare to ask the news of the killing star. I don't know if they are talking about it, will they be killed? Who am I? The young man shrouded in the black robe suddenly laughed. He did not answer the questions of the pirates, but said to himself. Without being with you, it seems to be a very cautious person. This kid, different from the usual, seems to be a very brainy guy. Followed by, he slowly stood up. This stood up, the pirates found that the other person's height was more than 2 meters, burly and extremely oppressive. Later, the man took off his robe on his head, revealing a face full of fine runes. I am, the Rear Admiral of the Navy, Dorage. Courteous. The polite words made the pirates change their faces instantly. The long knife weapon that had just been caught in the hand was also jingle and fell on the ground. After the rest, the Navy, which had already been ambushed outside, rushed in, and countless rifles pointed at them. In fact, on that day, Durag passed away with Luo Chen. When he came to the location of the merchant ship and saw the sunken merchant ship, Dorag had already reacted. Looking back at the previous scene, their eyes immediately locked the Sodexo pirates. In the case of the Navy, locking in a pirate ship and making up their minds to destroy them is still difficult for the school-level officers in the East China Sea, but it is a breeze for the major general level. Just 5 short hours, the movement of the Sodex's pirate ship has been clearly touched by them, and then followed closely. After a brief inquiry, Durag's nephew flashed and laughed. That is, the guy is on the island right now, very close to here. Yes, Navy adults, the pirates said flatteringly. Major General Durag, do we have to go to the island to catch people immediately? Dazuo asked. Ha ha. Dorag was laughing, and the scorpion showed a wise light. No, that guy, I'm afraid I have already run away. It's a small kid, Luo Chen. Chapter 20, Last Sound. When Doreg grabbed the Sodexo pirates, Luo Chen had driven the Logan away from the island. At this time, if the Navy guys are not stupid, should they have already caught the pirates? Feeling the inner warning finally disappeared, Luo Chen's face finally showed a smile. I have been sailing with the Sodexes, landing on the island, and then letting the pirates go, actually in order to make the Navy's eyes attracted to Sodexo. In this case, he gave him a chance to buffer. Luo Chen is not so stupid, his own whereabouts have been known by the Navy, and naturally he can't escape the other's eyes. Under such circumstances, if you continue to use the Sodexes to sail, then sooner or later you will be caught. If the other party comes to a strong guy, then you must be accounted for here. Moreover, the warning in the heart never disappeared, and it proved that his guess was correct. Until then, the intuition disappeared, and Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing at the front end of the Rogan, looking at the calm sea, Luo Chen's gaze also flashed. Next, what should I do? There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Fleeing from Rog Town, and then the Navy was rescued by Sophia, to eliminate the Sodexo pirates, and now. In a short period of time, everything he experienced far exceeded everything that life has experienced in the past 16 years. This kind of life is too rich and too stimulating, so that Luo Chen's heart does not know whether it is excitement or fear. In the middle of a quarter of an hour, Luo Chen was immersed in this kind of stimulating and fearful thinking. After a long time, he only looked up, and at this time, he had a smile in his eyes. However, I have to admit that this feeling is really interesting. He laughed, and then Luo Chen began to think about his future life. If I remember correctly, Roger, he still has a son. And now I have the strength to protect myself. Although the possession system is a big consumer, I have to say that he can give me strength and is very powerful. The boat was slowly heading, and an hour later, Luo Chen's front became noisy. Are you a pirate? Frowning at the chaotic sea ahead, he saw two ships in front of them fighting fiercely. One of the ships was a pirate ship with a flag. The era caused by Roger, before the stability, the so-called pirates, are really greedy, jealous, shameless, fierce guys. These guys are real dross. Because of this, Luo Chenfang was more disgusted to become a pirate. The pirates he has seen so far, except Roger, are scums and murders. There is no moral bottom line at all, it is the worst guy. Become a pirate hunter, then, destroy these disgusting guys and go all the way to the South China Sea. Roger's son, and wife, must be saved. Hidden, Luo Chen's eyes showed Roger's hearty smile, his face could not help but smile. My brother is really good and good to himself. Because of the age difference, Roger is more spoiled for himself. The two have the same blood and are true brothers. Soon, Luo Chen's ship was close to the chaotic occasion ahead. With a right-hand grip, he grasped the Yuanhong sword, and there was a killing in Luo Chen's voice. Then he took a mask. When it was on the island, Luo Chen made the master of the island, and its image was the face of the heavenly palace. The Monkey King mask, a black robes, is the image of Luo Chen at the moment. It's really disgusting to see pirates like you. The rise of the killing of the two sides of the ship, blood flow. Suddenly, a gloomy voice passed over. The pirates immediately became shocked, then turned their heads, especially the woman led by the pirates, holding a machete, and immediately saw the place where the sound came. A small vessel with a black robe at the front end of the vessel and a guy with a monkey mask. Get out of the way, the old lady didn't care about you. Shriekman shouted. The 3 million rewards of Stalai, you have no time to take care of me, but I have time to take care of you. Luo Chen took out a reward order in his right hand and said with a chuckle. You are a bounty hunter. Starry changed his face. You got it right, but it's a pity, but it's your head. His face was cold, and Luo Chen's knees bent. The whole person had already jumped from the Logan, but in an instant, he entered the crowd of the two sides. Staley was fierce, and he waved his hand, "Cut me to him." Immediately, a dozen pirates shifted their targets and ran towards Luo Chen with their weapons. As soon as the scorpion squatted, Luo Chen leaned forward slightly and muttered in his mouth, "Through, the road is ahead, the road is invincible. You are in front of me, then you have to die." The sound suddenly became louder, his speed suddenly increased, leaving a stream of light in place. Between the hands, the virtual air, Luo Chen violently shuttled over a dozen pirates. Call! A gust of wind appeared, a dozen pirates rushed forward, and their eyes were shocked and incredible, mixed with a touch of fear. Puff! A large piece of blood sprang up, dyed the red deck, and more than a dozen figures were planted on the ground, without any movement. This kind of crisp and neat, fierce swordsmanship, suddenly shocked everyone present. Let people look at Luo Chen, and the horror of the pirates is that on the civilian transport ship, the combatants who participated in the fight were relieved. "You, who is this guy you are?" Starry shouted, with fear in his eyes. "Such swordsmanship has surpassed her too much. If you ask for a name, I can tell you." Luo Chen vomited softly, stepping forward, slowly moving forward, a long sword, leaning to the ground. "Please remember the last glimpse of your life. My name." As soon as he was in shape, Luo Chen had already face to face with Sally, who had no time to react, and his face became terrified. Called. The long sword turned, and the beautiful sword flower bloomed, and the sound of the sword was heard in the air. "Call out! Cut the air!" The tip of the sword turned, and went to the neck of Staley. "Jian Sheng, Gai Nai!" Puff! Blood spurted out, and a big head burst into the sky. Then, Luo Chen stepped out and came to the remaining pirates. The long sword swept, and a series of came out. Just 2 minutes before and after, a pirate group was smashed by him easily. P.S. Seeking a collection, seeking recommendations. Chapter 21, I Want to Save Money. This is the first pirate that Luo Chen solved, but it will never be the last one. His monkey face mask, terrible swordsmanship, left a deep impression on the rescued. After killing all the pirates, Luo Chen quietly left, deep in the name. Only the name of a sword Saint Gagne was left. 3 days later, he came to the division's naval station. Looking at the naval barracks in front, the eyes under the Luocan mask became deeper. The safest place is to stand under their eyes. No one thought, I turned out to be a pirate hunter. Struggling toward the naval branch, when Luo Chen came to the door, the two navy, who stood guard, blocked him from the face. "Who?" "Jian Sheng, Gai Nai." Luo Chen spoke coldly out these 4 words, such as the words of the iron, and the two navies suddenly trembled and looked at him with dignity. The pirate hunter. In recent days, they also heard a pirate hunter named Juggernaut Gagne, who swam in this sea area. Up to now, there have been 4 or 5 pirate groups that have been blamed for being killed. Therefore, when I heard these 4 words, the navies were all respectful. This is the real strong, and the maintenance of the navy's justice, against the pirates, is their natural ally. Yes. This is the head of Starley. Luo Chen took out a parcel in a cold voice and picked up a foot to reveal the face of Staley, which surprised the two navies. It is rumored that this stylist is a female pirate, but she is cruel and murderous. Some people even say that she is raw and fleshy, extremely ferocious, and its powerful strength makes this piece of pirate branch no way. However, in front of this guy with a monkey face mask and a thin body, even a sword solved such a terrible guy. The strength won the respect. The two navies have been awesome for Luo Chen. Where is the head of the person, where is the reward? Keeping the cold words, Luo Chen's voice does not contain the slightest feelings. Please come with me. The two navies esteemed introduction of Luo Chen, the latter with a mask, no one can see the expression below him. After a little tilt, the navy led Luo Chen to the office of the division sergeant. "Hello, is Sword Saint Gani?" In the small office, the national character's face asked, and carefully observed Luo Chen. From the figure of Luo Chen, the sergeant saw the terrible sword in the body of the person in front of him, as if to rush out of the body. It was amazing. "Sure enough, master." The darkness of the heart, the sergeant's importance to Luo Chen's heart is much improved. "You two will retreat first." Waved to let the two navies leave, the sergeant let Luo Chen sit down. "This is the head of Staley, where the money is." Luo Chen directly put the parcel on the table, just to expose the face of Sally, face to face with the sergeant. The latter's pupils shrink, confirm their identity, and their hearts tremble. "It is undoubtedly, Staley, 3 million Bailey, will give you a lot of points." The sergeant nodded. "That's as soon as possible." Luo Chen said coldly, ready to get up. "Wait a minute, Lord Gay." The sergeant suddenly opened his mouth and put a smile on his face. "I don't know if you are interested in being a navy. With your ability, if you join the navy, I promise you that once you enter the navy, you will be directly at the sergeant level, and the battle will be easier with your skills. As long as you kill a few pirates, you will upgrade immediately, and the future will be infinite." The scorpion under the mask of Luo Chen flashed, and there was a hint of interest in the corner of his mouth, but his voice was still cold under the mask. "Not interested in. I am only for money." After that, he turned and left here, accompanied by the sergeant, went to the place to withdraw money. The finance department of the navy is not far away. It is only a moment of effort to get all the 1 Bailey. At this time, the sergeant is still persuading, and enlightened Luo Chen to do all the benefits of the navy. Now the navy is preparing to carry out a major clean-up campaign for the East China Sea. It needs a strong and powerful person to join. It is a good time for you to come in at this time. We must cherish this opportunity. I can guarantee that after 3 years, no, 2 years later, it must be a major level. Even in the East China Sea, the major level is also very high. Believe me, Gay Nai, you must have a big break." However, in the face of the expectations and persuasion of this sergeant, Luo Chen is just a cold word. "I am only interested in money. Money can make a ghost, and he only needs money. As long as he has a lot of money, he can gain a powerful force. In this chaotic world, there is hope for survival." Because of the sergeant's blending, Luo Chen was relieved for a quarter of an hour before he went out to the naval base. Looking at the sergeant is not willing to look, Luo Chen trembled in his heart. Shaking his head, taking a step, left here. "It's too late, I use masks to cover my identity, and I'm shocked by my strength. They won't be interested in the face under my mask. But if you really join the navy and limit more, the above strong ones will always be born to me. Suspect. For the navy, don't get close, don't leave, keep distance. This is the best way. This is the first time the pirates trade." In the next 3 months, Luo Chen went all the way to the town of Rog. He killed dozens of pirates, all of which were rewarded over 1 million. This kind of record is to let his name spread throughout the civil and the navy. The top management of the division has also begun to watch him. After all, the pirates who can kill millions of people may have luck at one time, but after so many times, the latter has no injuries at all, and that is the strength is really strong. Such a talent, the navy is just in need at this time. At the same time, the pirates began to pay attention to this cold guy with a monkey face mask and a long sword. A powerful pirate hunter, the threat to the pirates, is very big. In the middle of the East China Sea, at this time, Luo Chen was sitting alone on the deck, holding the wine of the top grade in his hand and drinking slowly. After several killings, his money has accumulated to more than 35 million. From the poor to the standard of a well-off. No strength, when the pirate hunter, is looking for death, but there is strength. This is the way to get rich and get rich. Standing on the deck, Luo Chen looked arrogant, pointing to the mountains, stimulating the text, very generous. In the last life, he was just a poor boy who had not paid a 4-digit deposit. He experienced this process of tens of millions of deposits. I want to save money. Scrapping money. If you have money, you will have happiness. There was a blush on his face, and Luo Chen shouted out. P.S. Keek, open more, this writing is very tasteful, nothing, not eunuch. Chapter 22, The Colonel Wants to See You. The stagnation under drunkenness made Luo Chen arrogant, and vented loudly against the wide sea. In these days, too many things happened, the death of my brother, the pursuit of the navy, the difference of friends, the sudden fall of the possessive system, and the lack of strength. He suddenly became a strong man and was able to ride in the sea above as a pirate hunter. All of this, in exchange for his 16-year-old, is even dare not think about it. Everything is too bizarre, incredible. In Luo Chen's heart, there has always been pressure, confusion about the future, and doubts about his own strength. He didn't know what to do and what to do. Until recently, there was a glimpse of it. On that day, in the face of the navy to receive a bounty, this is his experiment, but also an adventure. He wants to know whether he can appear in front of those who chase himself, whether he can appear in a bright and straightforward manner, and no longer avoid fleeing. Is there a courage to face the predicament? As he approached the naval base, his heart remained calm. Therefore, he finally determined that the possession system is powerful and he has changed himself. The master's state of mind has made him become shocked and able to face any dangers and dilemmas. So, he is happy, he is crazy. Not only because of that objective bounty, but also because of your own strength. He is very happy and very happy. A man sipped his drink, but after a while, Luo Chen slept in the past. Rogan slowly followed the sea breeze and did not know where to go. On the second day, when the sun rises, the warm sun shines on Luo Chen's ass, letting him wake up in the glare of the glare. Headache. Taking advantage of his own temples, he slowly returned to his mind and thought about everything before. After climbing up, Luo Chen drank a few more saliva and washed his face before he woke up. The money is still not enough, I still need a good one. What I summoned before is at most a ghost of 10,000 grades, but it is already very strong. So, if I use tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of Baileys, how powerful is the ghost that is summoned? I really want to know their style. Luo Chen has some expectations in his heart. From the price alone, he can tell the difference between the two. If he can summon it and fight for it, can he get the power of those powerful ghosts? For this, Luo Chen is full of desire. Later, he set sail and drove the Logan to drive in the East China Sea. Time is fast, and 3 months have passed. In these few months, Luo Chen's reputation has become even more famous. His strong strength allowed him to once again seize 3 pirates with a bounty of around 5 million. This adds up to a total of 15 million, and most of the other pirates who are not strong enough are far away after seeing him. The weak pirates did not dare to meet me. In the past 3 months, there was no business. Reluctantly shaking his head, Luo Chen felt for the first time that his reputation was not good, which means that his money has become difficult. On this day, he went to the nearest naval base, and the pirates killed in recent days need to be converted into bounty. It took 3 days to travel to the nearest naval base. In fact, after such a long time of sailing, Luo Chen has almost traveled every sea area in the East China Sea. Carrying a dark package, Luo Chen took his monkey face mask and walked into the naval base. The people of the various bases of the East China Sea Navy are also very familiar with him. The rumors inside the Navy, this pirate hunter with a monkey face mask, superb swordsmanship, unfathomable strength, is terrible. Going all the way to the finance department, Luo Chen is also very familiar with the layout of the naval base. Most of his bases are actually the same. Only special bases will be distributed according to the terrain. A reward of 550 million SLU. In different tone, Luo Chen put the dark package on his desk. The black cloth dissipated, revealing a sly face, and the inspectors on the opposite side carefully looked at them and nodded. When SLU was dead, his pirate group had already been disbanded, and the thief group disbanded. Such a major event, which naturally spread quickly among the navy. Therefore, the authenticity of the message is no doubt, and the face of this head and the bounty is not fake. It's him. The inspector said that he then handed out 5.5 million Bailey to Luo Chen. Working hard, pirate hunter, Gai Nai. With a smile, the inspector said another. Luo Chen nodded, no snoring, and he was ready to turn and leave. Please wait, our colonel is interested in you, can you please go to his side to have a cup of tea and chat? At this moment, the inspector was again open, and the words were full of smiles. Luo Chen frowned, he did not intend to have too much contact with the navy. Not interested in. Shaking his head, Luo Chen turned and went. However, just as he walked to the door, the two soldiers suddenly blocked the pace of his progress. The right hand was placed on the gun, and the action of this hidden threat immediately caused Luo Chen to shrink. What do you mean by this? Don't misunderstand, Colonel Xiu Ross is really just seeing you. For the famous sword of the East China Sea, he wants to see him. The inspector is still smiling, but Luo Chen's heart is have an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the outside of the finances remembered the intensive footsteps. With a loud drink, the patrolling navy stood in front of the finance room. This is a deterrent and a threat. Luo Chen's eyes are condensed and naturally look out. Seeing that Luo Chen stood still, no more words, the inspector smiled and led the way. The right hand is slowly placed behind, but after halfway, it is Panasonic. When you meet the colonel, you hope, there will be no accidents. Indifferent words contain cold, Luo Chendao. Of course, please rest assured that Master Ross is the most hospitable. The prosecutors laughed very intimately, swiftly waved, let the two men at the door retreat, and then led Luo Chen to the place where Xiaosis was located. 5 minutes later, Luo Chen came to the front of a room on the 3rd floor of the base center. Ringing the door, a dull voice came from inside the door. Please come in. Luo Chen stunned and then pushed in. As soon as he entered the door, Luo Chen saw the simple furnishings in the room, wooden tables, chairs, bookcases, and a few pots of vegetation. Other than that, there was nothing else. Jian Sheng, Gai Nai. At this time, the middle-aged people in the room also picked up their eyebrows and looked at Luo Chen. Chapter 23, Keep an eye on. The colonel is an adult. The face under Luo Chen's mask was a bit cold and nodded indifferently. In the impression of the navy, the mysterious pirate hunter Juggernaut Gagne is such an indifferent swordsman. Therefore, Xiu Ross did not care, just smiled and then pointed out that Luo Chen was sitting opposite him. I have always been very curious about you, so I want to see you this time, and I hope I don't mind. Slightly nodded, Luo Chen was sitting rudely opposite the repair of Ross, and then did not say anything. After waiting for a long time, I didn't wait for the other person to talk, and Rose was a little embarrassed, and said after laughing. German Gain, don't you say anything. Say what? Luo Chen asked. For example, your life, birthplace, master, etc. Xiu Ross's scorpion flashed and asked softly. In fact, for the navy, the pirates of these powerful hunters will search for them on weekdays. Recently, the navy needs a lot of combat power for the deployment of the East China Sea. These pirate hunters, which are separated between the navy and the pirates, are naturally the best recruiters. In fact, the navy has recruited a large number of pirate hunters to become navies, either by position, money, or by seduce. In between, many divisions are very curious about this mysterious and powerful Juggernaut Gagne, often collecting information and inquiring about his source. But what is surprising is that this sword Saint Gagne, as if it is suddenly appearing, before that, there is no news of him a little. This person is like a drop from the sky, it is amazing. Life experience. Birthplace. Luo Chen's tone brought a little smile, and there was a hint of anger in it. The colonel left me, just to find my source. After repairing Ross, he smiled and said, "It is really curious." Then he stared deeply at Luo Chen's mask and glanced. "After all, you are our excellent partner, and we don't want such a trustworthy person. The road is unclear. What kind of person are you under the mask? In case it's a pirate, that's fun." "No." Finally, Xiu Luo eyes looked at Luo Chen, Yang Sheng. "The pirates? Oh, you can really make a joke, everyone knows that I have no mercy on the pirates." Luo Chen said coldly, "As for you want to know my identity, I can tell you. My hometown is not in the East China Sea, but also recently came to the East China Sea by coincidence. A sword is also learned in my hometown of Nanhai. My master is called Gigutsi. What I learned in my body is naturally his vertical and horizontal swordsmanship. These, you can go check." Luo Chen's voice was very cold, showing strong dissatisfaction with others asking him. "Oh, you should not be too angry, the Navy has always been cautious, I hope you can understand." Xiu Ross heard Luo Chen simply explain his identity, remembered a few words in his sentence, and the scorpion flashed and laughed loudly. "Not in the East China Sea, no wonder we can't find his roots, the South China Sea, the Gigutsi, the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship. I secretly remember these keywords in my heart. Xiu Rose is going to report to the superiors later. The Navy has branches all over the world. It is actually very easy to find out whether the news is true or not. Is there anything else? It has been delayed for a long time here." Luo Chen's unwelcome voice came over and let Xiu Luo return to God. Speaking a little embarrassed, "Maybe you have any inconvenience, but..." The tone of repairing Rose was solemn. "Please take off the mask on your face." Its deep, solemn tone, and the momentum that gradually rose up, made Luo Chen's scorpion a glimpse. "Sure enough, these guys have started to be suspicious of me." Luo Chen sneaked in his heart, and the whole body was already on guard. "This is impossible. Colonel Ross, I am not a navy, please don't overdo it." His tone was also tough, and his right hand was placed on the hilt behind him. A fierce sword was released from his body, which made Shuro's eyes look dignified. "It's not the rumored sword Saint Gain, so the sword is arrogant, let the admiration. But today, I must see you." The tone of Shuro's is very determined, and his figure is standing up. A moment suddenly, the western sword, which was leaning against the Ross chair, was already in his hand, and then suddenly spurted forward. Luo Chen felt the violent flow of air, and a sharp airflow broke through the heavy blockage in the air, thinking of his slamming impact. "Do you do it? Hey!" Yuan Hongjian screamed and slammed out of the sheath. At the same time as the long sword was unsheathed, Luo Chen stepped back 3 steps, and his right hand turned. The beautiful sword flower appeared in the air, and the crystal sword tip suddenly stopped in front of the air. When the crisp sound of the sword came out, the glare of the spark came out, 2 very different swords, and the tip of the sword hit together. Xiu Luo's pupil contracted, and the right hand of the sword was trembled, and his heart was already shocked. This sword was first issued by him, but the other party then went first and appeared in the path of his western sword, as if he was waiting for him there. At the moment of the impact of his sword tip, the power of Pei Ran came directly from the blade, which made him seem to be able to hold the unstable sword at that moment. Such a powerful force, superb swordsmanship, just for a moment, let Xiu Luo judge that he is not as good as the other side. Superb sword master. If nothing happens, I will leave. Luo Chen looked at Xiu Luo's daze, slowly recovered the long sword, and turned away from here. Xiu Luo looked at the back of Luo Chen's departure. The western sword held slowly recovered at this time. A right arm, countless cells began to tremble and scream at the moment, and the wooden chair under him was also after the three interest. A slamming sound became a smash. The perfect control of the power, superb swordsmanship, this guy, where did it come from? After musing and hesitating to look at the golden phone worm next to him, he finally did not order to intercept Luo Chen. He is not sure whether the power that the other party has just shown is all. If it is, even if he turns his face, he will certainly arrest the other party, but at the last moment, the other person's self-confidence and indifference make him suspicious. It's like, even if facing the entire naval branch, the other side is confident that he can leave safely. South China Sea? Let them check it out first. But 80% is possible, it is fake. This guy, there must be a problem with identity. Xiu Ross judged that the scorpion flickered. You must keep an eye on him. Chapter 24, Identity. When Luo Chen left the Xiu base, there was no navy chasing him, which also made him feel relieved. All in all, it's a good thing to have less trouble. Otherwise, if these navies are all besieging him, it will cost a lot of effort to get out of this naval base today, and pay a great price. Although Bailey, he has a lot of accumulated funds at the moment, he has to carefully calculate and save flowers. There are too many masters in the world of pirates. When they reach the Great Route and encounter the enemies, I am afraid that Bailey, who has millions of starts, will summon ghosts before they can barely resist. In a sense, the ghost value of the possession system is equal to the strength of the pirate bounty. Of course, this is not absolute. For example, the sword of Genai is placed in the Qin Shiming month, which is the price he summoned. However, in this world, his subtle swordsmanship, for some reason, has changed and discussed the value. Not inferior to tens of millions of pirates. Boarding the Rogan, Luo Chen's heart was already alert. You must leave the East China Sea as soon as possible. It is no longer possible to stay here. The suspected navy is not so good. After another 3 months, Luo Chen killed 5 pirates and exchanged the rewards with the naval base. He pushed the amount of Bailey he had saved to 75 million. This is already won. The pen was quite a huge sum of money, and the heart that kept him hanging up was finally put down. 75 million, if you exchange ghosts, the strength may not fall below the level. And the navy of the class, what is represented, at the very least, in this East China Sea, is already invincible. Luo Chen gave himself 3 days off. In these 3 days, he parked the boat on a small island, playing around, looking for a quiet light bar, listening to the violin, watching the beautiful woman dance and sculpt himself. The sentiment. 3 days later, he left here and continued to move towards the Great Fairway. As far as he knows, if he wants to go to the South China Sea, he must go from the top to the bottom. There is a counter-current to the 4 seas. Of course, these news are only what he has heard. He does not know how. And to go upside down, you must pass through his hometown, Rog Town. As soon as the scorpion smashed, Luo Chen's face was serious. Looking at the nearby town, the unusually familiar town, Luo Chen is in a complicated mood at the moment. At the beginning, I was forced to leave here, and I didn't even have the power to protect myself. I didn't expect to have enough power after a round of the East China Sea. In the end, he returned to here. When the ship quietly approached the shore, Luo Chen silently took out the mask and put it on his face. Then, jumping off the boat, Luo Chen went to the town of Rog. Just as Luo Chen boarded the town of Rog, the town's naval branch office. So, do you suspect that this guy named Gagne is actually a pirate? Transformed pirate hunter, just to hide his identity. The middle-aged Colonel Smo frowned at the young man in front of him, his eyes full of doubts. Not doubt, yes. The young man smiled and the tone was abnormal. Darag, you have to know that if you judge the mistakes, our navy has to bear a lot of risks, SMO said quietly. I can't be wrong, Darag said softly. Subsequently, his gaze became deep and distant, looking out the window. I am not only sure that his identity is a pirate, I also know who this guy is. Since that time, Loyolag has not let go of any clues, and several nearby islands have also been visited, including, of course, the one where Luo Chen bought the ship. Slowly, Darag draws a drawing from his hand. What is this? SMO wondered. Boat. Daraga said. What do you mean? SMO still didn't figure it out. This ship is the guy, Juggernaut Gagne, and at the same time, also the brother Di Luo Chen, bought from a small aristocrat named Roth. From the day he bought the ship, Luo Chen disappeared. At the same time, a pirate hunter named Guy Ni was born. He is very smart, almost hiding all the traces, but he is not cruel enough. Darag said softly, his eyes full of interest. You mean? The famous pirate hunter Sword Saint Gani, turned out to be the brother Di Luo Chen. SMO shocked. Darag did not respond this time, his eyes flashed and his face smiled. Funny guy. Muttering, he put his hand into his arms and took out a small phone bug. Report his position. Then, I gently asked the phone worm. Smoman is curious to look at the actions of the young people in front of him, completely unable to understand what the other party is doing. Rog Town. The low voice came out of the phone bug, and Darag's eyebrows were the same, laughing. Then, he did not take care of SMO, waved his hand to the latter and took the office. Luo Chen stared for a long time, but there was no news from the other party. The guy was too smart. After that, it seemed to have disappeared. However, some time ago, a guy named Jian Sheng Gai Nai entered his sight. This is a pirate hunter who seeks evidence. He inadvertently saw that when he proved that his identity was wrong, he was right next to him. In the South China Sea, there is no swordsman named Gigutsi, and it is even more impossible for a guy like Gagne. The South China Sea branch has a positive tone, and Darag still remembers it clearly. Yes, the identity of that Gagne is fake. This made him curious, why a pirate hunter, with a mask, why hide his identity? There must be secrets behind this, and it must be very interesting. He first checked the other's swordsmanship, but there was no clue. After that, he checked the ship. It was this ship that made Darag's previous stalemate problem suddenly open. It turned out that this is the story of one person turning into another. Then, through all the clues, he contacted the bystanders in the Chamber of Commerce that day, and obtained evidence to prove that the so-called Sword Saint Gagne used the sword method, exactly the same as Luo Chen. This is simply a person. To this day, Darag is finally confirmed. Because, the other party is now in the town of Rog, and, the orientation is his original home. Interesting, fun. This funny guy, I really don't want to take you back to the Navy. However, just because you are interesting, it is even more dangerous. Compared to Roger, you are used to hiding the means behind it, and it is even more difficult to prevent. Brother Di Luo Chen. Chapter 25, Strongest Soul. Standing on the street, Luo Chen's expression is a bit complicated. The time to leave home for 16 years has not been long. But what happened between them is like a world apart, fighting the Navy, fighting wits, and saving the Chamber of Commerce. All of this, placed in the original juvenile, cannot be imagined. During this time, it was not only his strength, but his own heart became stronger. The influence of the master's state of mind has influenced him and developed towards a mature and perfect direction. There are 2 floors in the attic, one is the living room, the second is the bedroom where he lives. The house is small, made of wood, but it is very warm. Luo Chen raised his steps and walked slowly into the room. The door was not locked. At that time, he was in a hurry and had no time to do anything for the house. After entering the room, Luo Chen glanced around and found that the layout of the display did not change much. It was no different from before he left, and what surprised him was the cleanliness of the house. Houses that have not been inhabited for a long time, especially wooden houses, are easy to accumulate dust and worms. However, there is not here. Obviously, someone in this room has been cleaned. Who is it? When Luo Chen thought about it, he understood it. The heart can't help but warm, even if he is gone, Jinx and Eyes will not forget themselves. They helped to clean the house, and Luo Chen was also clear. This is a kind of blessing, a kind of sustenance, waiting for the partner to go home. Silently went up the stairs and walked up the second floor, Luo Chen entered his room. The second floor room is still simple, with a single bed, a small bench and a wardrobe. On the table, a photo frame is placed. Luo Chen's eyes turned to the photo frame, and he couldn't help but look calm. There are two people in the photo frame. One person looks young and the other looks like only 3 or 4 years old. It seems very ignorant. The young man looks like a character, and he smiles very cheerfully, and the 3 or 4-year-old child rides on his neck, his expression is awkward. Brother. Luo Chen's mouth muttered, his eyes could not help but get wet. The man in this photo frame is his brother, Brother D. Roger. This is when he was 3 or 4 years old, taking photos with his brother. From then on, the two did not have any photos. After Roger's death, he can say that this photo is the only medium he used to remember his brother. Go over and put this photo into the package and put it in your body. Luo Chen looked around again and saw that there was nothing to take away, he decided to turn around and leave here. After leaving again, I want to come back, I am afraid it will take a long time. This time, Luo Chen went down the first floor and walked out of the door, carefully locking the door. He is very serious and slow to lock. Just when he was locked against the street, a figure suddenly appeared here, the figure was very burly, there was a rune with no sorrow, the justice cloak behind it fluttered in the wind, the navy, the clothes seemed very spiritual, full of justice. Behind the people, a navy appeared, not many, only 5 or 6 people. But this is a naval squad that adds up to no more than 10 people, but it is full of shock. As soon as it appeared, the entire street began to calm down. That is, Major General. The Major General of the Navy headquarters. In the crowd, there are a lot of hidden pirates, and they are naturally clear about the rank of the Navy. This young Navy standing in the head is actually a Major General. How did the Major General come here? The faint whisper is very light, but it is very clearly introduced into Luo Chen's ear, so that it is a glimpse. Subsequently, Luo Chen's hand made a force, the lock made a beep sound, and the lock was firm. He turned slowly and showed a hint of helplessness. Is it still found by you? Luo Chen is really helpless. He has been careful enough and confirmed that any link he has made is perfect. However, it was still found. Is it locked? You are very serious about locking? Dorag asked with a chuckle. Between the words, there is no atmosphere to face the enemy. For this young man, Dorag is very curious and admire. It was such a teenager who was only 16 years old, but he turned the entire navy of the East China Sea, even if it was not a coincidence, he could not even capture his true identity. Own home, always take it seriously. Luo Chen answered seriously. Is there a chance to come back? Dorag asked casually. Some. Going out, always come back. Luo Chen is still very serious, as if he said everything he said, he will be responsible for it. Oh? You are very confident. Dorag's eyebrows rose slightly, then smiled. Roger's younger brother, it really is different. In these years, the Navy is paying attention to your brother, but it also ignores your existence. Even many people don't know that he has a younger brother. I am Roger's younger brother, but I am only Luo Chen, my brother's glory, fame, belongs to him, and has nothing to do with me. Luo Chen suddenly said with a blank expression. My extraordinary, you will see, but in the future, not now. These two sentences, Luo Chen smashed the iron, said absolutely to the extreme. In the words, it is full of strong self-confidence. It was these words that Durag's nephew clung tightly. You are also very dangerous, boy. Today, I am afraid I will never allow you to leave here. Come back to the Navy headquarters with me. Luo Chen's nephew condensed, staring at the multi-rag, suddenly laughed. The Major General, I belong to the sea, belong to the land, but it does not belong to the Navy. In this life, maybe, I will go anywhere, but the only thing I will not go is the Navy. Durag stunned and then laughed. Interesting young people, but it is not for you. Subsequently, Durag waved his hand and his 5 or 6 figures behind him all acted quickly. Seeing the enemy's hands, Luo Chen's nephew was also tightly picked up. The strength comparison between the enemy is not obvious. Under such circumstances, only by raising your own strength to the limit, there is the possibility of escape. The other party only brought such a team, obviously confident, and the reason for supporting such confidence is undoubtedly a powerful strength. These soldiers who have already rushed over are not terrible. The terrible thing is the Major General. Self-confidence, cold expression, and no flaws in the body, all show their difficult ability to deal with. So, Luo Chen began to possess himself without hesitation at this moment. Summon, 75 million, nothing left. Give me the strongest soul out now. P.S. The strongest soul, who should I call? Chapter 26, Going Through. The voice in Luo Chen's mind just fell, and the system gave an echo. It costs 75 million Bailey to summon a green soul. Hidden, a group of rotating light blooms, a burly figure comes out of the air, in the twinkling of an instant with Luo Chen. This figure is indifferent, with scarlet eyes, and it seems to be shining with endless radiance. The speed of his integration with Luo Chen is extremely fast, just a moment of effort, has been integrated into Luo Chen's body. The whole person was shocked, and Luo Chen, who opened his eyes again, had a scarlet, 3 hooks, and a fast spin. This time, is Uchiha. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Luo Chen didn't know how the system arranged the soul's combat power, but the 75 million Bailey actually summoned the high-end combat power in this fire shadow, and had to say that it was extremely fortunately. Green level peak soul, Uchiha. Blood, right around eye, good it, illusion, ninjutsu. In the mind, the information given by the system was quickly circulated, and Luo Chen himself was rapidly integrating with Uchiha. Gradually, his body can feel a full force expanding, flow to all limbs, and his body is washed and powerful. This is an invisible quick refinement, and the time is very fast. Almost every moment, Luo Chen's physical strength has entered the next stage. For the time being, Luo Chen, who wrote the will I, in his eyes, the 3 hooks were spinning fast, and the flying navy, the speed under his feet, also became slow under his line of sight. Suddenly, Luo Chen also moved. At this moment of movement, the rainbow sword behind him is also sheathed. The crisp sound of the sword rang, and a brilliant light burst out. Luo Chen strode out, just a few steps, and he had already reached the front of the navy. His speed is like a teleport, spanning only a distance of 10 meters. This strange speed made the navy a glimpse. Followed by, even more terrible Jianguang appeared. A sword out of the blue dragonfly, shining in Kyushu cold. The blue light maps in the eyes of everyone, such brilliance is beautiful, but it is fascinating. Luo Chen's expression is calm, riding him in the state of the wheel, and with the experience of Uchiha's life, he demonstrated the ability of actual combat at this moment. The two sides passed by, and Luo Chen did not stop at all, crossing the navy that came from the attack. Puff! The eruption, the navy issued a painful scream, and fell directly to the ground. In the face of this sacred sword, they did not even support the past. Seeing this scene, Durag's pupils contracted. According to the information he got, the boy in front of him was only 40 to 50 million, so he still calculated more. However, the other party immediately put the strength of the school-level officers directly on the ground. This kid also hides strength. One blow defeated 5 school-level officers. This kid is terrible. With such a terrible power at this age, it can be said that Luo Chen's potential is no less than his brother, One Piece. This also proves that the other party has obvious value of hundreds of millions of bounty. I underestimated you. Durag stepped out, the cloak of justice behind him swayed, and the expression was full of attention. Navy, report your name. Luo Chen passed the school-level officer who had fallen to the ground and screamed, pointing the sword to Durag. Although the characters in the anime are familiar to him, they are difficult to tell by their own eyes. Menki D. Durag. Rear Admiral. Dorage said with a deep voice, Ro, I am in the name of the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, today, arrest you here. You still have a hand. When he heard the name of the Navy in front of him, Luo Chen could not help but be a glimpse. Durag. He did not expect that this extremely energetic guy turned out to be Durag, the leader of the revolutionary army who had set off the world in the anime, and was hailed as the most vicious criminal in the world. His name was awesome. One Piece is on the same level. Interesting, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Luo Chen's mouth appeared a smile, and his heart became more calm. Suddenly encounter such a strong enemy, have to say, Luo Chen's heart is still excited. Is it not a very interesting thing to be able to compete with the powerful and famous young people of anime? Do you know me? Durag raised his eyebrows. Dr. Dorage, who is famous, who doesn't know? Luo Chen chuckled. Durag is even more strange. This time, he was the first time he left the headquarters to perform his duties. As for the famous name, it is only in the Navy. Who knows the outside world? Luo Chen is no longer nonsense, a scorpion, 3 hooks speed up the rotation. It is impossible to make full efforts, and the beginning is necessarily to test each other's true strength. Yuan Hongjian slammed, and issued a crisp sword, and took out a beautiful sword flower in the air. At this moment, Luo Chen moved. His pace is brisk, but he is strange and looks slow, but he is fast and fast. Only in an instant, I have already come to the front of Durag, and a sword suddenly draws out and goes straight to his neck. Call. Like the same gust, Durag escaped this blow. But then, the more violent swords and shadows came, and Dorage was shocked. The sword's swordsmanship was impenetrable and extremely repressive. For a time, he was forced to retreat. 2 people attacked one by one, and 1 person stepped back and ducked. It was only a moment of effort, and it had already fought 100 meters. Ghost Valley's swordsmanship, 1 vertical and 1 horizontal, has attack and defense. The attack is like a heavenly rage, the violent and cruel, the tip of the sword shakes, the enemy is caught in a storm, suffering from thunder bombardment, punctuality and long the snake disc array, the turtle standing on the ground, the air is impenetrable, no flaws. In such a case, even if it is Durag, there is only a retreat in one time. Tens of interest, Durag has been forced to the fountain in the street. At this moment, Luo Chen's right hand trembled, and the more fierce swordsmanship came out. In an instant, he stabbed 36 sword flowers, distributed in the air in front of Durag. This represents that at this moment, the swordsmanship issued by Luo Chen attacked the 36 directions of Dorage's body. Awful swordsmanship! Durag's eyes glanced, but this time, but no more to escape, but let the 36 more sword flowers, all bloomed on him. In the twinkling of more than 36 sword flowers, Luo Chen's pupils contracted. Go through. The sword shadow actually passed through the shape of Durag, and at the same time, a big hand fell toward him. Chapter 27, Pressing. This big hand is Darag, with a strong wind, falling from the sky. Luo Chen can feel that the surrounding space seems to be closed by this palm, and the pressure collapses. When Luo Chen's nephew slammed, it was only a moment of interaction, and he noticed the strength of the other side. At the same time, he raised his hand violently, and the 5 fingers opened, and he was also printing towards the other side. Boom! The 2 palms slammed together, and the slate at the foot of Luo Chen suddenly shattered and exploded, splashing around. Immediately afterwards, the Yuanhong sword that had just been waved out, the hilt of the sword turned, and it was stabbed again toward Luo Chen. At this point, Darag's figure is already on the ground, and the sword's tip is aligned with his back and stabbed. The keen Darag also felt the danger behind him, his face sinking in a cold drink. Iron. Sting. Yuan Hongjian's sword stabbed on the back of Darag, actually sparked. Luo Chen's eyes flashed in shock, and the other body's body turned into steel at this moment, which was extremely hard. This is one of the 6 types of naval iron. As the Dola of the Navy's outstanding youth, it is obvious that this move has already reached the realm of perfection. A strong sword. Darag felt the tingling of his back and the scorpion immediately dipped. After the quick contact with the recruits, the 2 quickly leapt toward the rear, standing apart from each other. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The tone is a bit heavy, and Darag's attention to Luo Chen has increased a lot in an instant. The Rear Admiral, the name is well deserved. Luo Chen Yi Yuan Hongjian, the long sword pointed to the ground, the expression is cold and serious. The 2 stood opposite each other, and after the 3 interest, the figures of the 2 disappeared again. In the scorpion, the will eye is written, and the 3-jaw jade rotates quickly. When you perceive every move of Darag, Luo Chen has almost the role of prejudgment. He can always accurately send the sword to the place he needs most, and deeply suppress it. Darag. The latter, but also can rely on the smell of domineering. Every move of Luo Chen is a hole in the fire, all in the eye. In just a few dozens of interest, the 2 figures staggered, quickly avoiding, attacking, and making each other, but there was no attack on the other side. Today. Quickly jump back and adjust the disordered breathing due to intense attack. Darag's voice is dignified. This kid's swordsmanship is so strong. Just playing against each other's body skills, he did not take a trace of the cheap. He has the best teachings of the Navy, and he has already possessed a sense of domineering and can perceive each other's every move, but he is shocked. The other party, on the other hand, seems to be able to clearly see any of his actions. It's those eyes. Darag's scorpion shrank and saw Luo Chen's scarlet eyes. The 3 hooks slowly swirled inside, containing temper and blood. What kind of eyes is that? It seems that you have to use some strength, this kid. There is still a secret in the body. A scorpion, Darag began to heart. As a naval elite, he was promoted to the Rear Admiral at a young age, and he rarely encountered enemies who let him fight hard. But this time, he faintly felt that if he did not exert his full strength, he would be himself. How can an old driver roll over? So, Darag decided to come to a big one. The eyes were condensed, and the figure of Darag suddenly disappeared. Shave. The speed that transcends the limit of the body appears in the face of Luo Chen almost instantly. Then, the Darag's index finger sticks out, and the sharp force that condenses to the extreme suddenly erupts. Finger gun. The speed of this movement made Luo Chen's heart tremble, and the speed was so fast that his writing eyes could see clearly, but the body was completely unable to make an escape movement. The 3-way hook jade, in a moment of crazy rotation, in an instant is turned into a dark shuriken windmill. Puff! The finger gun was deeply inserted into Luo Chen's body, and Darag's eyes appeared relaxed. Hit! But after a break, Darag was stunned. He actually saw Luo Chen in front of his eyes, a strange smile appeared in his mouth, turned into a group of crows disappeared in place. This is devil fruit. Numerous dark crows screamed and flew toward the rear, and then gathered again to form the figure of Luo Chen. Devil's fruit? If you think so, that's it. Luo Chen smiled. His eyes. Dorage stared at Luo Chen's eyes, and his heart shook again. It was a dart-like windmill, like a dart, slowly rotating around it. It was surrounded by boundless blood, as if it were just eyes, it could bring people unknown and fear. What the are you? At this moment, Dorage began to doubt the identity of Luo Chen. In his understanding, Luo Chen is a guy who has no talent in the martial arts, and he has no way to compare with his brother. However, what is the reason that will make this guy, in a short period of time, become a strong person who can actually confront himself in front? What? Haha, I am a brother de Luo Chen. Luo Chen made a big laugh, his laughter suddenly stopped, and then inserted the Yuanhong sword in his hand into the scabbard. Dorage, you are very powerful. It's worth my effort to use all the strength. Looking at Luo Chen's expression suddenly dignified, Dorage's heart is even more vigilant. He didn't even have a sword. What other tricks? As everyone knows, Uchiha has a rough life, but his talent is powerful. His strength lies not only in the illusion of the gods, but also in the horrible ninjutsu, plus the kaleidoscope to right the eyes. It has become terrible. Da-da-da. With his hands hanging down, Luo Chen began to sway forward and sway toward the front, and went to Dorage. Shadow of the body. The hands quickly printed, and after the 1, 3 Luo Chen appeared beside him, all of them were cold and serious and attacked toward Dorage. What? Dorage was shocked. This guy. The first time he saw it, someone was able to separate 3 people to fight together, and he could not see the truth. In an instant, the 3-way avatar has already rushed to the front of Dorage. Hard to wave, cold light shot, forming a very oppressive attack. These attacks are fast and the momentum is fierce. Dorage is fast to avoid, then a jump and go towards the sky. But at this moment, the last figure hidden behind the back is cold, and the hands are quickly interlaced and printed. The cold and ruthless words spit out from the mouth of Luo Chen. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Chapter 28, Crow. Puff. In Luo Chen's mouth, he spit out a large group of flames. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, and the air was burned and twisted. Moreover, it has a very strong impact, and the multi-raging rushing toward the sky is arrogant. The flames were overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, the Dorage was rushing to the surface, but in an instant, it was covered in it. It can be clearly seen that the flame engulfed Dorage's arms, body, and legs. The flames fluttered around, and after the 3 breaths, everything disappeared. Luo Chen's feet fell on the ground, and the 3 shadows stood up against him and looked at everything around him. Riding the rotation of the wheel, the figure of Dorage in the air gradually emerged again. His clothes were clean and tidy, but he was not affected by the flame of the genius. Similarly, Dorage fell from the air on the ground. Devil's fruit? Flame? You can also separate 3 identical ones. At this moment, for the attention of Luo Chen, Dorage has already mentioned several grades. Just fighting, in a short period of time, the young man gave himself a surprise. The terrible melee swordsmanship can be divided into countless crows, which are not subject to any harm, become 3 identical self, and finally, can fire a fire attack. These characteristics, both the characteristics of the superhuman devil fruit, and the shadow of the natural system fruit, for a time, even he, cannot find how to quickly arrest the front of the kid. I admit, I am ignoring you, your ability. After a pause, Dorage's nephew was fierce. Too surprised. Weird. Luo Chen smiled lightly. The blood in these Naruto, ninjutsu, in the world of the pirates, is indeed quite different. But what he just showed is nothing more than the 3 layers of Uchiha. The powerful ninja in this shadow, the most powerful ninjutsu, is his illusion, and the blood limited limit given by heaven. So, what do you want? Dorag, Major General. How is it? Dorag's expression was serious, and the word was one word. Nature, it is to arrest you. How can you make such a dangerous person sway outside like this? Uninteresting. Luo Chen mocked a smile. Do you think that with the power of you alone, you can also block a man and run to the heart of the sea? A glimpse of Dorag. At this moment, Luo Chen's figure has been erratic. For Luo Chen, at the same time, the body shape twisted in the air, swinging, and the bitterness in the hand was thrown out. This bitterness is impenetrable, tightly connected, and connected end to end. In the twinkling of an eye, it was in front of Dorag. However, in the face of the attack that has already reached his side, Dorag has no meaning to hide. His body flashed, and the whole body went straight through the bitterness, and then it flashed again. Luo Chen's face changed, completely did not expect Dorag to choose such a strong breakthrough. Another flash of effort, Dorag's blow came to Luo Chen's face. The right hand stretched out, then became a claw, and suddenly grabbed it toward Luo Chen. Dragon Claw. Hook. Like a real dragon's claws, the airflow began to rush. For a time, Luo Chen's ground and time-space began to slow down, as if it was blocked. There is no chance to escape. Not good. Luo Chen's heart trembled, and the claw suddenly caught. Fierce momentum, fierce claws, like a real dragon volley, launched an attack toward him. The power is compelling, completely unable to resist. Hey! Countless crows were scattered again and again, and the figure that Luo Chen was attacked was scattered into countless phantom crows. After the breath, he gathered again for himself. It's a naval major, and the attack is fierce. Luo Chen faintly praised. But as long as you can't see my attack, it will not hurt me. Dorag's eyes were more dignified, and Robin was carefully observed. Is it? At this moment, Dorag's heart is also thinking fast. He is recollecting every detail in the battle, starting with playback, and now. Where is it wrong? He can't be invincible. Devil's fruit? No, it's impossible. There isn't any kind of demon fruit, so you can have so many abilities. Dorag is not a person who has no knowledge. Naturally, he understands the ability of the devil's fruit to be metamorphosis, and he will have uniqueness. That is, if you eat a demon fruit, you can only have one ability. Like Luo Chen's performance at the moment, it is impossible. That is to say, his ability to display is not a devil's fruit at all. Suddenly, Dorag's nephew opened, and his eyes were dignified. His right hand was again clawed, and suddenly pulled toward the front of the void, a pull. The airflow surged again, and the figure of Luo Chen was turned into countless crows again. The other three shadows split, running, jumping, and approaching Dorag quickly. Dorag's scorpion was fierce and his paws were constantly waving. The shadows turned into a group of white fog, and when he saw such a scene, his eyes flashed thoughtfully. It is not a real form. Once it is subjected to a strong attack, it will disappear. That is, there is only one deity. The corner of his mouth gradually appeared a smile. Slowly, slowly, everything is clear, the other person's figure is no longer mysterious. Call. As soon as the breeze blew, Dorag's figure suddenly disappeared and dissipated in front of Luo Chen's eyes. Awful speed! Luo Chen wrote the wheel of the eye and suddenly screamed at the back. When the sound of gold and iron came, and there was no collision between the hand and the bitterness. It was such a crisp voice. The tremendous strength made Luo Chen retreat to the rear for a dozen steps. The hard bitterness of the squeaky became smashed. Terrible! Luo Chen was shocked to see Dorag, only to personally experience such power, will know how terrible this is. Just as Luo Chen was in shock, Dorag's figure dissipated again. The fierce temperament almost crossed the body of Luo Chen at the same time, keeping his shocked face, and then turned into a screaming and screaming away. This is another way. Dorag frowned. He found one thing, even though his strength is too strong, but the other party must have set a trap, or secret, somewhere. If you can't find this secret, then this battle will be hard to win. It's useless. The crows once again gathered into Luo Chen, and Durag was in shape. Then, Luo Chen became a crow again. Chapter 29, Elementalization. The crows that screamed in the sky gradually gathered again to become the body of Luo Chen. Durag's nephew is dignified, and he can even see the meaning of ridicule in the eyes of the crows. This is even more shocking to his heart. What kind of method is used by the people in front of him to actually produce the natural devil fruit? Once again, his dragon claws are hooked, and the void is steadily caught. The fierce wind is like a knife, and it cuts to Luochen at an extremely fast speed. But the latter, who seems to be completely responsive, was once again crushed into a crow. In such a reciprocal way, the light in Durag's scorpion became more and more prosperous. Gradually, he saw the color of domineering and exuded, and seemed to feel a trace of anomalies. Luo Chen, during this time, is always familiar with the skills or talents of Uchiha. The kaleidoscope of writing the eye, the powerful illusion, the horror of the horror, and his magical ninjutsu, which is his own skill, are the magic weapon he used to defeat the enemy. In the world of Naruto, this is definitely a very powerful figure. The ability to redeem such a character at a price of 75 million, Luo Chen can be said to have gone. Therefore, this time he cherished this opportunity very much. If Uchiha's skills are free to get one place, it's great luck. And to get this, it depends on whether this battle can win. When the scorpion was condensed, Luo Chen wrote a round of rotation, and the three windmills accelerated the rotation. The scarlet scorpion stared at the Dorage and let the other party's heart sigh. Durag, for some reason, I can't play with you here. Luo Chen's words are somewhat low, and the expression is more serious. Play. Durager raised his eyebrows and realized that the other person seemed to look down on himself, and he could not help but smile. You seem to have taken a nap to this generation of Rear Admiral. Well. Luo Chen had a question on his face. He saw that Durag seems to have realized something. If I guess that's right, I am in the illusion of ability. Durag's scorpion shone with a fierce radiance, and the whole body slammed into a shock, which was actually freed from Luo Chen's illusion. This could not help but surprise Luo Chen, and then it showed a funny smile. It's not a multi-lag. With a long sword, Yuan Hongjian pulled out a series of sword flowers in the air, and then the other hand single-handedly printed. After the three interest, three Luochen appeared, and no one held a long sword in his hand. Surrounded by the Dora. You are a bit arrogant. It is good to have strength, but it is very unclear about your position. This is difficult. Looking at Luo Chen Chong, Durag shook his head, but he did not evade the attack of Luo Chen. In the short 3-time period, Luo Chen has already rushed to the past, 4 figures, suddenly flashed, has been holding a long sword from Dorage's body rushed over. 4 sharp swords bloom, and Dorage's figure is completely cut. However, when Luo Chen's long sword crossed too many rags, his writing eyes turned quickly, and his heart suddenly appeared a little alert. Do you know how fast the wind is? How fast is the wind? Luo Chen's glimpse, just in a blink of an eye, the 3 shadows that he only split out, all that turned into a white fog. Followed by, his heart bells rang, the goosebumps were straight, the cold hair was erected, and there was an unspeakable fear that shrouded his heart. Quietly and uninterested, a burly figure has appeared behind him, the tall body shrouded him, the justice cloak hunting behind him, the face of fortitude with dignity, it is Dorage. So fast! Luo Chen was shocked in his heart, and his right hand did not hesitate to seal. At the moment he finished printing, the man behind him simply shot. Boom! The white mist was floating, and Durag's hand had a rag. Interesting, this is not an illusion. A scorpion glimpsed, Dorage began to look around, and Luo Chen's figure disappeared. At this time, Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a house, was a heartbeat. It's a horrible thing to be a multi-rarug. The three-body technique of the ninja is really useful in battle. Then he squinted and his hands were printed again. Blinking, a figure appeared in front of him again. It was the shadow split. The two are in one, and once they look at each other, the shadows are rushed out to the outside, and Luo Chen, the scorpion, is deep, but also calmly stepped forward after hesitating. Ninjas are never ruthless, and there are too many factors involved in their battles. Judging the environment, grasping the timing, and testing the IQ. The same ninjutsu, the effect of showing between genius and idiots, is absolutely different. After the appearance of the shadow of Luo Chen, Durag has already discovered that his body shape is distorted and disappeared, and almost at the same time, he has appeared in front of the shadow split, and he is headed down. Boom! The shadows broke into white fog, and Durag frowned. His domineering color was only preliminary, and the coverage was not large. Otherwise, the kid's hiding could be easily grasped. The avatar, the illusion, the substitute, and the strange tricks are really a troublesome guy. At this time, Dorag had to admit that Luo Chen, a guy, might not belong to Roger in terms of potential. Suddenly, Dorag's scorpion flashed and turned sharply. Just as he turned around, Luo Chen had already leaped high in the air, his hands turned into phantoms, and a series of prints were formed instantly. At the same time, the big mouth took a breath, swelled, and then slammed out. Art fire escape fireball. Hey! The large flames are like running water, running through the multi-raging pavement. The speed of this flame is fast and urgent, but in an instant, it has already drowned the other side. Call! After heavy landing, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Luo Chen looked at the front with a dignified look. If ordinary people are overwhelmed by the flames that have reached more than 3 feet, they will be turned into ashes, but Dorage is not necessarily. In fact, until he crossed, the original book did not mention what the capacity of Dorage was. He only knew that this person was extremely dangerous. Compared with his deceased brother, the danger was not too much. The world's first criminal, this honor, is not so easy to hang on top of the head. The flames madly smothered Durag's body, but when everything passed, Luo Chen's pupils contracted and became a seam. He clearly saw that the man whose body was burned by the flames appeared a little bit from nothingness and finally became complete. His whole person was not hurt by a trace. Huo ball technique, no effect at all. Chapter 30, Final Hit. Huo ball surgery, cannot burn more than a single point. Then, the danger of Luo Chen came. The wind-like figure, almost a moment of floating, has already flashed in front of Luo Chen, its horrible speed, like a teleport, Luo Chen did not even see. Too fast. This terrible speed, no one can resist. Even at this moment, Luo Chen's heart violently jumped. Under the conditioned reflex, his kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes were sharply shocked. Subsequently, his nephews suddenly looked at each other. 4 eyes are opposite, and the 3 windmills suddenly turn. Monthly reading. Luo Chen's cold voice spit out from his mouth. He was cold, and he was cold and sweaty. He quickly opened the distance with Dora. At that moment, it was a moment of life and death. He even believes that if he does not guard himself and let Durag get in touch with himself, it is the result of direct serious injury. After all, he is not Uchiha, he does not have his powerful body and can withstand the bursting output. Just like a wizard's crisp skin, as long as he is touched by the other party, he will probably die and die. And Durag, it was a blink of an eye, and found that he had changed a place. After a glimpse of the lap, he found himself tied to the cross and could not struggle, and the sky was like a pupil, looking gloomy and bloody. He noticed that it was Luo Chen's pupil color. Is it illusion? It's really brilliant. For Luo Chen's illusion, Durag is amazed, and he has not even discovered it until now, where the other party is released. No, boring. Suddenly, Dorag saw the scarlet sky, reacted, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. But because of this, he is even more admired. As long as I see his eyes, will it be pulled into the space of this illusion? It's such a great guy. Later, Dorag saw a figure looking cold toward him. Puff! As if there is no emotion at all, this figure, cruel, will not pierce his body. In an instant, the body was like a torn, and the body of Dorag was actually a pumping, and his forehead was covered with sweat. It's a real feeling, my heart seems to be cracking. He thought that this was the end of the matter, but the pain he suffered later made the youngest Navy of the Navy's younger generation, his face changed. Immediately afterwards, he suffered the most painful torture in his life. This also made him remember the character Luo Chen in his heart for almost a lifetime. In the outside world, almost a few seconds, Luo Chen has been wary to see Dorag opened his eyes, just to deal with his face suddenly white, eyes cluttered, as if suffering a heavy situation, let him loose a tone. Monthly reading is effective. Luo Chen's heart was a joy, and he's going to show it again, but at this moment, his eyebrows were pumping, and there was a sharp pain in his throat, which made him cry out. Because of this, Dorag also has a slow effort. For a time, the two did not shoot again, quietly looking at each other, facing each other. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, after a few breaths, Luo Chen put down the hand on the right eye and clearly saw a trace of blood between the fingers, and a glimpse of the heart. It's terrible to write the reincarnation of the wheel. In contrast, Dorag, still a weak expression. You are too dangerous. It seems that you must kill you here today. Otherwise, letting you go, I am afraid that it will lead to a more terrible earthquake in the world. Kill me. Luo Chen smiled and licked the blood in his hand. Subsequently, the two gaze again, this time the scorpion is full of fierce killing. Dorag raised his right hand, his eyes were full of sensation, and he slammed his right hand. Booming! The sky changed, and the sky above Rog suddenly burst into dark clouds, and the golden lightnings crisscrossed, like a dragon swimming in a leisurely way. The storm will suddenly come. The scene of this scene was shocking, and the dark clouds almost shrouded the entire town of Rog. How suddenly, it will change. Looking at the weather, I am afraid that a storm will soon come. But the sea outside the island is still calm. People on the island are not sure what the situation is, looking at the sky in confusion. Luo Chen's nephew condensed, and then he ran towards the coast. After possessing Uchiha, his speed has already surpassed the limit, his hands are drooping, and he leaps and runs on the roof of the building. The whole person is almost turned into a phantom, just a few vertical and horizontal, Luo Chen has already left Dora's line of sight. You can't escape. Dorag looked at Luo Chen's back and squinted. His face was still pale, and he read a hit every month, which caused his spirit to be hit hard. After all, it is an attack directly against the spiritual soul. Even the Dorag, it is difficult to defend. With a stature, Dorag is like a wind, and has disappeared into place. The picture quickly circulated, and Luo Chen stopped the figure after seeing the golden beach. His scorpion swept away and his eyes flickered. The ship was on the beach 2,320 meters away from the area, and I solved the Dorag, and I quickly left here. Looking at the void, Dorag's figure was distorted, and Luo Chen took a deep breath. I didn't intend to use his full strength. It seems that there is no way. Dorag is worthy of being an outstanding admiral of the navy. He cracked Luo Chen's illusion, and the general attack can easily be avoided by the other side, but he can't greet each other with any blow. This is a very embarrassing situation. If it is good for him to start the battle, but now, the balance is slowly tilting. Time has passed slowly, and Uchiha's possession, I am afraid that the time spent on him will not be too long. The battle must be resolved as soon as possible. With a glimpse of his eyes, Luo Chen's momentum suddenly increased. Okay. Dorag clearly noticed the change of Luo's momentum, his eyes narrowed, and he stared at all the actions of the people below. Just a squint, Durag's body trembled, and the confusion in his eyes flashed. Unconsciously, he actually ate another illusion of the other party. It seems that I can't look into his eyes. Closed his eyes, Durag completely gave up the vision. However, this has no effect on his combat effectiveness. With his sensational and keen senses, he can still clearly perceive each other's actions. At this moment, Luo Chen from the bottom came a word. Durag, this is my last blow. If I can catch it, I will lose. If you can't take it, you can only be sorry. Chapter 31, Amaterasu. Luo Chen's voice is full of seriousness, and the expression on his face is so serious that no one can ignore it. After hearing this sentence, Durag's nephew stunned. I want to decide the outcome of a move? You are too small to marry me. As one of the strongest of the younger generation of the Navy, Durag's arrogance is naturally strong, and he does not feel that he is weaker than anyone. The body was slightly shocked, and a slight wind was born, surrounded by his body, but it was close to transparency and almost invisible. Luo Chen below did not pay attention to Durag, but closed his eyes, his spirit radiated, feeling everything around the body. Suddenly, everything seems to be slow and calm. In the sky, the roaring roar, the undulating waves in the sea, are clearly reflected in his mind, and everything is clearly visible. At the same moment, everything that Uchiha himself would have also quickly extended in Luo Chen's thoughts, and then merged with him more deeply. Suddenly, Luo Chen blinked. The three big windmills swiftly swept, and the scarlet eyelids were even more red at this moment, like dark blood. Amaterasu. He whispered in his mouth, and his nephew stared at the void where Durag was. Visible to the naked eye, a group of dark flames were born out of nothing, burning up. Only for a moment, they have wrapped the multi-rag. What is this? Durag stunned, and with a little touch, the flame had already burned his clothes. The high temperature is the fold of his skin, and the pain spreads rapidly from the body surface to his body, which makes him feel terrified. In an instant, Durag's figure became nothing. He began to move quickly in the void, trying to avoid this terrible flame, but what even shocked him happened. Below, Luo Chen's line of sight moved quickly, following the running of the multi-rag figure near the wind. He saw what it was. A group of hot black flames appeared quickly, wrapped in multi-rag. It was only a moment of effort, and the place where the two were located was surrounded by a black flame that was continuously formed into pieces. The hot flame that formed it was even burning on the beach. The aftermath of the flame, which accidentally spread to the undulating waves, made Durag stunned that this horrible flame could even burn the sea. What the is this flame? Durag was shocked. At this time, he found that the burning flame on his arm clothes was not extinguished anyway. It burned very fast, and it only spread to his arm in the 3 interest. On. Too terrifying. The scorpion smashed and the ability to start, the sleeves on his arms seemed to be cut directly by the invisible blade. Then it fell, and it was already burned into nothingness in the void. Call. His nephew turned and looked at Luo Chen. He saw each other, his eyes were scarlet, and the dark flames came in, forming a terrible attack. This kid is terrible. The black flame is able to incinerate everything and burn everything. He tried several times to rush to Luo Chen at his fastest speed, but the terrible flame was like a wall, and it was hard to stop in front of his eyes. What makes him even more creepy is that this black flame is getting more and more, and in a short 10-degree interest, he has covered his body. Hey! Violently breathing, Luo Chen's eyes have already appeared bright red blood, his face pale, staring at the Durag, who was blocked by himself 20 meters away, dare not relax. Durag's speed is amazing, and his terrible attack power is able to catch himself and even kill himself in the blink of an eye. Luo Chen believes that the Durag, who has been forced to the present level and has full firepower, must have a terrible attacking power that must be horrible. However, from the beginning of the layout to the present, the calculation of the azimuth, and even the release speed and position of the flame, Luo Chen, who has planned everything, he also believes that this last moment will definitely solve this enemy. Give me death. A low voice, the blood in the eyes was deeper, and 2 tears broke out from his eyes and ran down his cheeks. At this moment, Luo Chen's face was extremely stunned and even distorted. Hey! In the void, the dark flames trembled, and a larger group suddenly exploded, shrouded directly toward the Darag, which had been surrounded by flames. Not good. Seeing the flames in front of them, and then seeing the intensive dark flames around them, Dorag's heart trembled, giving birth to an extremely dangerous feeling. In the next moment, the dark flames of the sky will cover the multi-lag. Calling. Luo Chen frantically breathed, and the scarlet in the scorpion quickly receded and turned dark. Once again, I took a deep look at Darag, who was only 20 meters away from him, and had been wrapped in a dark flame. He jerked his head and ran towards the other side. Just 3 times, Luo Chen's figure has disappeared here. After the 15 feet, Luo Chen had a distance of 1 kilometer from Dorag. He covered chakra on his feet and ran wildly. Run! Get out of here quickly! You must leave here! Dorage, the outstanding elite of the younger generation of the Navy, is absolutely extraordinary. Although he has launched a sunny photo, he does not think that he can defeat Darag. After the 30th interest, Luo Chen's speed to the extreme was slowed down. The place where his ship was parked was on the 3rd floor, and on the 3rd floor there were 3 navies with school-level ranks, and they were standing there seriously. Roughly opened, there are more than 1,000 navies on board and around. This huge number of naval encircles is enough to prove the importance the navy attaches to him. At the same time as Darag fights with him, the navy, which is stationed in Rog and directly affiliated with Dorag, has already interrupted his back. These navies are thoughtful and careful, and the front and rear layouts are impenetrable. Prisoners are coming, be prepared. Fight! In the moment when Luo Chen saw the navy, one of the people standing on the ship in the navy also made a loud bang, so that the navies present were all mentioning the spirit. Hey! A series of guns sounded. At this moment, countless long guns pointed to Luo Chen. One of them was chilling, and he was born from Luo Chen's heart, which made him all shocked. A glimpse of the scorpion, a few cold lights flashed. At this moment, his speed is not reduced anymore, but he whispers and raises the speed to the upper limit. Kill. Chapter 32, Fear. Since the road is blocked, then you will fight hard. I didn't want to use this trick, this is what you forced me. Before striding forward, as he stepped, Luo Chen's nephew changed from dark to scarlet again, and then the 3 windmills quickly turned. In an instant, Luo Chen's footsteps became heavier and heavier. As he stepped on him, he was incomparably fierce and bloody, and he rushed out from his body. This momentum, even wandering around, shook the void. In an instant, this terrible momentum is even more powerful, and the navies stationed in front of his ships have all changed their faces. Suzanu. With a low voice, Luo Chen's small body was actually a feeling of expansion at this moment. Wipe. The bones and joints quickly rubbed the sound, and the people who heard it were stunned, and the heart was cold. God, what is that? Monster, is that a monster? Or a demon? Good scent, good violent breath. Seeing the navy of Luo Chen's upheaval, this moment is trembled. It is a kind of fearful sinister atmosphere. Just feeling it will make people lose their desire and hope of rebellion. A large piece of bones and joints suddenly appeared from the body of Luo Chen's body, but in a short period of 3 interest, it outlined a huge incomparable embarrassment. Boom! As Luo Chen stepped out of the 5th step, the white cockroaches behind him had become extremely full, with a height of 50 or 60 meters, surrounded by a red atmosphere, and the high temperature, so that the air was distorted by burning. Stand up! Wipe! At this time, the disclosure of cockroaches has already been born. Among the hollow pupils, 2 red flames appeared. When looking down on the lower navy, it made everyone feel trembled. There was a sense of fear of death. Hey! The 6th step is to step out, and the symbol behind Luo Chen is shocked. A layer of armor has covered it. Within the time of 2 moments, this thick armor has wrapped all the white enamel. At this time, the huge man of Zozo is already a real figure. He is wrapped in armor, and his defense is amazing. In the eye hole, the 2 red patches are flashing, and the gloom is incomprehensible. Boom! The male right hand stretched out and the footsteps were taken out. The ground was a shock. In between this step, the 8-footed Qianjiu, the 10-gun sword was directly held by him from the void. Boom! 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 The next moment, this huge man must be striding forward, and with the advancement of Luo Chen, it also progressed. Every step of his foot stepped on, the ground was shaking, and even its huge strength caused even numerous small cracks on the ground. The ground near the ship caused a small earthquake. Get out of my way! Just a few big steps, Luo Chen has stepped into the front of the ship, facing the navy. Looking at the huge males of Zozo, the navy were frightened. Before the tall men of Zozo, they were as small as ants, and they could trample them to them. What the is this? How can we beat him? The navy was indefinite and was shocked by the man who had to be accompanied. Roll! Luo Chen screamed, and Zozo's man stepped on his foot and stepped on the navy. Booming! This feeling directly stepped on the center of the navy. Dozens of naval forces were powerfully shocked, directly shocked to the sky, screaming and fell to the ground, has lost the ability to fight. The man who must be with him, picking up the sword in his hand, swiftly swept forward. Hey! Under the long sword tremble, the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship was displayed by him. This wave of horrific attacks was to sweep hundreds of navies directly and scream to leave the battlefield center. Less than 5 interest rates, more than 1,000 navies, has been swept out by Luo Chen. A large blank. Attack! Attack on Lao Tzu! What are you doing? What are you doing? Want to die? Attack! Standing in the bow of the navy, the rage of anger. At this time, the navy only reacted, and one by one nervously took up the guns and attacked the male. Hey! The smoke was filled with smoke, and countless guns opened fire at this moment, hitting the man of Zozo. Numerous small ripples smacked on the man of Suzuki, and Luo Chen only frowned slightly, and then he didn't care. However, the navy below was completely shocked. No effect. I can't break his defense, how to attack it? The navy who saw this scene was somewhat confused. Boom! The man must be stepped on again, screaming into pieces. Countless navies were once again lifted into the sky, and then fell to the ground. Luo Chen's face was cold, striding forward, and the navy in front of him could hardly make a slight impact on him. Just a dozen steps later, he was standing in front of the ship, and the 2 scorpions stared coldly at the navy standing at the bow. In the rear, hundreds of navies, looking at the huge man who was afraid of the face, feared that there was no courage to take it. Get out! A cold drink, like a thunder burst, actually shocked the ship to shake, and the usual navy on it was sitting on the deck with his face with fear. What the is this? Several naval school level officers are also looking at the man who is afraid, and they have never seen such terrible things. It is a weapon of war. No matter how many navies are in front of him, I am afraid I can't stop him. Being frightened, the huge man of Zozo began to wave his right hand and turned his head toward the navy on board. The huge fists are like a boulder, and they are pressing down against them. The wind swelled and the wooden boats were fluctuating. The naval change was screaming in horror. At this moment, although the fists did not come, they had already imagined that they had been punched into minced meat. Ah! Help! It's terrible, who will save me? Monster, this is a monster! Several school-level officers bit their teeth, closed their eyes, and struggled to attack the coming fists, trying to stop this horror blow. But his attacks are just a fist. Subsequently, the male savage fist, the school-level officer, was directly collapsed, fell into the sea, spurting blood, lost the fighting power. At this moment of the gap, the navy on the deck seized the opportunity and directly plunged into the sea, crisp and neat, fast and extremely. When the fist fell, when it fell on the deck, it suddenly stopped, forming a terrible air pressure, and actually pushed the ship into the sea. Hey! Luo Chen's nephew was indifferent, ignoring this pressure and stepping on the deck. P.S. The update rate of 80% is stable. I was busy with work some time ago, I am sorry, brothers. Please collect, recommend, thank you. Chapter 33, Go! Stepping onto the deck of the ship, Luo Chen's imposing manner was cold and ruthless, and he was convinced that all the navies were present. From a distance, the huge male must be even bigger than the wooden boat, standing on the deck steadily, as if he were stationed in the majestic generals of the frontier. At this moment, Hai-Fei raided, Luo Chen's hair fluttered in a mess, and the scorpion was indifferent, watching the navy with fear underneath. The navy no longer attacked him and was directly frightened by the fighting power of the male horror. With the right hand moving, the wooden boat anchor left the shore. Hey! The huge Suzuki man waved his arm and slammed toward the shore. The terrible power was like a mountain, and it slammed into the sand. Its huge anti-seismic force instantly screamed the rest of the navy to the sky and then fell to the ground. The wooden boat, with the help of this boxing anti-shock force, the sail immediately swelled, and the strong wind blew, the ship quickly moved away from the coast. Just a short 5-figure effort, it has already been hundreds of meters from the shore. Seeing the huge man who had to go to the fast, the remaining navies clearly showed a relaxed expression on their faces, and they exhaled a heavy breath. Standing on the Rogan, Luo Chen's expression has not been relaxed. With the help of the punch, the man must be slammed into the sea again, and the reaction force is even faster. Let it look like a sharp arrow and go quickly. A place on the coast, a few kilometers away from here. The dark flame is still burning. This flame is very strange. Even if it is sea water, it can't destroy him. When it meets, it burns. When it meets, it burns. Nothing can resist his burning ability. In the rigorous flame of this group, a painful groan suddenly came out, and then a dark hand was violently explored from it. Then, one hand quickly extended, and its arm constantly changed between nothingness and reality. Although the dark flame was powerful, it was difficult to cause damage to the arm. After the 3 interest, 2 hands smashed from it, and a figure stepped out. His body suddenly appeared above the void, and the clothes had been completely burned, naked and body, but the breath of the body was violent at this moment. On top of this body, there are still 2 or 3 dark flames that surround, linger, and never go out. But at this moment, Durag turned a blind eye to these terrible flames, endured the burning pain, and he slammed into the sky with one hand and whispered. Roar! Above the sea, there are clouds in the air, and the power of countless lightnings is constantly moving through the clouds. The black cloud pressed the city to destroy, the dense cloud of thunder and lightning, suddenly fell on the sky above the Rogan. Luo Chen's nephew was indifferent, looking up at the sky. The huge man of Zozo was shocked, and the 2 red flames in the hollow pupil burned, and they also looked at the lightning in the sky. Don't give up! Durag! Whispered in a low voice. Luo Chen did not move, but the light in the scorpion was even more fierce. Booming! The thunder and lightning in the dark clouds are more vigorously exercised. Put! On the coast, Dorag's face was cold, and he whispered. Booming! The thunder and lightning of the clouds roared, and the roar of the waves was enormous. After the 2 breaths, these rushing thunder dragons finally could not restrain the anger in their bodies, and they plunged down to the bottom. Like a dragon, the thunderbolt carries the attributes that can destroy everything, descending from the sky, and moving toward the man who needs to be. Darag. 3 words are exported, and Luo Chen's nephew is even more embarrassing. Behind him, the man must be a big hand, and the 10-handed sword will split the void. The squatting ground is the force of lightning that shrouds the overwhelming cover. Boom! The next moment, the 2 attacks suddenly collided. A huge explosion occurred, and countless lightning spread over the 10-boxing sword. Just a contact, countless lightning is directly opened, but there are scattered lightning along the 10-boxing sword is actually rushed toward the huge body of the man. When these lightnings reached the male wrist of Suzuki, their thick arms trembled and they were completely shattered. Later, the man who had to be Zhou was angry and made a big noise. Roar! The sound of the sky, even the black clouds above the head will be scattered, and then he once again swung a sword and went straight to the clouds. Scratch! The sky seems to be shattered, and the dark clouds are directly smashed by this sword. Then, the man of Zozo was at a very fast speed, and toward the beach, the flame-wrapped figure smashed out. Hey! The shock wave formed by the sword gas swayed into the void, and it was already in front of Darag's eyes. The latter's pupils contracted, and their hands suddenly slammed out and blocked them in front of them. Boom! The sand and gravel splashed, and the figure of Darag flew out. On the deck of the Logan, Luo Chen's face was pale and a blood spurted out. Behind him, the armor began to collapse, and only a moment of rest, only the white frame was left. Go! A low drink, Luo Chen controlled the male to hit the sea, resulting in a huge reaction. The Logan is like a sharp arrow, flying fast on the sea, just a few breaths, it has already left the town of Rogan. On the coast, the navy ran in a panic toward the position where Darag flew out. When he came to Darag and saw the dark flame burning on his body, he thought about extinguishing it, but he was stopped by the weak Darag. Don't touch, this flame can burn everything, it's dangerous. In an instant, the hands of the navy were stuck there. Cough. Suddenly, Darager coughed up violently, and the blood of the mouth spurted out of his mouth and dripped on the beach, which was shocking. The Major General. Mr. Dorag. The Navy cried nervously. This is a Major General of the Naval Headquarters. If they are in danger here, they also have an unshirkable responsibility. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Darag waved his hand, then his nephew was complicated, looking at the dark flame that was still burning on his body. It's hard to do these flames, and the guy who escaped. Yes, the guy who left is more dangerous than the serious injury on the body. It is impossible to imagine how Luo Chen, of this age, has such terrible strength. At this time, Luo Chen, who had already been far away from Rog Town, was soft, and the man behind him was completely scattered. Mad, almost killed. Chapter 34, His Brother. After 3 consecutive blood spit, Luo Chen's face has become pale. The possession time has not yet arrived, it is long, but from the encounter with Dorag, until now the battle is over, it is less than half an hour. Chakra still has about 20% left, but the load of riding the wheel is too heavy, which has caused my spirit and my body to be hit hard. In this half an hour, chakra must be used to repair physical injuries. Otherwise, it will have a big impact on my subsequent actions. The scorpion flickering, the master's state of mind played a role at this moment, so that Luo Chen can be cautious to do the next plan. As for where the Rogan will go, at this moment, Luo Chen has not taken care of it. Closed his eyes, after a short 3-degree interest, Luo Chen has entered a deep level of entry. I don't know how long it will take to stay. He must hurry to recover. At the same time, when Luo Chen entered the recuperation injury, the Navy headquarters was awakened by a crisp phone call. Blue blue. The defending Navy grabbed the phone bug and his voice was calm. Hello, the Naval Headquarters. This is Darag. The voice in the phone bug is obviously weak and looks weak. When the Navy listened to the other party's self-reporting status, he immediately mentioned God. Hello, Major General Darag. Let the headquarters send support. What? When I was on duty, I did not hear it, and I was worried. I sent the Navy headquarters to send support and I was seriously injured. Darag suppressed his anger, lowered his voice, and looked at the wounded Navy behind him. He was cold. At the same time, a large number of navies have been hit hard. Speed. After a few words, Darag has quickly hung up the phone. He didn't want to seek support from the headquarters, but looked at his men and looked at the strange black flame on his body, but he was powerless. That's right, this terrible flame, until now, still hangs on him, not extinguished. In the process, he has been maintaining the fruit ability in the burning part of the body, so that it cannot really burn to his body. However, the faint, several parts, but already began to hot, the skin is also wrinkled. This terrible flame, even the intangible elemental ability, seems to burn. This point made Dora's heart rise to a chill. The person in the Navy's headquarters must be dealt with. Otherwise, he is injured and he does not know when he will be able to recover. At this time, the Navy headquarters was completely boiling. The Rear Admiral, one of the top 3 outstanding figures in the Navy, was hit hard in the East China Sea trip and has already sought the support of the Ministry. This is simply unimaginable. It is important to know that the Navy's headquarters dispatched these majors to go out to perform their tasks. To a certain extent, they gave them a merit, so that they can be promoted faster in the future. Any region, with the strength of these outstanding navies, can be easily solved. In the opposite direction, whoever asks for help is a loss of face and will have a huge impact on future promotion. But this is Darag. The powerful generals at the top of the battle, he even asked for help. Inside the office of the Marshal, Darag asked for help. The burly tough guy, the Naval Marshal Steelbone at this time, the faint road, when he said this, his eyes also swept to one of the middle-aged lieutenants. After the lieutenant sensed it, he looked up and looked at it empty, and continued to bury his head to eat the donuts at his desk. Next to the generals, the warring states face a black line and hit the lieutenant general. Sorry, nodded to the air. In other places, they are also sitting at the top of the naval headquarters, 3 great generals, and a dozen lieutenant generals. With his strength, he may encounter strong enemies in the East China Sea, but he will not reach the point of seeking help. That is to say, there are opponents in the East China Sea that are more troublesome. The warring states Shen Sheng said. When we received the Darag phone bug, we had already learned the cause of the incident through the intelligence system. The empty scorpion flashed, taking one out of the material in front of him and then throwing it forward. Everyone looked at them one after another, but it was a reward order. If the reward is glaring, it is the $110 million bounty, and the face is a 16-year-old boy. This is the teenager who is fighting Darag, 16. What? This sentence is exported. All the generals, Lieutenant General are looking at the desktop rewards again. If anything can indicate a person's talent, then age is undoubtedly the most evidence. Just 16 years old, the reward is 110 million, and, even more terrifying, is actually able to fight Darag. This $1 billion is not to hear about his fighting power today, the rewards that have been replaced. Rather, his previous bounty, at that time, we did not know that he has such a strong fighting power. His eyes narrowed and he said quietly. This kid can have such a bounty, partly because of his identity. Identity. A group of lieutenants, the generals are looking at the face of the table. The young man has a black hair, a thin body, a beautiful appearance, and a gentle smile in his eyes. With the appearance of a neighbor's brother, it is impossible to imagine such a terrible bounty. However, the appearance of this boy, a group of people who watched the class for a long time, did not recognize who it was. Marshal, who is he? A lieutenant general raised this issue. The warring states looked at the rewards on the table, and the mouth moved, but did not say anything, only shocked. At this time, Carp also looked at this bounty, and his eyes were full of complexity. "Why, he is already dead," whispered. He seemed to know something. "Shut up, Carp." The warring states gave a low drink. Carp shook his head and said nothing. "Oh, it seems that you are not paying attention to these little criminals who are worth mentioning." Empty and taunting, let the general officer on the scene look a little red. "His name is, Brother de Luacan. If you say this name, you can't let you think of anything, then his brother, you must know." When all the navies heard the name, they were surprised when they heard the words. When they heard the empty words, they even held their breath. Even some navy, the expression is already full of incredible. His brother is Roger. In a word, the entire office is quiet. There was a sneer, irony on the empty surface, watching the group of navies present. "Yes, it is the One Piece who had just been executed by us some time ago. Roger." Subsequently, the entire naval headquarters meeting room was completely blown up. Chapter 35, Deal with Roger, One Piece. If this is the hottest topic during this time, there is no doubt that it is the naval government's ruling on the world's One Piece. The king of the generation of the sea was executed by the navy, and the momentum of the navy was suddenly pushed to the peak. This is an unprecedented momentum, and the naval power has expanded to an unprecedented level. At the same time, however, the pirate power has reached the peak position that has never been seen before because of Roger's words before his death. Roger, the name, is so glorious in this era. It can be said that this name is a symbol of an era. And this era is called the Roger era. Everyone in the world, when they read this name, will feel the whole body goosebumps appearing, and a blood rushes straight to the top of the head, making people feel tremulous. The name seems to have endless magic, bringing together people from all over the world. He pushed this era to the peak that has never been reached before, and the contradiction between the navy and the pirates has reached the most acute era. You know, this is not the time when the road flies out to the sea more than 20 years later. At this moment, One Piece Roger can say that the impact on this era is extremely significant. After Roger's death, including the cleaning of his former pirates, the killing of the affiliated forces, and the cleaning activities of his loved ones, the Navy regarded it as the most important thing to do. It can be said that once Roger has a relic, or a relative like a brother, well, it is very likely that this era will once again be pushed to the highest wave. Roger is dead, but he has left those partners, once belonged to, had a drink, and the pirates of the League of Interest still exist. In this sharp moment, as long as a guy who is closely related to Roger is born, there is no doubt about the ownership of these powerful pirates. These pirates are all on the Great Waterway, and the New World is ranked first, which will have a huge impact on the whole world. He is Roger's younger brother. I know that Roger has a younger brother. But in the past, the intelligence did not say that he was a waste. He did not inherit Roger's powerful strength. Even, our headquarters had already sent a navy to hunt him. How could he have the strength to fight with Durag? This person is too dangerous, he must kill him. The lieutenant at the scene will immediately boil, and every navy realizes the importance of this matter. Strength is not the most important, the most terrible is the identity of this person. Roger's younger brother, and still so young. No one knows if this is called Luo Chen will become the next Roger. Now, are you clearly aware of his identity? I raised my eyebrows and suddenly came out. So, what should I do with him? He threw the problem to the group of naval officers who were present, but he no longer snorted. The navy on the scene was silent for a time. They are all thinking about this issue. It is really that this person's identity is too sensitive. Once it is not handled well, it will shake the world. Luo Chen, this guy is too dangerous. Once he reaches the Great Waterway and even reaches the New World, it is impossible to imagine what the pirates who once attached to Roger's majesty will act. The Roger Pirates group is not a large number, but they are sailing all the way. The strength of their majesty is huge, and the relationship is complicated. It is even more terrible than the current white beard. As a one piece, its pirate group and even fanatical believers are naturally many. These people, just pull out one, are enough for the navy. I suggest that he will be rewarded with a high amount of money to stop him in front of the Great Waterway. At the same time, the navy will send high-end combat power and annihilate him on the spot. A young general officer, thinking for a while, immediately loud. Oh! High rewards! Looking at the officer with an empty taste, what do you say, how much is the reward? 600 million. The young lieutenant did not hesitate. The bounty is low. It is very difficult for the bounty hunter to deal with this kid, nor can it cause the greed of the civilians. Only a high amount of bounty can let us keep track of his whereabouts and make a powerful bounty hunter. Oh, it's interesting. Empty did not agree, there is no objection, just smile. The officers on the scene, listening to the advice of the lieutenant general, secretly nodded and felt that this person said it makes sense. The high amount of bounty can not only make the bounty hunters smell the wind, but also mobilize civilians. At that time, the maps are all enemies of Luo Chen, and naturally they are more beneficial to their navy. However, just as everyone agreed with this suggestion, a calm voice suddenly rang. I object. Everyone looked at it, and when they recognized the voice, their eyes were serious. Oh? Warring States, why are you against it? Asked the empty voice. The high rewards can make Luo Chen fall into the most dangerous situation, but at the same time. After a pause, the Warring States sneaked at someone at the scene, dignified. At the same time, it is also telling the New World, or the Great Waterway who are close to Roger, the existence of Luo Chen. The navies were all a glimpse. You know, these pirates still don't know the existence of Luo Chen. Even Luo Chen is the brother of Roger. Few people in the navy know. Roger's reputation is in full swing, but Luo Chen has been obscured. Even if we are not careful, we do not know the existence of this person. But, if it is a high reward, is it not the attention of the whole world? Tell them that this kid is special. Once those pirates know the identity of Luo Chen, then, the consequences, I am afraid not to say more. As you said, Luo Chen's reward is high, which will make the bounty hunter want to move, but at the same time, these bounty hunters will also avoid his identity. Roger's younger brother, there are few people in the world who dare to do it. In some words, the navy on the scene was awkward, but he also agreed. The officer who just opened the suggestion is still silent at the moment. Compared with the Warring States, his thoughts are somewhat too simple, and the identity and qualifications of the other party are also destined to be on this road. Then you said, how is it good? The heir asked again. Taking a breath, the Warring States opened again. I suggest that the Luo Chen bounty will remain the same amount, the naval headquarters, and send high-powered people to arrest. In addition, the identity of Luo Chen is listed as a high-level secret. At the same time, as soon as possible, the password is hidden, the password is sealed, and all the news about Luo Chen is sealed. Finally, the person to be dispatched must be a lieutenant at least. P.S. Lack of recommendation, collection, lack of everything, brothers like the book, don't forget the little support of Tsing Yi. Chapter 36, Upside Down the Mountain. Even, if necessary, the generals can also be dispatched. The words of the officers who were doing this were all shocked, but then they all took it for granted. Luo Chen's identity deserves the attention of the navy. If they can eliminate this potential danger in the bud, they are willing to give everything. After that, the Warring States closed their mouths. The carp on the side seemed to be in a state of disappointment and did not pay attention to everything present. You have no comments? Then end it. After gazing at everyone, I smiled and ordered. In addition, don't forget to quickly support Darag, Carp, and you will be in trouble. Attendance. After a few words, leave the meeting room empty. However, none of the officers in the conference room left, and they all looked at the warring states. Anyone on the scene knows that the warring states will take over as soon as possible. As long as the above appointment letter comes down, then the warring states is the new generation of Marshal of the Navy. If it is empty, it will go to the world government as the commander. Chasing Luo Chen is a troublesome task, which can only be seen from the failure of Doreg. Therefore, we must pay attention to this matter. Secondly, the password must be promulgated as soon as possible. The news of Luo Chen can only be controlled in a small group of people. The warring states calmly ordered, and the people present were nodding and listening carefully. When the emptiness has entered the hands of the shackles, many things have already begun to be dealt with by the warring states. Soon, the meeting is over. Cap took a boat and headed for the East China Sea. At the same time, the Navy headquarters, with black sunglasses, at this time the young Huang Hao stretched out, but also embarked on his warship. "Oh, it's a life-stopping job, let me go chasing the kid, I'm not good at tracking." Distressed. The face is tangled, and Huang Hao himself has no hope for himself. Just go out and travel. With a low chanting, Huang Wei comforted himself. 2 days later, in the town of Rog, a large number of elite navies came. The colonel, who was originally stationed here, was shocked when he saw the 2 men who disembarked. It is really surprising that the 2 men's identity is too alarming. My God, how could these 2 people come? The 2 men who stepped down the deck, the current one with a dog's head cap, the national character face, a majestic face, a burly body, full of anger and temperament, is the carp. The other person, with sunglasses, with a cloak behind him, looks like a sway, and looks like a sling, but there is no momentum in the whole body, but when someone sees this person at the moment, they will subconsciously lower their heads. A hero lieutenant, a general. The weight of these 2 people, in the hearts of anyone, I am afraid it is heavy. After Cap disembarked, he did not hesitate and went straight to the place where Darag was. "Darag, is your kid injured?" As soon as he entered the house, Carp shouted. Huang Wei is also following Carp, looking at the inside with curiosity. Daraga is clear. Although he has not yet been promoted to the generals, he is still young, but his strength is not much worse than himself. In his feelings, this kid is afraid that he will catch up with himself in 2 or 3 years. Such a guy would be injured. Soon, the 2 saw Darag. Just a blink of an eye, the faces of the 2 men will be dignified. At this time, Darag, although there was no change in his eyes, but the sweat on his forehead and his pale face made the 2 people feel astonished. And Cap's eyes were more eager to see how many flames flashed on Darag, and he said directly, "What is this?" Said, "Grabbed the past." "No, father." Dorag hurriedly avoided, and then his face was dignified. "This black flame is very strange, everything can burn, and it won't be extinguished when it meets water. It is terrible." "Flame? Black flame?" Carp wondered. Then his face was serious. "Is this kid's ability?" "Yes, it's terrible." Darag said back in a dignified manner. Subsequently, Carp did not say anything, but there was a layer of lacquer black armed color domineering on the right hand, and the blink of an eye was already covered in the arm. After that, he did not hesitate to shoot the flame on Daralch. "Hey!" The dark, armed color domineering meets the flames, and suddenly white smoke rises and makes strange noises. "A very strange flame." Carp said, his face did not change, his hand caught, and the black flame went straight out. Next, his hand trembled and swayed again and again, and the black flame was completely disposed of by him. "Call." Seeing that the flames of the body were extinguished, Dorag only exhaled a long breath, and the nervous mood relaxed a lot. This black flame has bothered him for a while. He even thought that if he couldn't handle it, would he have a day when his whole person was burned to ashes by this flame. "Father, your domineering is really amazing." It won't take long, and when you get stronger, this flame will take you no way. Carp swings his hand. At this time, the yellow cockroach on the side was curious. Mr. Dorage, I want to ask you, did the kid escape? General Huang Wei, how come you are here? Seeing Huang Wei, Dorage, a glimpse, although he sought support, but should not send his father, plus Huang Wei? You know, the two men add up, but they are 2 generations of great generals. I was ordered to hunt down the kid. Oh, it's really annoying. Huang Wei spread his hand, very helpless. That kid is very strong, and General Huang will be careful. Dorage thought about it, still reminded. Huang Zizi flashed and smiled and nodded, okay. For Luo Chen, Huang Wei is also very curious. The strange black flame he saw, just observation, can also be seen to be terrible. I do not know whether my ability is effective. However, he is not too worried. His fruit ability, the speed is amazing. There is not much that can be reflected in this world. Be prepared, let me go to the naval headquarters. If you are injured, I am afraid I have to stay for a while. Cap took out the donut and threw it into his mouth and began to eat. At the same time, Luo Chen, who is already at a distance from Rog Town, is also a scorpion group looking at the nearby pirates. He just glanced at him and slowly approached his pirate ship, and then he set his gaze on the spectacular mountain in front of him. Upside down the mountain, it is here. Unable to describe, this is a magical mountain. The water flows up against the current, and with the rolling force, the water splashes, and the horrible kinetic energy is released at all times. At first glance, I can hardly see the side. P.S. Thanks for the reward of the Red Devil's Mushroom. Chapter 37, Nothing. 2 days ago, Luo Chen entered the recovery with a serious injury. This time, the time of possession was not reduced because of Luo Chen's injury, and it lasted for an hour before arriving. Call. Gently sighing out, Luo Chen's nephew appeared a touch of ease, although time is up, but for the most important injury, but they have already made up for it. Moreover, it seems that because of the possession of the cockroach, the writing of the will eye has followed. The mental loss caused by the excessive use of the load of the will eye has become much lighter and almost nothing. At this moment, what he felt was just exhaustion. Arbitrarily fixed the rudder orientation, Luo Chen fell asleep. This feeling, until the afternoon of the next day, just woke up. Dorage. Looking at the sea, Luo Chen's eyes are a little dignified. The sea is too wide, and the world is too big. Just touching a Dorage, it will force itself into this. Although the future of Dorage is also a horrible figure, after all, he has not yet grown. Despite its strength, it has not reached its peak. Moreover, after Luo Chen was awake, he realized another important thing. That is, his money is running out. The 75 million who managed to accumulate was used by him in a single battle. This means that if you encounter a powerful enemy at this moment, then what he faces will be, no doubt. He doesn't have enough money to summon a powerful soul, and he can't cope with a powerful enemy. This is fatal. It's really distressed. It is conceivable that he summoned Dora to make the devil look, and the navy will not be willing to give up. From then on, he will face an endless stream of troubles. It is impossible to change a ship. I have no money, summon a powerful soul, don't think about it, or have no money. Money, money. All money. Luo Chen is going crazy, and obviously has left the society where everything is inseparable from materiality. Why is it still worrying about money? Hey, let's take a look at the harvest of this battle. Uchiha, this is a powerful soul. This battle should be able to gain a lot. After all, 75 million. Thinking of this huge amount of money, Luo Chen has a feeling of tears. Beat the 65 of the navy, get 65,000 pieces of possessed money, and lose to the Rear Admiral Dorage, and get 300 coins. When seeing the cold words of the system, Luo Chen was a bit aggressive. What are you doing? I actually lost. What do you do? Dirag is labeled as the I actually lost. Even if it is defeated, there are only 300 possessed coins. The hard work has been so much, and there is still no high harvest of the navy. I have to say that Luo Chen is completely arrogant. He thought he had won. Although he paid 75 million yuan this time, the harvest is inevitable. Even the exchange of round eyes, powerful ninjutsu, etc., is no problem, but he did not expect it. It is like this. Can't get along well, system. Luo Chen can't wait to kill the system. If you fight again, you will die if you host it. It is already a consolation prize to comfort you. Questioned by Luo Chen, the system is also an ironic sarcasm. This time, Luo Chen was completely speechless. Although the facts are really like this, but at the very least, on the bright side, the brothers are strong and powerful, all the way to crush it. Of course, the arm is not screwed to the thigh. For this result, Luo Chen can only accept it. A total of 65,300 possessed coins, plus the original, a total of 66,300 possessed coins. Looking at the balance in the system, Luo Chen probably calculated. This balance is left behind after the enemy has been defeated without redemption skills. The system's mechanism is not very crowded. As long as you defeat the enemy, it will be more or less rewarding. Of course, Luo Chen also found that the harvest is the biggest when summoning the ghost battle. 66,300, what can I exchange? After the entanglement, Luo Chen is also happy. It's better than nothing. The 60,000 possessed coins are quite a lot compared to what he had before. Contentment is always happy, people, still cannot pursue too high. Otherwise, it is too tired. However, just looking at the skills exchange price, Luo Chen almost wants to marry her. Right around 50 million possessed coins. Monthly reading, 30 million. Fire, system ninjutsu, 23 million. Chakra extraction, 10 million. Rose went down, and Luo Chen almost licked the system. No matter what, Luo Chen can be exchanged at this moment, the millions of levels, for Luo Chen, it is impossible to achieve. This means that this time, Luo Chen could not even redeem any of his skills. In other words, he has nothing to gain. Oh, if you say that more than 60,000 possessed coins are counted, then he is still somewhat comforted. Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Luo Chen shouted loudly at the system. Not expensive, you feel expensive, just because you have defeated. If you win, you can naturally redeem any of these skills. The cold words directly hit Luo Chen's words. Maid, if you lose, you have no human rights. Luo Chen no longer has trouble with the system, and he also figured out one thing, that is to say, if he can beat Doreg this time, he can at least get more than 10 million possessed coins. How amazing this is! These powerful ghosts are really shocking, plus, envious. In the future, you must squeeze the soft persimmons, don't fight the uncle. Coveted a look at the long exchange list, Luo Chen can only helplessly give up. I don't know how long I can get together. After cleaning up the mood, Luo Chen ate a big meal, it was to lift the spirit, and once again set foot on the voyage. At the same time, he set a small goal for himself. Well, let's set a small goal first. In 3 months, I got 100 million. Without money, Luo Chen felt that he was very insecure, very embarrassed. After determining the direction of navigation, Luo Chen found himself close to the upside-down mountain, which was a passage towards the Great Seaway leading to the Great Waterway. A moment of time, 1 day passed, and now. At this time, Luo Chen and Rogan, slowly sailing down the hill, surrounded by a group of thieves with a smirk and a bad heart. Hey, there are such younger guys who want to go to the Great Waterway and be a pirate. Is it stupid by Roger? Maybe, we should educate him. P.S. Tsing Yi is also very embarrassing, no recommendation, collection, really embarrassing, really. Chapter 38, respectively. The laughter of the pirates came clearly. Luo Chen's nephew stunned, and there was a dangerous light in his eyes. He clearly heard the two words, Roger. This irresponsible brother has made him complain for a long time, but it is his brother. Fudge. It turns out that you don't believe what he said. Silently said softly, Luo Chen's nephew has already had a killing intention. These pirates have staggered streaks, and there is a fierce breath on the body. There is no British air and sunshine that good people should have. This proves that they have a lot of lives in their hands, and many of these lives are souls. It's really fun to surround his boat and enter the Great Waterway. It's fun. The pirate ship has a total of 4 ships, with the same pirate flag inserted. These people belong to a pirate gang. Luo Chen stood on the deck, with no expression on his face, but the chill in his eyes was getting heavier and heavier. Finally, the Rogan stopped and the 4 pirate ships forcibly blocked its way. The pirates sneered and jumped directly onto the deck of the Rogan, sending out a dull voice. Hey, boy, where are you going? A fat-headed fat man, with a playful expression on his face, said, shaking his long knife in his hand. Luo Chen just glanced at the fat man and stopped talking. Ask you, boy, no more snoring, cut you now, throw the sea and feed the fish. The thick and big man, this time a cold drink, the whole body exudes a fierce breath. Oh, Perth, don't scare the kid. Maybe this is a lie from the guy of Roger. I want to go to the Great Fairway and try my luck. The people I have met these days are not. At this time, behind everyone, walked out of a middle-aged man wearing a robes, holding a revolver and wearing a captain. The middle-aged man with a smile on his face looks like a kind-hearted person, but he opens his mouth. Others are full of respect and faint, with a few fears. Amount, yes, the captain. The great man named Perth trembled and squatted back. So, kid, are you being fooled by Roger? Want to go to the Great Waterway and look for the legendary secret treasure? The captain looked at Luo Chen and asked with a smile. Always standing in the same place, always silent, like Luo Chen, who was scared, finally opened. Do you not believe what he said? The captain looked at it and felt that the teenager in front of him was not afraid, but he was still very calm and felt a little strange. You are interesting. I liked it, and then the captain's face was cold. As for Roger's words, I am not stupid, how can I believe? That's just a fool, a stupid guy. Then why are you going out to sea? Luo Chen asked again, his hands hanging around his waist, his body was very relaxed. Why go out to sea? The captain seemed to be asked a little bit dumbfounding. Nature is for wealth, woman, freedom. After a pause, his gaze became calm. In addition, there are people like you see, sailing, look at the scenery, appreciate the magnificence of nature, you can also meet such a naive guy, and then cut off. Eating fruit, singing songs, how free, how happy, isn't it? The captain's words made the other people on the boat laugh. Oh, it's really interesting. Luo Chen seemed to agree with a nod, and he asked again, so, I have one last question. What is the problem? Do you have money? Luo Chen suddenly asked. Money? The captain blinked and smiled. I have shredded 5 of my peers and stepped on more than a dozen towns. I borrowed a small amount of wealth from them. Why, you also interested in treasures? The captain thought that this young man was very interesting. There were very few guys of this age who saw that his group was not afraid. Do not say anything else, this little guy, the courage is very good. He is very interested, playing with children, then killing him and leaving the sea. Well, I am very interested, it is better, you give me your money. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. It's not a waste of time to break through the iron shoes. He is in need of money to fill his empty pockets, and someone is coming to the door. As for this group of pirates, he has not yet put it in his heart. With his current strength, there may be opponents in the East China Sea, but they are not them. What did you say? The captain was shocked. Is this kid crazy? Don't want to give it. Luo Chen's tone was so cold, his right hand trembled, the next second, only heard the sound of, the sword was unsheathed. Another flash of effort, the blade has been placed on the captain's neck. The whole body trembled and the captain was frightened. Let's die. The captain's words have not been finished, and they have been wiped by Roshan's long sword. Hey! Luo Chen began to move, nonsense, and finally acted. His long sword is amazing, every beautiful sword flower is accompanied by blood blooms. His sword is cold and ruthless, and the enemies begging for mercy, panic, under his sword, will become a cold body. Step by step, Luo Chen walked slowly, behind his body, crisscrossing. A group of pirates, even without a chance to react, have been killed by the sword. 5 minutes later, the faint smell came from the bottom down, and it was pungent. Luo Chen stood on the captain's flagship and was somewhat lonely. Exactly, the Rogan should also be abandoned. He whispered a whisper, and he stepped out and kicked all the bodies on the boat to the sea. In addition, the torch was prepared and the rest of the pirate ship was thrown. In a short while, the raging fire burned on the sea. The flagship pirate ship, which is bigger than the Logan, has much better performance. It can be seen that the captain has paid a big price. In addition, Luo Chen has just obtained the treasures of this group of pirates from the mouth of the pirates. They are all piled up in the warehouse of the flagship ship. He also checked it before, and they have a lot of weight. Finally, Luo Chen stood on the Logan. Hey, partner, I am sorry, I have to be separated from you. Thank you for your company. With a sigh, Luo Chen threw the torch in his hand on the Rogan. The Rogan burned. From the moment he was seen by Dorage, it was already doomed how long the ship could not stay with him. Turning around, Luo Chen no longer looks at the Rogan, his back is a bit bleak, some lonely. Sometimes people are like this in the world. I always have to face things that I don't want to do. Some things, only face, you will mature. Chapter 39, Going to the South China Sea. A few steps out, Luo Chen has come under the banner of this pirate ship, a few swords light flashed, the sly flag has been crushed by him, become a piece of rags falling down. In the future, you will be called the Rogan. A slightly low voice came out, and Luo Chen's mood seemed to be a little bad at the moment. Roger's younger brother, this identity, really gave him a lot, or good, or not good. From the moment Roger died, it also meant that he had to step into an endless escape. In this escape, either his power is getting stronger and stronger, subverting all the forces that pursue him. Or, in this escape, he is captured and destroyed by the enemy and falls into death. Luo Chen never gave up hope of birth, and will not be weak forever. He is also eager to be strong, eager to become the one-of-a-kind One Piece like Roger and is known all over the world. Although the personality is different, the style of doing things is different, but they are all eager for the world. Roger is very embarrassed on weekdays, and his actions are also bright and fair, but Luo Chen is a low-key calm, used to solve all troubles with his brain and avoid all troubles. The difference in this behavior is more because the strength level of the two of them is not at a level. The original Rogan was ruined, and Luo Chen's mood fell into a low position. This is his first ship, and his testimony of sailing on the sea, but in order not to leave a clue, he can only let him sink into the sea. My ship, there will always be only the Logan. Whispered in a low voice, Luo Chen's voice was shining again. Some people, some things, he left, but they live forever in people's hearts. In fact, they are always there. His future ship may have a change in shape, but the name is always only the Rogan, and it can only be the Rogan. Silently moving out of the boat, Luo Chen poured himself a few bowls, and then drank it. After a few big mouths, he suddenly had a feeling of being happy. People say that wine is a good medicine, and it cures all sorrows. It really means something. Ha ha ha, why should it be a child? Sailing should be a happy thing. Hasn't it always been like this? Standing up suddenly, Luo Chen threw the wine bowl in his hand and looked back to the calm. Look at what these guys have in the warehouse first. Just a cursory look, but there is no detailed statistics on the specific amount of treasures in the ship's warehouse. Yang Qing took a step and entered the basement of the ship. He put the sails away, but he didn't have to worry. During this time, the sea breeze would be deflected. In a short while, Yang Qing has already arrived in the warehouse. At this time, the warehouse burned candles, and the pirates' warehouses were guarded to prevent some pirates from stealing. This kind of thing has not happened. The pirates like this are also gathering some villains, not because of what dreams come together, but for the sake of money. System, the total amount of money in this warehouse. Going to the middle of the treasure, Luo Chen silently talked to the system. After the drop, the cold sound of the system was introduced into Luo Chen's ear. A total of 60 million treasures. Do you want to keep the income system for backup? 60 million. Luo Chen's face showed a smile. He saw a lot of these golden treasures. He accumulated a lot of money, but he did not expect that there would be so much, but it was beyond his expectations. The murderous arson gold belt, the horse has no night grass is not fat. Sure enough, to grab these fierce guys, is the way to get rich and get rich. Laughter. Luo Chen is the command system. 5 million will be reserved, and 10 million will be replaced by Pele, which is easy to carry. Have to say that the system is really quite convenient, especially for money. Just a golden light flashed, the accumulation of mountain treasures in front of Luo Chen has disappeared, replaced by a pair of Bailey in the hands, and the string of numbers in the system balance. However, Luo Chen did not have any disappointment. He collected money, more to save money and give him a powerful force. The money at hand, as long as it is enough. With these 50 million, I can also guarantee some safety and confidence. 50 million, enough for him to summon a good soul. The green soul is bound to be far stronger than the front 3 souls. Now, I am going to the South China Sea. The dice flashed, and Luo Chen walked out of the cabin and lowered the canvas. The Rogan screamed, and the sea breeze blew the sails high and suddenly accelerated, heading for the spectacular upside-down mountain in front of you. After half a clock, the hull bang shook, and in Luo Chen's face smile, it was sailing fast against the sky. The 9 songs of the Yellow River come up in the sky. I can't think of one day, I can also take a sail and break the waves, and break through the sky, ha ha ha. I have never experienced it. You can't imagine wearing it in the process of driving. You can only hear the sound of the river turbulence and the feeling of the blue sky. It is a vast and magnificent, exuberant in the chest. In a sudden, you will feel that your heart is open, the air is absorbed more, the mood becomes more pleasant, and even the vision is wide. Ah! In this rapids, Luo Chen drove the Rogan and screamed with excitement. All the way straight up to the sky, the rising river upside down the mountain is very fast. I don't know where this power comes from, giving people a feeling of extreme passion, rolling forward. When he was a child, Luo Chen Fang saw that the river was slowing down. At this time, he looked back and found himself standing on a high sky. He had a sense of dizziness. Amazing! Longside, Luo Chen's face was full of smiles. As the speed of the ship slowed down, the position of the Rogan was also at the top of the mountain. At this time, Luo Chen also stood at the bow, clearly saw the top of the inverted mountain. There are actually 4 routes, going down. There is a great waterway, there is the West Sea, where is the North Sea, is there the South China Sea? At a glance, this time, Luo Chen did not hesitate to turn the rudder. As the roaring sound rang, the direction of the Rogan changed, aiming at the falling river leading to the South China Sea. While the speed of the ship dropped to a minimum, the Rogan was also on the way to the South China Sea. Hey! The sound of the wood rubbed, and the head position of the Rogan began to tilt downward. Finally, I looked at the river leading to the Great Waterway. Luo Chen's scorpion flashed and turned suddenly. When I am busy, I will go to see you. How many magics are there in the legendary Great Waterway? P.S. The comment area can't be answered temporarily. I am sorry, everyone, saying that the points are not enough, some are depressed. Today's chapter, adjust the ideas, think about the South China Sea plot, it is a relatively important point in the previous period, and will be added later. Chapter 40, Cat. The Logans trembled, and eventually fell down and followed the descending road leading to the South China Sea, drifting down and drifting down. Compared with the rising speed, when falling, because of the influence of gravity acceleration, such momentum is even more alarming. Into the ear is the roar of the rapid river impact. Yang Qing grabbed the mast, and the laughter continued to spread. Ha ha ha, no wonder he will be hooked on sailing, it's really fun. In the last life, he liked to watch those martial arts novels, drinking water, walking in the rivers and lakes, not happy. There is grace and revenge, and there is revenge, and the big man walks in the world. In this life, driving a ship sailing above this vast sea really gave Luo Chen the feeling. Wine, yes. Sword, there are. Why not? All the way to the South China Sea, leaving the boat Luo Chen that refreshing laughter. Half an hour later, the Rogan roared and made a huge shock. After a violent shaking, it finally calmed down. The South China Sea is here. A brilliant brilliance flashed in the scorpion, and Luo Chen couldn't forget it. He also had an important task in the South China Sea. This irresponsible man. Shaking his head, his eyes showed a deep sigh. This line, inevitably dangerous, is equivalent to going straight to the wolf's nest. However, he had to go. When the big man walks in the world, there are things that have to be done, even if he gives his life, he will not hesitate. If you don't have a good job, let me help you. As for others, why bother? There is a touch of ice in his eyes, he can tolerate anything, but in this matter, he will not back down in half a step. The sails swelled and the Rogan swayed and headed for the South China Sea. About 20 miles away from here, shouting and killing the sound, the pirates are yelling around a freight carrier. From time to time, there is a faint smell that evokes the fish in the sea. The fish swam quickly, undulating around the ship, their eyes full of greed, and the mouth of their mouths hanging with coveted saliva. Mad, let you hand over the treasures early, you don't pay. I also talk to Lao Tzu, trade your sister. I can kill you. Wearing a captain's cap, he grew up with 5 big and 3 thick big men. He was holding a long knife in his hand and continually cut it toward the body under his body. After a while, the deck of the merchant ship was already stained with blood. Captain, this guy is dead. Aside, there are thieves whispering. The thief's eyes are filled with fear and fear. When he speaks, his hands are shaking. At the same time, his heart is also roaring. The trough, this Nima is really changing, the state. People are smashed into meat, you still cut, you are abnormal. Dead. The captain seemed to react. It looked like a thick and touching head of his smooth reflection. He smiled and said that the machete was twisted and twisted. As he walked, the captain shouted and yelled. Brothers, kill me. Treasures are all over, women, men, don't, cut them off and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. The tone is not as good as it is, but the brutality is chilling. After a while, the screams on the boat came to an abrupt end, and there was no other voice besides the scream of the pirates. Captain, everyone is killing. A long camera spirit pirate, smirked and walked over. Well, let me move the treasure to the boat, then let us go. What about these bodies? The pirate glanced at the corpse next to him and smiled again. Brothers are tired. Tired? Then no matter, let's go straight. Let the navy, let's deal with the aftermath. Touching the smooth back of the head, the pirates waved their hands and handed all the treasures to the pirate ship. The pirate ship evacuated and the cargo ship fell silent. Suddenly, a figure jumped out. Meow. The light voice came out and it turned out to be a cat. The cat is not big, but it is very dexterous. It shuttles between the bodies of the ship, carefully not letting yourself get some blood. At the same time, the agile eyes are full of sorrow and fear. It's like a person. Meow. A timid look at the pirate ship that is far away, the cat eyes are confused. Standing in the bow of the boat, the cat looked at the endless sea and fell into a sigh. It doesn't know where to go or what to do. Suddenly, there was a ship in its eyes, and it was driving in the wind and waves. Suddenly, its eyes flashed with excitement. Meow. It seems to be calling the ship, but its voice is small, but the people on board can't hear it. It seems that no matter how loudly he is, the people on board can't hear it, and the cat is in despair. Meow. It seems to be low and crying. Gradually, the ship was getting closer and closer to it. After half a clock, the cat saw the ship approaching and standing a young man. There was a slap in the eye, and it seemed to be amazed and confused. This man, why is a person sailing? It did not see it, nor did it hear other sounds on this ship that was not too small. The man stood on the deck, and with a smile on his face, he was full of cheerful atmosphere, but it could feel the loneliness of him. Just then, the young man looked over. When I saw it was a cat, the face was slightly stunned, and then smiled. It's a cat. Then, the man jumped up. His figure was not strong, on the contrary, it looked a little thin. But it is just a leap, already to the cat's side. Just a glance, the man has already seen the horror of the ship in his eyes. Is it only you alone? Whispered, the man is doubtful, but his heart has already been affirmed. After a few steps to see the cargo ship, there was already a torch in the man's hand. The cat timidly receded, hid in a corner, secretly watching all the actions of the man. I lit the torch. The man wanted to throw the torch directly on the boat, but after thinking of the cat on the side, the man seemed to have a meal and then spoke to the cat hiding in the corner. These people are dead, I need to incinerate them, so that their bodies will not rot and stink. You will follow me later. Then, a fire burns up. When the man finished, he turned and walked towards his boat. The domineering behavior without leaving a little room for the cat to bite his teeth and hate. Who wants to go with you? If I don't agree, I will burn my boat. Really? After thinking about it, watching the ship that is getting more and more prosperous, the cat jumped up in desperation, and the man left. P.S. This is a magical cat. Ask for recommendations, collection. Chapter 41, Become Fine. Luo Chen had a cat on the boat. This cat was accidentally encountered by him. Perhaps on his own boat, when he saw the cat, the confusion and pity in the cat's eyes affected his compassion. But when the cat got on the boat, he discovered that this is really not a normal cat. Have you seen not eating raw fish, only eating delicious braised fish? Once the braised fish tastes bad, will you look like a cat? Have you seen every morning when you slept to a fixed point, climbed onto your face, scratched you with your claws, and asked you to get up the cat? You have seen you a fire, it is more angry than you, yelling at you, called a non-stop cat? This is not a cat, it is just fine. Is not to say that after the founding of the People's Republic, is it not allowed to become fine? Luo Chen squatted in the temple, looking at the squatting on the deck, a cat with a sullen and cold face, some speechless. Recently, he was despised. Yes, it was despised by a cat. This cat seriously abandons his level of cooking and even a hunger strike. Through the dog, this cat is really fine. I thought that when he was a cat, when he was not eating cats, he was eating cats, or was he eating cats? To this day, the cats of this pirate world will cultivate, will it be against the sky? In the end, Luo Chen couldn't stand the humiliation of being despised by a cat. He spent 10,000 Bailey and began to summon the ghost possession. Give me a red soul. I want to cook, the level of cooking is high. He glanced at the cat and Luo Chen bit his teeth. Specify the ghost type summon the price double, please confirm. The sound of the system was cold, and Luo Chen did not hesitate to directly choose to summon. Hey! The colorful light flashed in front of Luo Chen's eyes, and a figure stepped in and instantly entered Luo Chen's body. In an instant, a kind of sensation in the darkness poured into Luo Chen's mind, and the color of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. But only a minute later, there was a smile on his face. It turned out to be this: it's really rich enough to make the ghosts. The ghost that the system summoned this time is very interesting. If you are a former person, you will be able to recognize it at a glance. Food God, Stephen Zhou, skill, kitchen skills. The skills you have, you will be ecstasy. The information is clear, and Luo Chen understands it at a glance. This time, the appetite of the attached body is the protagonist in the movie The God of Food starring Zhou Xing in his early years. The film is not known for its skill, and Stephen's speciality is just a cooking experience. After reading this Stephen's cooking price, Luo Chen did not hesitate to exchange directly. Congratulations to the host for spending 300 yuan on the body and learning how to cook. The sound of the system's cold ice came, and Luo Chen's body trembled, and he had mastered the kitchen skills. With the ghost of Stephen's possession, he immediately began to enter the kitchen. Later, the sound of dang 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 continued to linger, and Luo Chen began to show his fists. This time, he did not believe the kitten, but also mocked him. Let's be surprised. Smelly kitten. The knives of the gods, the superb level of ecstasy, and the expression of insult. In a short period of time, a plate of fresh braised fish has been out. I have to say that the skill of the kitchen is not ordinary. A simple combination of dishes and seasonings will make the fish in the plate fresh. A refreshing scent, the fish's deliciousness is displayed in front of the nose, and it smells like a longevity. Happily picked up the plate, Luo Chen walked toward the cat's nest. This cat is really uncommon. It wants a separate bedroom and takes a bath. At this time, the sound of the water in the cat's room was screaming, and it was doing cleaning work. Hey, you are a good cat. Ben, this time, I must surprise you, come and try my craft. Luo Chenai drank and pushed open the door of the bedroom. In an instant, the cat's panicked voice came out. Meow. The cat was ashamed and glared at Luo Chen, and he could not wait to bite Luo Chen. Yeah, still shy, interesting. You are just a cat, you will be shy, haha. Luo Chen haha laughed, holding the plate and striding towards the cat. Meow. An angry stunned Luo Chen, the cat claws a wave, the cat actually pulled the curtain. After waiting for a while, the cat's expression was slightly cold and stepped out. However, the shame in the cat's eyes can be clearly seen. Come on, try my new braised fish. Luo Chen looked at the plate in his hand and opened the aluminum basin on the top. Immediately, a fragrance drifted. The cat's saliva flowed down in an instant, and the urgency of the claws rushed up. Snapped. Luo Chen hit the cat's claws, and then the color. Napkin, with a fork. Meow. The cat took a look at Luo Chen, then quickly tied his own napkin, picked up the fork, and like a small adult to the braised fish. Just a bite, the cat's eyes are lit up. Meow meow meow. It seems that it is delicious, and Luo Chen immediately laughed. This system is not just for me to fight. It seems that my previous thoughts were too narrow. There are so many people who die, almost every system, as long as it is used properly, Luo Chen can almost become an all-around. What kind of knowledge he can get through ghosts, systems, and easily. It's a good thing to open this plug-in. It's a big killer. Luo Chen's mouth was bent. Some of the ghosts that are low in price, but useful in daily life, have been ignored by Luo Chen before. These special skills cannot be used to enrich themselves, which is extremely cost-effective. There was a cat on the Logan, and it was a lot more fun. In this way, time slowly pushed over, blinking, 2 weeks passed. In the past 2 weeks, the Rogan has been driving, and he does not know where the island where Lucy is. Only in the past, I learned that the island is called Batlia Island and is located in the South China Sea. At this point, he entered the South China Sea, is very close to Lucy, but after all, it is still a step. You must find an island and get a map of the islands in the South China Sea. Otherwise, I don't know when it will be delayed. Standing on the bow and looking at the sea, Luo Chen's face was a bit deep. Before this, I must enrich my vault as much as possible. 100 million is not too small, and 1 billion is not too much. With money, he can become invincible. Oh! At this moment, the cat walked on the light footsteps, and seemed to hear Luo Chen's whisper, his claws pointing. Luo Chen stunned and then woke up. This cat is very magical, can understand people's words, in addition to the form is not a person, it can be said that there is no difference between people. You mean this direction, there is an island. Meow. The cat nodded affirmatively, and looked up proudly, seemingly saying, boast me, praise me. P.S. Thanks to the confused black, the fish's tears 314 reward. Chapter 42, 120 million. Regardless of the direction of the cat, Luo Chen has no purpose, and he will go according to the place pointed by the former. About 2 days later, Luo Chen looked at the cat. You are not nothing at all. You can still tell the direction of the sea. For this, Luo Chenxi is amazing. Unexpectedly, a cat can do this to the extent that it can. Meow. The cat held the forelegs, and looked at Luo Chen with a proud look. Then he took the step and left the place with cold and arrogance. At this point, standing on the deck, you can clearly see the island about 3 kilometers ahead. There is finally some clue. The scorpion flickered, and there was a smile in Luo Chen's eyes. After half a clock, the Rogan landed. Okay. When he disembarked, he saw 3 or 4 ships carrying flags on the side. This is, pirates. The glimmer of light in the eyes can have a pirate group of this size. Generally speaking, it is also a large pirate group in the 4 seas. The number is about 100. Meow. It was necessary to disembark, and Luo Chen suddenly discovered that the cat that had been with him had begun to tremble, looking at the flags hanging on these ships, and his eyes were full of fear. What happened to you? Luo Chen walked over and asked, worried. Although it is only a cat, but the time he gets along, the more he feels that this guy is like a person. In a subconscious mind, this cat is already his partner. Meow. The cat lifted his claws and pointed to the pirate ship. Then he was half-day, his eyes were full of horror, and finally he hugged Luo Chen's leg, trying to discourage him from leaving quickly. You want me to leave here? These pirates are terrible. Luo Chen thought about it and asked. Hey, hey, hey. The cat pointed anxiously at the pirate ship and called for a while. Luo Chen understood this time. Through the action of the cat, he understood that a chill in the scorpion flashed. In this way, this group of guys is the creditors of those lives on the ship. At the first sight of these pirate ships, the cat recognized them. These pirates attacked the merchant ship and destroyed the culprit in the place where they lived. I understand. Luo Chen put his hand on the cat's head, his expression became serious, and his eyes were more chilly. Looking at the panic in the cat's eyes and a trace of sorrow, Luo Chen knows that the cat's relatives may have died in that battle. Do not worry, everything has me. The cat slowly picked up, and Luo Chen turned around and looked at the several pirate boats that were undulating with the sea, and the body was cold. I will help you revenge. The sound is heavy, and Luo Chen has no past easiness in the past. Instead, it is solemn and solemn. The cat looked at Luo Chen, and took the courage to climb to Luo Chen's shoulder, then squatted firmly on it, rubbing Luo Chen with his cheek. Don't worry about me, it's the desperate. I am very strong. Softly comforting the cat standing on the shoulder, Luo Chen stepped out step by step, and then a leap, has been about to go from the Rogan, striding toward the 4 pirate ships not far away. After 10 days, one of the pirates was on board. 4 or 5 pirates are sitting on the deck, and roars and complaints are constantly coming out. These pirates are playing cards. Suddenly, a shadow shrouded behind them, letting the group suddenly look at it and then turn to look at it. Who are you, kid? What do we do on the boat? Fast roll, disturbing Lao Zi's interest. In the eyes of a young teenager, a strange cat was on his shoulder and looked at them with fear. Suddenly, the pirates roared. Come to kill you. In the face of the fierce momentum of these pirates, even some people have picked up the long knife beside them. Luo Chen is only a faint road. His right hand stroking the hilt on his waist silently, and at the moment these pirates are about to stand up, his sword screams. Choke! A bright sword flower crossed the void, and Luo Chen's long sword returned to the sheath. The pirates who are still getting up have a look of horror in their eyes. They panicked and felt their necks, trying to stop the flow of vitality. However, after the break, there was only darkness left in front of their eyes. A sword, the pirates present, all died. Next boat. Luo Chen strode down the ship and then went on the other 3. Less than half a clock, 3 pirates on the ship, there are still some embarrassing sounds, it has become quiet. At this time, Luo Chen was standing on one of the biggest ones. Is this the captain's boat? Looking at the body lying down, Luo Chen's nephew flashed slightly. In this ship, the pirates have a significantly higher combat power than the other 3, especially the body under him. He killed the other side after he had 3 swords. Ordinary pirates only need a sword. But it does not matter, a sword, 3 swords, the difference is not big, are dead. Meow. At this time, the cat on the shoulder screamed, and the coldness on Luo Chen's face dissipated, and he smiled and touched the cat's head. Then he stepped forward and began to look for treasures on board. A fierce pirate like this, robbery everywhere, they must have accumulated a lot of money. After looking for the secret door on the captain's bedroom floor, Luo Chen opened the organ and jumped directly. When he saw the golden light in the basement, his face showed a smile. Sure enough. The feeling of being insane is unimaginable. He only has to constantly fill his own vault and see his own money increase, so that he will have happiness. As far as I can see, according to Luo Chen's estimate, this time I saw more treasures than I had encountered in the East China Sea. That is my small goal almost realized? The smile on his face was even worse. Luo Chen stepped into the treasure center. System, give me these treasures into balances. After a few breaths, the treasure on the floor quickly decreased, and finally became empty, and the cold sound of the system also came out at this time. The total amount of money is 75 million, whether it is to be collected as a system balance. 70 million income balance, 5 million for me to change to Bailey. Luo Chen arbitrarily replied, and after his death, he had a more Bailey in his hand, and the balance of the system suddenly became 120 million. This is a huge sum that goes beyond the past, and it also makes Luo Chen firmly believe in robbing the pirates. If you want to get rich, it seems that you have to take action on these guys who are arrogant and looting in the future. In the East China Sea, he was a bounty hunter for a long time, only to spend more than 70 million. However, this will only be robbed twice, but it has accumulated 120 million yuan of wealth. Next, I took the money. It's time to do it. Looking at the inside of the island, Luo Chen's scorpion flashed a cold light. P.S. Brothers with tickets, a lot of support, just throw a shot, for the benefit of this book. Chapter 43, Flying Sacred Sword Flow. Jumping from the pirate ship, Luo Chen moved quickly towards the island. On his shoulders, the cat fell into a quiet, silent voice, but from time to time looking into the eyes, full of worry. It is worried that Luo Chen will be in danger. When he gets along with him for a few days, this person has a feeling for a cat. Walking through the jungle on the coast, Luo Chen soon saw the town in the center of the island. The originally calm town, at the moment of the group's entry, has already been in flames. The cruel pirates have never been kind and tolerant. The first wave of action after their arrival is the slaughter, the ruthless killing, the timidity of the villagers, and then forced them to surrender their wealth. There is only one that does not pay, or hesitates to end, that is death. The blood gathered into a small river, flowing slowly from the gravel road in the town. The faint smell was floating on the island, and a tragic atmosphere permeated. We are just robbery, nothing else. Hand over the money, we cannot hurt you. At the end of the crowd, a big man shouted loudly. In front of them, the villagers stood together in fright, holding shovel and other weapons in their hands. In the face of danger, these people choose not to bear, but to resist. In the middle of the two people, there are dozens of bodies lying down. Do not be nonsense, a broken village, delayed for 2 hours, I am very busy. The 5 big 3-skinned bald man strode out and chopped a knife and pointed directly at the villagers in front. I will give you 2 more minutes to let you choose. If you don't pay the money, you will kill all of you. Captain. As soon as this sentence came out, the pirates in the rear were all scared. The pirates are also divided into 3 or 6, etc., from the evil means to release the bounty. Their captains are fierce, but compared to those top evil, cruel guys, have always stayed in the line. And those guys who line the front end of the navy are all bloody, and they are destroying an island and killing the entire island. All along, they have avoided such massive cruel killings, lest the navy's eyes be focused on them. Because they clearly know that with their strength, once the navy is really moving and wants to encircle them, then they will only have one dead end. However, this time the captain. Don't talk nonsense, this time we finish, we will go to the Great Channel. There are enough 100 million bounty to make a few more peninsulas in the Taste Channel. At that time, we will find an auction, take a few demonic fruits, and be afraid of a ball. The bald captain waved his hand arbitrarily and loudly. This time, the crew understood. It is very close to the mountains, and as long as they want to go, the navy is almost impossible to stop them. And if you want to go, then the navy of the South China Sea can manage them. When it comes to the Great Waterway, use the money to shoot a few demonic fruits and improve the strength of the cotters. At that time, it is not necessary to encounter the navy. At this time, most pirates are also doing this. They are not stupid. In the early stage, they plundered, accumulated wealth, and entered the Great Waterway, looking for demonic fruits and developing their own strength. Seeing the fierce light that suddenly appeared in the eyes of the pirates, the villagers became obviously confused. Compared to the pirates who live on the verge of death, the strength of these villagers is still inferior. It can be said that once opened, the villagers will almost certainly die. 2 minutes is coming. The impatience of Captain Dahan and so on reached a few points. After counting the stopwatch, he suddenly made a big noise. Have you thought about it? The eyes of the villagers, the captain of the bald head, are very strong. The villagers didn't have a snoring, just tightening the weapons in their hands. Good, good, good. The head of the bald head was very angry and laughed. He slammed his hand into the air, and he waved down the next second. He ordered the villagers to smash the nasty villagers. At this time, behind the pirates, there was a painful scream. Ah, help! There are enemies! Be careful! A few voices came quickly, but the moment came to an abrupt end. The pirates eagerly turned back, and then they saw a young figure, holding a sword in the right, slowly stepping forward and coming towards them. Who is he? The captain of the bald head glanced at it and immediately asked the pirate next to him. I do not know either. The pirate looks confused. The juvenile held the sword in his right hand and held a petite cat on his shoulder. The cat's eyes were full of fear and pity, and the eyes turned, very cute and look very smart. However, it is such a strange combination. Every time they take a step, the pirates will fall 4 or 5. In the breath of the captain's unresponsiveness, the pirate crowd has been smashed by the young Jian Guang, and dozens of lives have been harvested. What's special? The bald captain finally reacted and screamed. Why do you want to die for the boy? A big bang, such as the spring thunder blooms, instantly awakened the rushing pirates. Then, the scene suddenly became chaotic, surrounded by nearly 100 people, surrounded by Luokan. But for a time, none of these pirates dared to go forward. Meow! The cat cried with a worries. Don't be afraid, these are all chickens and dogs. Luo Chen's face was cold, and he didn't care about these pirates in his voice. At the same time, he secretly contacted the system. Give me the orange soul, the category is the sword weapon class. Specify the category call, the consumption will be doubled, please confirm. The sound of the system is cold and ice. Confirm. With Luo Chen's strength at this time, it's not a lot of effort to solve these pirates. However, the orange soul is not a burden for Luo Chen now. His main purpose is to master multiple skills. In the flashing light, a long red hair, a young figure with a lion scar on his face, holding a long sword, suddenly stepped out and rushed into Luo Chen's body. The body shape was shocked, and Luo Chen's nephew immediately appeared in a burst of enlightenment. The consumption amount is 200,000, summoning the character. The skills you have, the flying swords. The 100,000 level figure of the village, Jian Xin, this time, the caller, Luo Chen is also very familiar. At the same time, the long sword in his hand is also a change in the sword's potential, and the style is suddenly changed. The temperament of the whole person has undergone a slight change. Of course, these pirates can't see it. Between the figure, Luo Chen's figure has disappeared in front of the pirates. Jian Guang flickering, this moment, Luo Chen's figure is difficult to see. Just a short 3 interest, dozens of figures, lying down again on the ground. The swordsmanship of the sword of the village, with the power of Luo Chen's body at the moment, exerted a terrible power. P.S. The possession system, anyone can summon, brothers can also write down the characters they want to summon in the book review area, Tsing Yi may use. In fact, I want to summon Chen Nan's, cough, but... Chapter 44, Knife Extraction. Fishan Yujian Liu, from the Rurouni Kenshin, is the sword used by the protagonist Yukan Jiangxin. Among them, the knife drawing technique is extremely overbearing, and the most terrifying feature of this genre is the fast and the ambiguous, and these 2 points are fully exerted. The knife extraction technique is the most powerful, and it is called the speed of the knife. When you are aware of the speed, the sword has passed through your body and reached behind you, which is the moment of your failure. At this time, Luo Chen's body is attached to the heart of the village, and in the midst of the shackles, it has already integrated all the flying swords of the sword into the heart. Speedy knife extraction. Dragon nest flash. Tu long flash. Dragon hammer. Long xiang flash. 9 heads of dragons flash. And in the end, the highest level of arrogance, Tianxiang dragon flash, in an instant, Luo Chen's mind, countless personal shadows fly, practice in the heart of the sea, then zoom in, and his body is merged. Fast. Quasi. Hate. The dangerous smell was released from the scorpion. At that time, Luo Chen's figure was passed by a dozen pirates. Long Xiang flash. The amazing swordsmanship, a glimpse of the flower, followed by the screams, his body is empty. Abominable boy. The head of the bald head looked at the young boy who was walking step by step, fearing in his heart. He is very aware of his fighting power. He is an elite pirate who came over from the edge of life and death. However, he couldn't help but breathe, and he had all fallen to the ground. This kid. What is sacred? Dragon hammer. Nine-headed Longshan. One by one, the sword moves in the hands of Luo Chen, and the nearly 100 pirates rushing up quickly decrease. His brilliant swordsmanship, the speed of movement, is like a tiger in the crowd, no one can stop. In front of this tiger, the pirates became Mian Yang. Dozens of breaths have passed, and Luo Chen's mastery of the control of the Fanfiction Yujian flow is familiar, and the fusion with the sword of the village has reached its peak. Every time he stepped out, he would hear 3 or 4 voices. In the end, when the pirates had only more than 30 people left, they looked at the dead bodies, feared, and feared. Ah, he is not a human, it is a devil. It's too strong. We have no hope at all. Under such a brilliant sword, they have no resistance at all. Captain, what should I do? Some pirates screamed and their voices were shaking. The captain of the bald head, his eyes are even more fierce. He touched his own light head and walked to the forefront with a few steps of the big knife. He first scanned the pirates who fell to the ground in a circle, and the fierce light in his eyes was even worse. Bad boy, who are you? Enough. The person who is dying, there is no need to know. Luo Chen was indifferent to export, and his eyes were not even on the head of the bald head. Slowly insert the long sword into the scabbard and then hold it together. This group of pirates has lost their brilliance and is not enough to filter. There is kind, mad, who are you Lao Zi? I am a rewarding 35 million murderer Arno. The captain of the bald head was furious, and he strode out, and a few steps had already arrived in front of Luo Chen. The knife shines brightly, and it is smashed toward Luo Chen with an extremely smashing angle. The latter scorpion flashed, the footsteps flashed slightly, escaped the attack, and the right hand was placed on the handle of the waist, and did not attack. He seems to be brewing something, letting the captain of the bald head keep slashing, but he is always avoiding. However, it can be clearly seen that although Luo Chen's figure is constantly moving, the cat on his shoulder is steadily squatting and has never been shaken. 10 seconds later, Luo Chen's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. His momentum in savings seemed to have reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, the captain of the bald head rushed over. Speaking of strength, from the point of view of bounty, it is actually not much worse. But in terms of tricks, the difference is too far. Suddenly, Luo Chen's nephew became a seam. The next moment, the sound of the Yuan Hong sword came out of the sheath. A very embarrassing, extremely sharp sword, just breath, seems to be able to split the human head. In front of the captain of the bald head, a glimpse of the sword light quickly magnified, and then he saw a faint figure passing through the center of his body. I'm fine. Arnold's fearful way. Straight at this moment, he heard the sound of a long knife and a sheath behind him. At the moment when the sound disappeared, he stunned his neck, where a slit was quickly enlarged, and the red blood was erupting. Speedy knife extraction. Muttered, Luo Chen's eyes condensed. Among the flying swords, the most famous one is the knife drawing technique. When the knife is pulled, the enemy's life and death are already determined. This overbearing, fast knife extraction, so many people fear. The sword of the village can be called pull the knife, but also because of this knife. At the same time, the knife drawing technique is also the basis of all the flying swords. Just a preliminary test, this set of swordsmanship brought a surprise to Luo Chen. Sure enough, it is only a knife, it will be the 3005 million, the strength and the pirates who cannot be a few points of their own direct kill. The swordsmanship method is also strong, but it is strong in the tricks, but if it is more overbearing than the flying sword, it is still a bit worse. The two sets of swordsmanships are very different in style, but they are equally powerful. Of course, the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship is more a bit of righteousness, chivalrous, upright. From the straight, this is indeed no more powerful than the knife. After solving Arno, Luo Chen's nephew was a glimpse of his body, and he had once again rushed into the remaining pirates. After the breath, the screams continued to spread. For these cruel pirates, Luo Chen will not let go. Killing one person to save thousands, why not? He is not a bad person, not a savior. But the road is not flat, everyone is stepping on it. Since it has been met, killing these guys is nothing. Confucianism has its own words, and independence is self-sufficient. Among them is the lack of righteousness that is a little bit ignorant, but it has a little more to maintain its own rationality. If you can, think about the things around you. This is the way of life and the way to survive. Luo Chen is not strong at this moment, but killing these pirates and saving the civilians in front of this island is more than enough to save the innocent people killed by these people. As for the navy, that is the contradiction caused by the different camps. Just a dozen breaths, the remaining pirates have been killed by Luo Chen. The faint smell came out, it was vomiting, and the cat stood on the shoulder and was very disgusted to cover his nose. Are you safe? Returning the sword to the sheath, Luo Chen stepped forward and smiled. This is completely different from the previous indifference, so that the villagers immediately saw it. P.S. Thanks for the reward of the twilight breeze, seeking recommendation, collection, in the period when the book is not exposed, the brothers' support, for Tsingyi, is the biggest motivation. Chapter 45, Chart. The moment before, it was like a strict shura, but this moment seems to be like a smile. This very different temperament is out of the same person, leaving the villagers somewhat awkward. Thanks, thanks. After a full 5-degree slowdown, one of them only reacted, and even thanked him. There was one person, and the rest of the villagers thanked them loudly. Some of them took the valuable items on their bodies, some went home to get specialties, and even a middle-aged man of 40 or 50 years old, actually pushed his daughter out, saying that he had to repay Luo Chen and let the latter stunned. A look of arrogance. However, such a lively scene is also to let Luo Chen feel a little, with a warmth. He has seen many movies, novels, and sometimes saved the other party in the past, but the other party will fear your powerful strength, but will withdraw from you or try to kill you. These dark and capricious, cannot be prevented. But fortunately, the people here are very simple. Oh, the extra thank you will not be used, I need a chart, the chart of the South China Sea, do you have it? Luo Chen refused the kindness of all the villagers, especially the daughter of the middle-aged man, loudly. Heido. With the request, the villagers immediately acted and asked each other. Among them, the enthusiasm of the enthusiasm, let Luo Chen sigh, and lamented. It's a bunch of kind guys who saved them and wanted to give them everything. After a while, the villagers had news, a young guy ran home quickly, and then ran for a sheepskin roll. Beth, I have a chart, I have it. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it, then swept away, just in a flash, he saw this picture in his eyes, and the cat on his shoulder was also curious to scan. How? Benefactor? Kanosa's chart, no problem. Yeah, no problem. This is what I picked up on another island when I went out to sea 2 years ago. I looked back like a map and brought it back. I hope there is no problem, be sure to help the benefactor. Everyone was nervously watching Luo Chen's expression, and his eyes were full of expectations. The chart is okay, although it is somewhat broken, but my destination can be found. After a few moments, Luo Chen said with a smile, let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. The villagers said. This chart is crippled. It can be said that the incompleteness is too much, It only covers a quarter of the South China Sea. When Luo Chen began to look at it, he frowned, but after a few eyes, he laughed. Because the death is not dead, the route to Batlia Island is just above the chart. Sure enough, good things are good news. Got the goal of this trip, Luo Chen is to say goodbye to the villagers. When Batlia arrived, Lucy was still suffering. He didn't have much time to waste. Better, we have nothing to repay you, but please tell me your name. The villagers repeatedly stayed and were rejected by Luo Chen. In the end, they could only ask Luo Chen's name. Amount. This time, Luo Chen stunned. After thinking about it, he laughed again. My name is. Since summoned the sword of the village to defeat those pirates, then use the name of the sword of the village. After 10 days of interest, Luo Chen's back disappeared in front of the villagers' eyes, and he shared his name and name. Back on the Rogan, Luo Chen's face was full of smiles. This time the harvest is not small, not only took the money, but also got the chart. Smiling at the cat, Luo Chen smiled. Meow. The cat disliked and smashed Luo, wagged his tail and jumped over Luo Chen's shoulder. Soon, Rogan left the island. In the mouth of the villagers, Luo Chen also learned that the island is called the Island of Seine. The next time, the Rogan was running smoothly on the sea. Luo Chen began to sit on the deck and calculate the income. Anno, who defeated the pirates, and 30 million bounty, got a total of 3,200 possessions. The system gold balance is over 120 million. Total amount of remaining coins, 69,200. These are the family properties of Luo Chen at the moment. After counted in the heart, Luo Chen's scorpion stunned and succumbed to the skill of the village's sword. Flying Tian Yujian Liu, you need to spend 3,000 coins. Without hesitation, Luo Chen chose to exchange. The flying swords of the sacred swords played a terrible power on the body of Jiangxin in the village. But this is only in the heart of the village, and its moves are exquisite, precise, and sturdy. They are very powerful. With his own strength, this set of swordsmanship will inevitably exert a stronger power in his body. Moreover, this is a systematic sword method, and there are many swords, including the cultivation of breath, the promotion of the realm, and so on. Although in the world of pirates, these things will have a lot of restrictions, but for him, it is just right. From the beginning, Luo Chen's positioning of the system is not to make himself strong in an instant, but to eat a fat man, but to use the system, from weak, step by step to the strong. And, the system can't really make yourself invincible immediately. Even if you summon a powerful character and summon a purple soul, it is time limited. In the end, it is a power that is not your own. What Luo Chen wants is the true strength of his own. The moves of the flying swords in the mind, the rapid flow in the heart, after the 3 interest, he has mastered all of them. The advantage of the system is that he does not have to cultivate these things. Once exchanged, he has these strengths. With 16 years of physical cultivation, Luo Chen's strength has reached a small peak for the time being. Now even if the power of the system is not used, Luo Chen's swordsmanship has been able to defeat the pirates with a bounty of 50 or 60 million. Of course, the demonic fruit ability, he has not encountered it for the time being. It is unclear what will happen after this enemy with great fluctuations in strength. Call. Slowly spit out a breath, Luo Chen running the Fanfiction Yujian Liu's breath after the heart, and finally gave up. In the heart of the law, Gagnes Ghost Valley spit the law, more positive and peaceful, long-lasting, and good for the body. The Fanfiction Yujian Liu, whose style is rude, violent, and even worse, will even be abolished. At the end of Jiangxin, it seems that because the strength of the move is too large, it has caused serious injuries. However, with my body, I can withstand the power of this violent. Luo Chen is not worried. The people of the pirate world, the general physical quality is excellent, far beyond the world of Jiangxin. Next, continue to accumulate money, sweep all the way, summon powerful people, and enrich yourself. Strive to upgrade your strength to 100 million pirates. P.S. I saw the messages from the brothers. I can only say that there will be ones. Whoever wants to call will call them. Of course, not now, Mo Meng. Chapter 46, A Big Man. The island of Batlia is located in the central and western parts of the South China Sea. Luo Chen sees from this broken chart that he wants to travel to the island and he has to cross at least 7 islands. Judging the itinerary according to the scale on the map, it takes about 5 months. The time of nearly half a year. Some of his face was slightly uncomfortable. Luo Chen was very worried about whether Lucy could support her. In the original book, after 2 years, Lucy gave birth to Ace and died. The whole world does not even know the existence of Lucy, nor does it know that One Piece and Ace are such an orphan. Because of the forced production, Lucy's body suffered too much pain, and as a result, she had already left in the first time of production. But in this world, I can't tolerate such grief. Silently clenching his fist, Luo Chen's face became serious. Since Roger is dead, all these things are going to be solved by him. In fact, even he doesn't know, when is this middle-aged old guy, how to hook up on Lucy. If it wasn't for him to know the original plot, it might be that Ace would still be near Carp, and Lucy would inevitably die. The old guy doesn't believe me, but he believes in Carp. Let me be sad. A smile appeared on the face, and Luo Chen clenched his long sword in his hand. The blind man looked at the front and became very fierce. It's been half a month since I left the island of Seine. In the past 2 months, he has eliminated 4 fierce pirates. The number of 4 pirates has reached more than 500, but he has no live mouth. Stay. The cruel and cold killing, and the knives of the gods, let him leave a name for pull the knife. In the past 2 months, his system balance has increased rapidly, and now he has grown to a full 220 million horror. More money, the natural gas is enough. Luo Chen at this moment, has no fear of everything. And in front of him, there is exactly 1 pirate group coming on the road. The opening of the era of great navigation has also led to a rapid increase in the number of pirates. With these thieves who have no evils, Luo Chen is very fast in gathering wealth. 13 minutes later, the Rogan passed the oncoming pirate ship. Both parties look at each other at this moment. The pirates are not a friendly group. More pirates will have to die when they meet. In this vast sea, they are the relationship of competitors. At first glance, the number of pirates on the opposite side is not many, only 20 people, but everyone's eyes are bright and amazing, the spirit is full, so that Luo Chen's nephew slightly smashed. Looked out, this group of pirates is not good to deal with. At the same time, the opposite side was also looking at Luo Chen's boat. When I saw that there was only 1 person and 1 cat, the group of pirates raised their eyebrows and laughed. A person's boat? A little bit interesting. Luo Chen did not respond, but just calmly watched this group of people. He saw a strong atmosphere from this group of people. You killed a lot of people. Indifferent to ask this sentence, Luo Chen's right hand has been placed on the hilt. Killing? When is the pirate not killing? In the opposite pirate, one of the green-haired people smiled and the corner of his mouth showed a cruel smile. You won't have killed anyone yet. Said, his face became awkward. Beside him, a group of pirates laughed and wanted to see Luo Chen, who was scared by them. However, they were disappointed, and Luo Chen's expression was still dull. That would have to send you back to your hometown today. A faint saying, the next moment, Luo Chen's knees bent slightly, has been vacated, just for a moment, they have already stood on the other side of the pirate ship. You want to do it? Are you crazy? The pirates ridiculed and laughed. Know that we are a bounty. The words have not been finished, Luo Chen's long sword out of the sheath, a touch of brilliant sword light flashed, the pirates fell too. In an instant, the expression of the pirates changed. This Nima, this hand knife. When Luo Chen stepped forward, the long sword in his hand was free to swing, and the speed was like a horror. Front flash. Long xiang flash. 9 heads of dragons flash. Less than 5 interest, the pirates have already died halfway. Noisy. A group of people who have no interest in knowing their names. The indifferent words came from the mouth of Luo Chen, and the pirates were completely scared. To know the pirates who died, they are the most powerful of their pirates, including their captains. However, in the hands of this predecessor, I could not stand a blow. I remember, he is. At this moment, the pirates who were in horror suddenly shouted. Puzzle. It has recently been rumored that there is a murderous devil pulling a knife on the South China Sea. He is cruel and has never had a living mouth in his hand. A sword is a skill, and few people are his enemy. Even more terrifying is that he only chased the pirates. As long as he hears a vicious pirate, he will chase it away until the pirates are killed. They once heard this rumor, just sneered and didn't believe it. You know, their captain is also a murderous pirate with a bounty of 30 million baileys. He is famous throughout the South China Sea, not to mention the 20,000 cotters with a bounty. They are not the group of spicy chicken pirates piled up by the number of people, they are elite. However, when this moment faced Luo Chen, they only knew the power they were proud of. In front of each other, it was slag. No, don't kill me. Mom, I want to go home, I am so scared. Help, who will save me? This group of pirates who once slashed their swords to innocent people, in front of Luo Chen, scared their arrogance, crying and crying. But the latter, but only a cold knife, his figure 3 shuttles, has passed by the side of the remaining pirates. The next moment, all pirates fell to the ground. Even the entire South China Sea, the pirate group on the top of the peak, the total bounty added up to 70 million baileys famous pirate group, so it was eliminated in the hands of Luo Chen, and even he was connected to the sea. The name of the thief boat is not known. As usual, he stepped into the basement of the pirate ship. This process, he has been through many times in the past few months. Every time, there will be great gains. However, this time, when he walked into the basement, he looked at it. Because he saw not a treasure, but a one. Rough man. Luo Chen's expression was entangled in an instant. Inima, is this group of pirates sick? Metamorphosis, not even putting a treasure, put a big man. Yes, in the basement, a stout big man is sitting there with his legs crossed, his head lowered, and he seems to be sleeping. Chapter 47, BAA. Luo Chen's mouth was pumping. I don't know what to say. He looked for a few eyes in the basement, but only saw a bunch of treasures, a small pile. According to his several robberies, oh no, borrow money, borrow the experience of the pirates group, this pile of treasures at least more than 10 million. Mad, more than 10,000, poor ghosts. Luo Chen is very disgusted, more than 10 million, he is still too heavy. Stride forward, Luo Chen directly facing the system. System, put this treasure into the balance. A total of 11 million has been deposited and the current balance of the host is 231 million. Listening to this large amount, Luo Chen's face is better. Forget it, if the mosquito is small and the meat is too small, don't care about him. Once again, I saw this plate sitting on the ground, with the hands and feet carrying the cockroaches, the big man with his head slightly down, Luo Chen licking his mouth, and he was ready to go. This guy is really a big man. The height is at least 2 meters 5, and his limbs are thick and strong. One person sits in the basement, at least 2/3 of the area, just like a tower. Just sitting on the plate, this big man has already reached the waist of Luo Chen. And the red, bare arms, upper body, and the solid muscles on it, like granite, have a visual impact. Eating hormones, it is so strong. Some envious look at this big man, Luo Chen turned away and left. However, At this time, Dahan looked up, and the sound of the jingle was not stopped. Luo Chen noticed that the body of this big man had a lot of chains, and he actually tied the body of the big man with 5 points. Third, only the position above the chest is not tied. Yes, did you save me? Saved you. Luo Chen looked awkward, he just came to get the money, who to save? Thank you, can you help me with these chains? Dahan's voice was very weak. Luo Chen also saw that the man's face was pale and his lips were dry, as if he had not drunk for a long time and had dinner. However, Luo Chen did not refuse, it was just a matter of convenience. Yuan Hongjian was out of the sheath, only a flash of effort. The chain of the big man broke out with a spark and then broke into two. Okay, you can get up. Luo Chen grinned and was about to leave. The muscles of this great man are too embarrassed. Trouble, etc. This iron rope with my sea stone in my hand can help me cut it. As long as the alignment is not the location of the sea stone, it is easy to destroy. Dahan stretched out his hands to reveal his thick wrist tied with a thick iron rope with a diameter of at least 5 centimeters. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's mouth trembled. Hey, dog, such a thick rope, who is this guy? It was treated so badly by the group of weak chickens. There was a dampness in his scorpion. This burly man was actually by the sea stone. Although this sea stone is not a pure handcuff, it is a circle of iron rope and wrist. It can also prove that this big man is extraordinary. This guy is still a demon fruit player. With a wave of hand, the long sword flashed again, and the chopper was accurately cut on the rope. The hands of the big man were 1 point, and the stone rope of the sea floor suddenly broke. Slowly pulling all the chains down, Dahan wanted to stand up, but he was too weak, but it was a sway, and he sat down again. Boom! The basement shook, and Luo Chen's eyes trembled. How many guys did this have? It's just the power of sitting, and the whole boat can be shaken. Sorry, I haven't eaten and drank water for a month. I really don't have the strength. 1 month. Baa. What are you teasing me? Luo Chen was shocked to see this big man, completely unable to believe this fact. Can someone still eat, drink, and live for a month? Can you help me out and I need to add food and water? The big man was very polite, and Luo Chen couldn't bear to refuse. In the end, he bent down and gestured to the big man. Come up. Dahan's mouth is awkward, and it's hard to read, but it's a bit thick. Then kneeling on Luo Chen's shoulder, suddenly, Luo Chen felt his body sink. Really heavy, how many pounds are you? Cannot help, Luo Chen spit a sentence. About 400 or 500 pounds. Dahan was embarrassed to say a word. You should lose weight. Luo Chen was speechless and rolled his eyes. Dahan smashed, his figure is perfect, but the skeleton is big. Taking advantage of the heavy man to walk out of the basement, when he came outside and saw the corpse on the deck, Dahan's eyes were slightly stunned, and some unexpectedly saw Luo Chen's eyes. I am going to help you find something to eat. Say, Luo Chen is entering the kitchen. After a while, Luo Chen took the food and walked out. In the mouth of Dahan, there is obviously a saliva flowing out. He is too hungry for too long. Is there water? Asked to put food in his mouth, the head of the big man did not return. Boom! Luo Chen put the 2 altars on the deck and gestured. There is no water, but there are still 2 altars. Dahan glanced, then haha grinned. The wine can also be used as water. Later, he grabbed the jar with one hand and lifted it up and poured it into his mouth. Luo Chen's eyes were shaking, and Nima's guy really drank the wine. And the most important thing is that Luo Chen's pupil shrinks, this guy's recovery speed, so fast. Just now he was still weak and could not move, but after eating a few mouthfuls of food, he was able to lift the half-man-high altar. After eating for an hour, Dahan Fang sighed and called out a comfortable, stop the endless food movement. full. Really cool. Ha ha ha. With a big laugh, Dahan stood up and looked down at Luo Chen and extended his big fan-like hand. Thank you, boy, my name is Jason Statham, thank you for saving me. Amount, Luo Chen. Luo Chen reached out and shook it with Jason, but his heart was even more open. Jason Statham. If he remembers correctly, there is also a famous movie star in the past life called this name? I have nowhere to go. Since you saved me, let me protect you later. Jason smiled again and smiled at Luo Chen. Protect me. Luo Chen reveals the eyes of doubt. Reassured, I can play very well, it is absolutely no problem to protect you. More than a fist bigger than his own sandbag, Jason grinned again. Then, as if to prove his strength, he swept the bodies of the pirates on the ground, showing a disdainful expression. They are like this, I can play 10,000. Then he said embarrassedly to Luo Chen. Just give me a meal. Like a reminder, he added another sentence. I can eat very much. Chapter 48, Ulster Island. In Luo Chen's helpless eyes, the Rogan had a big man who had a meal for 10 people. This big Han bald head, with a thick smile on his face, an honest look, looks strong, but it is very bully. But Luo Chen knows that this guy has absolutely great power in his body. It's just that it's tied to the basement, and if you don't eat or drink for a month, you can prove that this guy is extraordinary. The thick arm, the strong thigh, and the scorpion meat, is simply a small tower, standing in front of Luo Chen, but also reflects the thinness of Luo Chen. Of course, because of this, Luo Chen has always had a resentment against Jason. Hey, Captain, where are we going? After all the supplies of the thieves were moved to the Rogan, Jason asked with a smile. He did his job, and Luo Chen said what he did, and he did what? Batgli Island. Luo Chendao. Let the sails go up, we are ready to go. It was said to Jason that the latter ran to the sails. Soon, the Rogan swelled under the sea breeze and drove. Since there are 2 more people on board, naturally, these efforts are also done by Jason. Is it going to sail? When the boat drove up, Luo Chen asked again. Amount, no. Jason touched his big bald head and said awkwardly. To learn. It is good. Can you cook? Luo Chen asked again. No, Jason answered. To learn. Is it going to be cleaned? Luo Chen asked again. This will. Jason was pleasantly surprised. He finally found one that he would do. Isn't that fast? Luo Chen's eyes glanced, and the latter touched his head and went clean without a word. Afterwards, watching Jason clean the deck, Luo Chen's face showed a pleasant smile. It seems that it is not a bad thing to have more than one person. At the very least, these chores are no longer their own. Jason's action was very fast. It was only half an hour later. The whole boat was cleaned inside and out, showing the cleaning skills behind him. This made Luo Chen very satisfied. He likes this kind of honest and capable crew. The two then assigned a division of labor and switched to guards every night. On this sea, the crisis is gone, you don't know when, there will be danger. Generally speaking, when the night falls, the crew will be arranged to watch the night. Before Luo Chen alone, he slept in a shallow sleep every day, leaving the general mind outside. And now, there is Jason. On the same day, at the time of the night, Luo Chen finally closed his eyes and slept beautifully. The next day, the day was bright, stretched out, and Luo Chen saw Jason who had already started to move outside. Hey, Jason! Hey, Captain, you are up. Jason honestly said hello. Well, it's good, it's still a night of spirit. Luo Chen praised. It should. Jason smiled. At this time, Jason's eyes were bright, but he was completely exhausted without a night's sleep. There are 2 more days to go to the next island. Looking at the map, Luo Chen's nephew flashed and muttered. It takes about 5 months to feel Lucy there, and he is as short as possible during this time. It can be said that he has almost no stay on this road. In addition to the fallacy of killing fierce pirates, even the supply of seagoing vessels is rare. But this time, it has to stay. According to the chart, the island of Alurst is the only replenishment within the nearby voyage, and this voyage takes up 1/3 of his journey to Batlia Island. In other words, at least he will float on the sea for about a month. Jason, call me when I get to the island. Luo Chen shouted, the latter answered, then he went to the bedroom to tease the cat. In recent days, the cat seems to be unhappy, not very happy. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In the past 2 days, the sea was calm and there was no pirate. It made Luo Chen feel a bit boring. He wanted to kill some pirates to expand his system balance. Unfortunately, there was no hope. It is. 2 days later, as Jason yelled, Luo Chen looked at the bow. Captain, arrived, in front of the island of Alur. On that day, Luo Chen said that after learning to sail, Jason was trying hard to learn. By this time, he stood in front of the rudder, his hands swaying, but he looked like a leisurely look, and he looked very intoxicated. It's hard to imagine a big man with his eyes on his rudder and a small song in his mouth. It was a beautiful picture. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt that the style of the pirates had changed. Okay. Luo Chen went to the bow and looked to the front. Once you look at the sea, you can see an island that is far away. Compared to the island that Luo Chen saw far from before, this island of Alurst seems to be more than doubled in size, and its excitement and prosperity are naturally higher. If you want to describe it, then in the island that Luo Chen saw, I am afraid that only the limited island of Rog can be compared. When it arrives, I will pick up some supplies and then rest on the boat for 1 night. We will set off. Luo Chen went to Jason. Ah? Don't you play for a few more days? Captain? Jason asked in confusion. There is still something to be done, but there is no time to delay. A faint explanation, Luo Chen once again fell silent. The Logan slowly approached the shore, and then Jason dropped the anchor and tied it tightly to the shore of the dock. Okay, Captain. Beckoning below, Jason shouted at Luo Chen. Okay. Nodded, Luo Chen also jumped down. On his shoulders, the kitten was quietly groaning. After 1 person and 1 cat jumped to the shore, they looked toward the inside of the island. The voices of the people are full of enthusiasm. This small shore, Luo Chen swept away, can see no less than 4 sea boats. It's a bustling town. Sighed, Luo Chen's face also showed a smile. Of course, Ulster Island should be one of the most prosperous islands in the South China Sea. Jason smiled. Nodded, Luo Chen and Jason walked toward the inside of the island. When the two entered the town center and constantly searched for the items needed for navigation, the cat on the shoulder of Luo Chen was restless. What's wrong? Cat. Meow. The cat opened his paw and pointed to a sweet cake shop on the side of the street, showing his expectation. Oh, I really don't understand who is the master. If you don't, I will call you a little master. Luo Chen helplessly laughed. Meow. Chapter 49, You. Innocently looking at Luo Chen, the kitten's face, at the moment a cute look, seems to be spoiled. Jason looked curiously at this man and a cat. He was very clear about this time. The captain's favor with the cat was so exaggerated. And the cleverness of this cat is beyond his imagination. This cat gives the impression that it is like a person. In the end, the two of them sat in the sweet cake shop and began to enjoy the sweet food. I still can't eat this sweet food. Looking at the pastry in front of her eyes, Luo Chen stopped. He doesn't like to eat sweet, but it is opposite Jason and the little master. They enjoy each other's face and eat it with relish. It's so sweet. Jason praised. Meow. The little master also called out, and the cat's face was full of comfort. Luo Chen covered his face with a black line and rolled his eyes. He didn't like to take care of these two people. After a while, the 2 men and 1 cat left here and began to officially purchase the necessary items on board. For nearly a month, the amount of food is a very important factor. In addition, some clothes must be available. After almost the entire street was turned over, Luo Chen and Jason both looked at each other and they were a little embarrassed. In the end, they still found this kind of picking thing really not suitable for men to do. Meow. At this time, the little caller yelled, pointing to himself, the pride of his face. You mean, give it to you. The little cat claws hug and nodded proudly. Luo Chen and Jason were sluggish for a moment, and they were suspicious and began to act with the guidance of this kitten. Then, less than half an hour later, Jason had a huge parcel with 1 person on his back. There was 1 on his hands. Almost. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, looked at Jason, who was sweating on his forehead, and patted his shoulders comfortably. You've worked hard. Not hard, this is what I should do, Captain. Jason smiled earnestly. I like your hard work, come on, you will be very promising in the future. Luo Chen nodded, praised. Jason smiled and didn't respond. He found the captain, sometimes a little nervous. The 2 men and 1 cat began to walk towards the ship. This huge amount of material must be put down before other things can be done. Luo Chen plans to listen to the little songs, sing, and then make a hot spring. That is no better. But when the 3 were walking towards the Rogan, suddenly, Luo Chen's footsteps stopped. Jason was also a scorpion, stopping the pace of going forward. Just after the 2 men and 1 cat stopped, a figure screamed from their front and flew out, and then fell heavily on the ground. Save your life, kill people. The man who fell to the ground, screaming, his nose and face swollen, his face full of blood, looks very miserable. This miserable, immediately let the people around them take a step back. I will give you your face and dare to collect my money. Look at this face of Laozi, don't you know me? I dare to ask for money. Then, a big man walked out of the store where the man was born, and looked awkward. The people on the side of the crowd heard the words of the big man and looked at their faces. It was only a second of time, and a series of inverted inhalations came from the crowd. Oh my God, it is him! The evil spirit baron! He is the evil spirit baron! In the South China Sea, you will be rewarded with a bounty of 45 million baileys, and it is said that he is a demon fruit. How could he be here? Didn't he say that he was swinging up the sea near Batlia Island? When the people around him saw the face of Baron, they were all shocked and stepped back a few more steps. The man on the ground, when he heard the name of Baron, was all shrinking. He didn't recognize it just now. At this time, with the reminders of the surrounding people, the association was repeated and the heart trembled. This is the evil spirit Baron. I actually provoked him. A fear of death shrouded the man and made him tremble. Legend has it that the evil spirit's Baron is one of the few pirates in the South China Sea. The most incomprehensible guys, in the 4 seas, the bounty will reach this number, which is undoubtedly the famous sea thief. He even offended such a sea thief. Suddenly, what made him squatted was that he had a hand in front of him. Get up, you fell. This simple sentence made him tremble, and then he saw a young man in the eyes of the man. At this moment, the audience is quiet. All the onlookers are shocked. The evil spirit Baron is a fierce figure throughout the South China Sea. Even pirates will try to avoid facing this guy. However, now, some people dare to intervene in the murderous Baron. The man stood up in a daze, only feeling that a force came, and his body actually stood up involuntarily. When he stood up, the man saw the face opposite Baron and shook his body. Rao, spare me. Involuntarily, the man is a martyr. But at this time, Baron did not look at the man again, but fiercely stared at the young man who helped him. Baron felt that someone was provoke his own majesty, and this matter cannot be tolerated. In the South China Sea, he was the highest-ranked pirate, and he was in the position of the king. No one dared to disobey him. Even the navy, if you see him, you have to retreat. You see. Suddenly, a thick voice sounded. This is a thick voice different from the young man. And these 3 words, so that everyone around them are holding their mouths. He will be killed. Oh my God! People once again shifted their gaze and moved their eyes to the other side, who was carrying a huge wrapped man. It's just the first sight, everyone is astay. This big man, so majestic. Baron's figure is also burly, but in front of the big man, it seems to have become smaller. What did you say? For a time, Baron could not believe his ears. What happened today? First, there was a little boy who didn't know what he was trying to save. He was followed by another brave man with mental retardation. He even said this to himself. I said, you are jealous. My captain, are you jealous? The attitude is better, your expression will scare him. Jason thought that Baron couldn't understand, and he actually explained it. Baron is silent, but everyone can feel the anger accumulated in his body, which has reached the extreme. There was a dangerous glow in his voice, and cold words came from his mouth. Today, you 3, you must die. P.S. Ask for a recommendation, collection, our ticket is too little. Chapter 50, Animal Department. The intense anger contained in Baron's voice, everyone in the room heard it clearly. This guy is really irritated. That murderous look makes everyone afraid to look at it. However, there is one exception. He not only stared at Baron's eyes, but also spoke. You see. The corner of his eyes shook, and Baron couldn't help it. Jason's thick expression, with this snoring voice, is really too much hatred. Luo Chen, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh. You all have to die. Baron said coldly. Behind his back, the 2 doors suddenly opened, and more than a dozen big men came out of the door. Captain, haven't you finished it yet? These guys, who? It seems that something unexpected. More than a dozen pirates saw the situation in front of them, showing a playful expression. A young man, a burly strong man, and a cat. This combination makes Baron and others shake their eyes. Will you kill them? Captain. A tall, thin guy, the scorpion flashed a cold light, and his hand swayed and pointed at Jason. Obviously, in the eyes of these people, Jason's threat is far greater than that of Luo Chen. Well, these 2 guys are going to be killed. The big man, the courage is too big. That's Baron, the cruel and incomparable Baron, what can I do? The onlookers, a panic, were nervously watching the scene. In the eyes of everyone, Jason's eyes were cold. You are threatening me, and dare to point my gun at my head. No one dares to point a gun at me. Jason's words sounded very serious, but the serious tone, with his honest face, made Baron and others laugh. However, this laughter only lasted for 3 moments, and the faces of Baron and others were filled with shock. They actually saw the stupid brawny, stretched over and grabbed the gun directly. The skinny face changed, and the finger was on the trigger. You are looking for death. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The dull gunshots came out, and the crowd of people on the scene closed their eyes. You dare to shoot me, I want to kill you. Jason's palms were stuck in the muzzle, and the thick expression suddenly became cold. What? Slim and shocked, this gun did not kill the big man, but even made him feel a little scared. His gun? Fried. How can this be? Jason's palm directly blocked the muzzle, and the gun was not shot, and it was already dead. Wipe. Then, Barong, a group of people, actually saw a scene that made them stunned. The long gun made of steel was actually gently gripped by Jason's first hand, grabbed and twisted. Then, the whole gun was like a twist, and it was broken. Slim and tall, he took a step back. He had never seen such a strong guy. I said, I want to kill you. Jason's tone is cold, and the big hand grabs it. The huge right hand of the PU fan directly catches the head of the tall. Then, again, the thin one is directly raised. Oh, you let him go. Baron's face changed and he screamed and rushed forward to stop Jason. He saw his crew, in the hands of Jason. Because of that great strength, the head began to be somewhat deformed. Okay. However, the latter looked at him, so he waved at random. Really, it is just a wave of easy. Then, in the eyes of everyone, Baron flew straight out, even on the ground 3 or 40 meters away, and the remaining tumbling was nearly 10 meters. When he got up again, he was already swollen. It was full of shock in the pupil that was so fascinating before. You have to die. Jason was thin and tall, and gradually getting higher and higher. No. Slightly tall and frightened, his legs snarled, he felt a strong force will burst his head. This power is really terrible. There is also a kind of fear from the depths of the body that makes him chilly. At this moment, the tall and thin one feels that the big man will go out and his fire will be extinguished. Too strong. Aside, the group of pirates and Baron finally panicked. They all pulled out their arms and walked toward Jason. But in the face of these dozens of people, Jason's face is unchanged, single-handedly thin and tall, and then become a sharp wave. Boom! More than a dozen people flew out directly by Jason and slammed into the store wall behind them. What makes everyone breathe is that when these people collide on the wall, they don't fall down immediately, but because the power is too strong, they stick to the wall, just like a painting. Luo Chen saw this scene, a scorpion. It's terrible to beat people like paintings, the power of this guy. To achieve this level, not only the demand for strength is great, but also the perfect control of power. After a full 3-point, these dozens of people fell and then screamed. Their bones, under this collision, were crushed a lot, and the walls behind them were divided into 4 or 5, and the whole house almost collapsed. A good guy. At this moment, everyone on the scene was shocked. This burly and honest man has such power. Then they saw the big man, carrying a thin and tall one, and looking at the ground in front. Snapped. The skinny body immediately rushed out of the blood, trembled a little, and there was no sound. Said to kill, killed, Jason is not used to these guys. You guy. Baron discolored, and his heart rose a chill. What kind of power his crew has, he is very clear, and each one is a powerful guy with a bounty of tens of millions. However, even under the glimpse of this person, the fighting power was completely lost. Although there are reasons for them to be light and unprepared, in the final analysis, it is because this handsome, burly guy is too strong. You see. It was such a sentence that was introduced into Baron's ear and made him bite his teeth. You are too damn. Baron was raging and violently stood up. He couldn't care for his Wolverine at the moment. After the earthquake, the cold road. I will let you see my true strength. After the breath, in the eyes of everyone, Baron's figure began to swell. His appearance grew brown hair, his feet became claws with claws, and his hands changed at this moment. The forelimb of an animal. Above the tail, there is a tail like a whip. This inhuman appearance immediately made everyone's eyes scared. Chapter 51, Survey. This is the devil fruit. Luo Chen's nephew was also a glimpse, looking at Baron. Animal. Muttering, this Baron light, with this appearance after the transformation, makes people sure that he is eating the animal devil fruit. The fruit of the animal system can greatly enhance human speed, strength, and reaction. It can be said that if you only focus on the strong body of the body, and match the fruit of the animal system, it is simply unfavorable. This Baron can reward more than 40 million, and it really has some doorways. Only by virtue of the devil's fruit, he is much higher than other pirates. However, afterwards, this Barong's mouth was actually calling out a voice that made everyone unexpected. Meow. This. It turned out to be a cat. Luo Chen's mouth trembled and looked at the kitten on his shoulder. The latter licked his mouth and didn't take care of Luo Chen. I'm going to kill you. Baron's voice is sharp and fierce. If this is a cat, there is no doubt that it is also a ferocious cat. His claws were on the ground, the speed was fast, and the whole figure seemed to be light and colorful, just like a swallow, so he had already reached the roof on both sides of the roadway. Jason looked up and watched Baron running fast on both sides of the street. At this moment, as Baron runs, the speed is getting faster and faster. After 10 meters, his whole person has turned into a phantom, and he can't see people quickly. Impressive. Onlookers passers-by, surprised. At this extremely fast speed, they can only see a phantom. Baron and Jason are about 50 meters apart. It's only 2 or 3 seconds. Baron's figure is not only fast, but also Jason's eyes are full of the residuals left by him. Shadow. Suddenly, a sharp scream sounded. Meow. Jason looked up and looked at his legitimate position. There, 2 sharp claws, shining brightly. Claws are broken, broken. Baron slammed low and used the air and the speed he had just ran, and he had already pushed the power of this blow to the limit. You are dead. No one can survive this trick. He also saw Jason's power, so it was the strongest attack. After the break, Baron's body shape can quickly change position in the air, although this is small, but it can also make the enemy unable to understand where it will appear. Suddenly, he was shaking. Jason involuntarily looked at the left side of his sight, but at this time, Baron's body shape changed from the center. Haha, you guessed the wrong place. Go to hell. 2 sharp lights slid across the sky and seemed to split the space. However, at the same time, Jason's right fist suddenly hit. On the thick arm, the muscles suddenly burst, and the blue veins were like dragons. Boom! The punch was straightforward and it hit the Baron's nose. Scratch! The crisp bone cracks came, and everyone couldn't help but hold their noses, and the faintness seemed to feel the pain of Baron. This is so cool! Luo Chen's eyes shook. Jason's fist can be said to be so sudden that it looks like an outsider, as if Baron himself had come up and beaten. However, Luo Chen can see that Jason is a guy who is really strong. I don't know why, he was actually imprisoned in the basement by the group of scum thieves. At this time, Jason's head was still looking to the other side. Slowly turning his head, Jason opened his mouth very seriously. I also ate the devil's fruit, I am sorry. This sentence is more like a ridicule. However, Luo Chen took a deep look at Jason. I really don't know what fruit this guy is eating. The strength of the body is terrible. Baron was only punched by a surprise, but the latter was flying straight out to the rear for 100 meters or so. The wall crashed into a collapse. Seeing this scene, it's all overwhelming to watch the melons. What a power! Barong pirates, at this point, the whole army is annihilated. The most top and most murderous pirates in the South China Sea, because of you swear, are all directly halved. This brawny is exactly what is sacred, so powerful. After sweeping around, Jason saw the enemy lying on the ground, and then scratched his head and regained the thick look. Jason, it's time to go. Until then, Luo Chen was faint. Ah! Oh, yes, the captain. He is still the honest man, just plain, powerful, and disappeared. With a look of hardship and carrying up at least 2 large packages of kilograms, Jason took the pace and gently followed Luo Chen to disappear here. Everyone looked at the 2 people and they quietly let the road open. With a heart, I look at the young man who is walking ahead. Obviously, among the 2 men, this boy is in the main position. That is to say, This boy may even be stronger than the big man. On the Logan, Jason reported the 3 big parcels of the purchases to the cabin, and the 3-person parcels directly filled the basement. Well, let's go to the hot springs, then buy some clothes to wear. Luo Chen stretched and smiled. Jason wiped his sweat on his forehead and nodded excitedly. Jason, your clothes are not expected to be made. After all, Jason's figure is too big, and this guy's clothes are estimated to be made to order. Jason touched his head and smiled thickly. Subsequently, the 2 men and 1 cat entered the island of Alerts again. Half an hour later, Luo Chen and Jason stalked the upper body and soaked in the hot spring. The little master shyly squatted beside the hot spring pool and didn't dare to look at the 2. Ah, Shutun, it hasn't been so comfortable for a long time. Luo Chen sighed. Taste this moment of peace, Jason, we will be busy soon. Jason's thick smile, but also the comfort of Shutun, eating and looking at the sky. Yeah, it is really rare peace. At the entrance of the hot spring shop, 2 glasses with sunglasses and a black suit are communicating in a low voice. Do you see it clearly? Is it him? No problem, this face is definitely not wrong. In addition, according to our intelligence, this time appeared in the South China Sea, the knife is also this guy. The 2 quickly communicated and constantly watched the crowds on both sides of the street. If it wasn't for the big man today, we wouldn't notice him. This is also considered to be an innocent place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort. What's more remarkable is the cat on the guy's shoulder. Go and investigate it again to determine the identity of the cat. The cat's identity may be even more terrible than that guy. Yes. I went to report, and you started to investigate. After a few words, the 2 nodded and disappeared into the street. P.S. Thanks for everything, not a lost black reward. Continue to ask for recommendations, collections. Chapter 52, Activity. One of the figures, after winding around the roadway, left the place where the hot spring shop is located. The location he chose was very special, and it looked far away from the hot springs, but only because of the wall. In fact, if you are a well-understand person, you can still clearly understand the movements of Luo Chen. The boy is exactly the same as the picture given by the superior. Silently recalling the appearance of Luo Chen, the figure once again judged that there was no one around, and took out a telephone bug from his arms. Skillfully fluctuating the phone bug, after a while, there was a sound from the opposite side of the phone bug. When, dang dang, when. There are 3 rhythmic percussion sounds. After the human voice is heard, it is also fast on the phone bug. Dang dang, when, dang dang. Report your code. The calm voice came from the opposite side. Code 43298, location, South China Sea, Ulster Island. 43298 said in a low voice. Report it. The voice of Majesty came out, nothing to say. Yes. 43298 dear words, and then quickly stated. I was dispatched by the superior to the island of Alerts to carry out the task. Recently, I found that a teenager is in line with one of the mission objectives. I came to report. In addition, there is a cat next to the boy. The serious doubt is that we are long-term. The important person that has not been found since. Youth Mission Code. After hearing the words of 43298, the person opposite the phone indulged for a moment, but did not ask the information of the cat first. Code 0. Having said that, the 43298 sound is a bit strange, with curiosity, doubts and so on. 0. It seems obvious to stay a bit, then 43298 quickly dignified asked, is the code number 0? A series of sounds of flipping through the paper came from the opposite side, and 43298 could hear the superior attention and dignity of the superior from the sound. It seems that the boy is unusual. Determine. Call. A heavy breathing sound came from the phone bug, and the superior was silent for 3 seconds before asking again. Continue to confirm the identity of the cat, in addition. The upper level paused and the voice was heavy. Always pay attention to the position coordinates of code 0. If necessary, your other task priorities can be postponed. Upon hearing this sentence, 43,298 was a clear glimpse. Is the priority the highest? The boy's identity is so important that the Navy is so concerned. What exactly is it? Even let your superiors, so hard. But he did not hesitate, but answered quickly. Yes. Do it well, this time if you can complete the task, it will not be promoted. There is a rare admiration in the superior. 43,298 a happy heart, immediately replied. Understand. Subsequently, the phone bug hangs up. There was a deep curiosity on the face of 43,298, and his eyes flashed. The boy, the identity must be extraordinary. He is very sure of this, because the identity of the cat is too high for him to imagine, but the priority of the boy is still above the cat. On this side, 43,298 pays close attention to Luo Chen's every move. On the other side, the superior of 43,298, a naval colonel with a national face, but his face became extremely dignified. He did not hesitate to report to the Navy headquarters immediately. He has no doubt about the words of 43,298. There are many secret intelligence teams in the Navy. These navies are either dressed as merchants or civilians. They usually do not have any jobs and do not need them to kill the enemy. Just for a while, they will arrange some tasks for them on the line. Many of these tasks are surveillance, inspections, and spying. 43,298 is one of the vast majority of spies. They are professional people, only the message is determined to be 100% will be reported. Blue. Hey! Soon, the phone bug was connected. The South China Sea Division, Colonel Lyon, Jersey, reports to you. Say. The Navy headquarters is not so careful, straight into the subject. Intelligence personnel found a major suspect in the island of Alerts in the South China Sea, codename Zero Mission Target, Brother D. Luokan. At the same time, the cat with the code number 1 also appeared and is currently investigating its identity. Lyon took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Rochin. And the world government emphasizes the cat we care about. With 2 questions in question, the Navy of this ministry is obviously somewhat aggressive. They are all in the South China Sea. Yes, when Luo Chen appeared, the cat was by his side. Because 43,298 later sent a more detailed written report, Lyon is also very aware of this information. In addition, one of them has a big man named Jason, and the fighting power is amazing. Jason. The Navy of this department is somewhat aggressive. How long has it been, and Luo Chen has already ganged up? Is it the people in Roger's subordinate pirates? In the midst of meditation, the Navy of the headquarters did not return. Lyon is also very patient and patient, they all know the importance of this matter. It is not enough to influence the world, but it will affect the future naval forces, but it is more than enough. It was not until 10 seconds later that the Navy of the Ministry reacted and returned quickly. Understood, I will inform Marshal. Lyon nodded, quickly hang up the phone, and the bright light flashed in the Scorpion. He can predict that the next South China Sea will usher in an earthquake that shocks all navies and pirates. The efficiency of the Navy headquarters is staggering. After determining the position of Luo Chen, one order was issued quickly and issued. In fact, after the Darag was seriously injured and the banned passwords of the warring states were implemented, Luo Chen's rewards were not recovered, but they only appeared in a limited area. Because, after that, the Navy, the world government, has stopped the issuance of the Luo Chen rewards order. This high-value bounty has not been distributed to the world and has been forcibly suspended. The Navy does not want the world to know anything about Roger's brother. Only a part of the East China Sea knows Roger, a younger brother, but these people are more civilians who have rarely gone to sea for a lifetime, or people who are pirates. But relying on these people, the news of Luo Chen will be passed out. How can it be impossible in 2 or 3 years? Still in the East China Sea, the yellow cockroach swayed, and the golden phone worm in the arm suddenly rang. I yawned, and Huang Wei was bored and connected to the phone bug, which was weak. Hey! General Huang Wei, the Marshal issued an order to let you go to the South China Sea. South China Sea? What? Huang Wei wondered. The target task Luo Chen was discovered and is currently in the Yellow Sea. The eyes flashed and Huang Hao nodded. So, is there a specific target location? The South China Sea is very big. South China Sea, Batlia Island. Subsequently, the phone worm hangs up, and Huang Qi slowly stands up and stretches out. It's been a good time to rest for so long. Arresting Luo Chen, for the general, it is only a physical activity. Chapter 53, Grab. The current general, Huang Wei, is at the peak of his life. His physical skills are in the most perfect state. His strength is in the forefront of the entire navy. Especially with his demon fruit with the speed of light, any enemy will be vulnerable in front of him. Luo Chen? Oh, in the eyes of Huang Wei, it's just a little curiosity, but I really didn't put it in my eyes. For Luo Chen's discovery, the navy handled very low-key, and all made a quick decision within a limited range, and did not cause much vibration. On the island of Alerts on the South China Sea, Luo Chen was playing with Jason and the Little Master, and did not know about the upcoming storm. They didn't realize that there were a few more shadows around them, just watching them in silence and quickly retreating. These movements were all invisible and did not cause the awareness of Luo Chen and others. The professionalism of the intelligence personnel can be seen. It has been determined that the identity of the cat is the mission goal codename 1. There is news to the world government that they have been letting things go. Soon 2 sentences were passed, faint, a small shock, and began to sway quickly. On this day, on the island of Aller, Luo Chen and Jason, the Little Master, 2 cats and 1 cat to play until late at night, only to return to the boat, and then screamed and slept. The next morning, Rogan started normally. The navy did not act arbitrarily. For Luo Chen's handling, he always tried to avoid hiding it to the extreme. On the Logan, Luo Chen plate sat in the bow position, and the Little Master squinted at his side. The 2 faced the stormy waves of the sea, and their faces were safe and sound, and they seemed to feel something. Behind them, Jason's tall figure quickly shuttled on the deck, holding mops, brooms, and other items, cleaning the boat. Right, Jason! Suddenly, Luo Chen thought of something and shouted. Captain! Jason replied loudly. Put out the hygiene and plant the orange seeds we bought. Yes. Jason is doing the hardest and most tired work. Looking at Jason this way, Luo Chen is also a gratified look. This guy will definitely be promising in the future, it is too capable. I can't find such a good crew anymore. It's an honest guy. Luo Chen found that he liked it a bit. Next, sailing all the way through the sea, Luo Chen went straight to the second supply point in the voyage. As long as you turn 3 times, you can reach Batlia Island. This route has been compressed by me. I hope it will arrive in 4 months. The scorpion shone with light, and Luo Chen slightly pinched his fist. The small master next to him seems to have sensed Luo Chen's emotions, and he screamed low. Meow! Hearing the little caller, Luo Chen smiled and touched the head of the Little Master. Reassured, I am fine. It is my enemy, I am now, but it is very powerful. The words are full of confidence and the facts are true. With a balance of more than 200 million, Luo Chen is confident that he can summon the characters in the face of a strong opponent. Such a character must be stronger than Uchiha. All the way to the voyage was safe and sound. Until 3 days later, they found that the two pirates were fighting in front of them. Would you like to avoid them? Captain, these pirates have no scruples in the sea, it is very troublesome. Jason asked thickly. Why avoid it? Jason, go straight, I have to steal them. Luo Chen noticed far away that the pirates on both sides were full of atmosphere, and obvious bad things were not done. It is also strange to say that since he sailed, he has never seen the innocent guy who went out to sea for his dreams. Instead, he is the most guilty thief on the knife. Jason's command to Luo Chen has always been perfect. After a while, the two pirates who were fighting, suddenly found that a ship was plugged in. When you look at the banner, it is a glimpse. No pirate flag? Nor is it a navy. The pirates are a bit sorrowful. What is this doing? But after only 3 interest rates, 2 figures jumped from the ship. At the same time, a voice came out. Jason, don't need to be merciful, these dross on the sea, death is their best affiliation. Yes. The dull voice came out. 2 figures, falling heavily from the sky, standing in the middle of the pirates on both sides. One body is thin and the other is burly and sturdy. Like the same small tower, the 2 figures are contrasting, but this moment, the nearly 100 pirates in the room are all worried. But after just 3 interest, they became angry. The guy who came here specifically shouted to kill us. Brothers, give me the first to hack them, and don't be ruined. Crush them, the most powerful way to die in this sea is to talk indiscriminately. Just for a moment, Luo Chen and Jason suddenly found that the hatred of the two of them has reached its peak. Looking at it, Jason took a step, and Luo Chen's right hand was also placed on the long sword at the waist. Kill them! I don't know how many pirates, at the same time, they rushed to Luo Chen Jason. The momentum is amazing. These pirates are embarrassed and fierce. It can be said that they are really pirates who dance on the edge of the knife. They are on the verge of life and death every day. The pirates are never so good, and more people are rushing out of life. After the 2 interest rates, the pirates rushed forward and flew back again. Like a huge force, waving a giant hammer, just a moment, the pirates rushing forward directly swept back. This is Jason. He just wields his arm. The huge power is like a monster. Ah! The pirates screamed and slammed into the back. Some people were directly hit by the ship because of their strength. They slammed into the sea. However, this blow is even more shocking to the thief's fierceness. Strong strength? Useful? Cut him to Laozi. The sound of the roaring of the captains of the 2 captains came out, blinking, and the atmosphere was even more bursting. At this moment, a sly sword flashed. Everyone did not see what the long sword looked like, but the sword was already sheathed. They saw the boy with a cold face, gently pushing the hilt, and the snap sound, the sword was completely closed. But in the next moment, a series of screams, and flowers bloomed. This sword directly killed more than a dozen people. In the twinkling of an eye, the whole ship fell into a quiet, and all the pirates were like a cold water poured from their heads. Pull, pull, pull out the knife. Chapter 54, Consolidate the Foundation. Both thieves, seeing the power of this knife, immediately called out in horror. Recently, a demon came over the South China Sea. It is said that he faces any pirates, no matter how strong the opponent is, there is only one knife in the shot. It only takes a knife to end your life. The brilliance of the knife, the appearance of the knife, no pirates have seen, because the people I have seen are dead. Above the sea, the most talked about recently is the mysterious knife. He only shot the pirates and shot the pirates. Such cruel and powerful means have made countless pirates deeply fearful. The pirates are praying every day and every night not to encounter this cruel guy. But I did not expect that today, they were actually met by them. No one knows his identity, no one knows his appearance, but there are rumors between the pirates. As long as you have seen his means of shooting, then you will immediately confirm his identity. Because of these vague information, the pirates can quickly identify the identity of Luo Chen and call the name of the knife. Puzzle: we didn't provoke you, why did you shoot us? One of the captains was horrified and immediately shouted. He was scared, and he was very good at pulling out the knife. He had already heard it. In the entire South China Sea, he did not want to provoke it. The eyes are fierce, and the blood in the hands is innocent. How can I let you live? Luo Chen was indifferent and stepped forward. Jason took a big step, and with a wave of hands, more than a dozen people flew out. The huge power made these pirates not fall, and they were lost in the air. Damn, rumors that there is no partner in the knife, who is this guy? They thought that the knife was horrible, but the power of this burly man was obviously not a joke. The two shuttled in the crowd of nearly 100 pirates, each time the blood is splashed. Strong combat power is their best defense, and nearly 100 pirates have no way for them. In the end, even the pirates could not face the two men in horror, and the fear jumped from their own boat. These guys! Luo Chen was speechless. He wanted to kill all these guys, but he couldn't follow them to the sea. To know the sea, there are no pirates in 1,000 miles. When you jump off the boat, there is only one dead road. I would rather face the sea than face myself. Shaking his head, Luo Chen went to the treasure house on the ship. 3 minutes later, his face came out with a smile. 2 groups of pirates have pushed my balance to 300 million. At this point, the system balance shows a long list of numbers, totaling 301 million. This is the horror number that Luo Chen has never had before, and if it is all called by the 300 million people, what a fearful and powerful warrior. Also, is Kurosaki I care? Pain. These characters are shining in his mind, and Luo Chen is looking forward to it. As far as he knows, the strength of the system is a very vague boundary. It stands to reason that Uchiha is at least a billion-year-old Bailey class character, that is, a Qing level ghost, but he was summoned at the green level by his good fortune. And such powerful people as he had thought before, no doubt, must be the guy above the younger soul. 300 million Bailey, can call out what kind of guy, Luo Chen cannot imagine at this moment. The enemies that are bound to face this trip to Batlia Island are unimaginably powerful. I have to be prepared for everything. The scorpion flashed slightly, and Luo Chen was very cautious. The Navy is extremely concerned about the descendants of Roger, and all the forces and characters associated with it. Even the interception of him will be an elite major such as Doreg. Then, the stationed Navy of Batlia Island has a great chance of being a lieutenant. Lieutenant. Muttering to himself, he doesn't know how powerful the middle-class guys will be. But there is no doubt that the lieutenant of the Navy must have mastered the domineering, the existence of the 6 styles, and they can easily face the demonic fruit ability. And myself, nowadays, it is only relying on the ghosts given by the system to become powerful. His own strength, even the 100 million bounty may not be reached, counted as a novice in the new hands, fighting chicken in the chicken. Not enough. Luo Chen's nephew became firm, and he still felt that 300 million had already been a lot, but with a dazzling effort, he had already pulled himself out of the obstacles of satisfaction. More than 300 million? It is a lot more for civilians. But for him, the 300 million summoned characters also refer to what kind of ghosts may be. Can you fight against Lieutenant General? If you can fight, then, what about the General? According to Luo Chen, the soul of the general level combat power, I am afraid that it will be more than 1 billion to be summoned. 300 million? Oh, go eat the tail lights of the AE-86. With his fist clenched, Luo Chen's facial expression returned to calm. He turned his head and yelled at Jason, and the two returned to their ships. After returning to the Rogan, the ship was handed over to Jason. Luo Chen sat alone on the deck and slowly closed his eyes. He found a fact, that is, his strength problems. Although I can summon a powerful guy, I still can't solve my own weakness. The biggest role of the system is not to give me an hour or so, but to let me learn from these ghosts. Can't be blinded by the temporary power, my eyes looking forward. If the eyes flashed thoughtfully, Luo Chen began to realize. In the past, although he also had such thoughts, but he was too wasteful of money to summon ghosts. Today, when the balance reached 300 million, his heart was suddenly open. Why care about tens of thousands? Summoning high-level ghosts is costly, but can these low-level ghosts learn lessons? Whether it is a martial art or a kendo, don't all of them become strong from a week? Luo Chen's face showed a smile. Now that you know the direction, things are much better solved. System, summon me to the Red Soul, the designated category is the swordsmanship. Soon, the system deducted the balance, and Luo Chen's mind burst into a complicated sword technique. There are all kinds of light in his eyes. At this moment, he seems to be learning something. The Red Soul is not expensive, only the 10,000 level Bailey can summon, even if it is doubled, the most expensive is only 100,000. For the current Luo Chen, he can load. Gradually, the possession time of a master of swordsmanship passed. Then he began to summon again. After an hour, the possession time passed. At this time, Luo Chen's brow wrinkled. P.S. I would like to ask for a recommendation, then update. I am sorry everyone. At present, the results of this book are really terrible, not dare to be faster. If you are too fast, you are estimated to have to go to your home. I can only say that let the bullets fly for a while, I hope the brothers understand. Chapter 55, Martial Arts Wizard. After 2 trials, he discovered something that made him speechless. That is, he is very slow in controlling the summoned masters of swordsmanship. He blinks in an hour, but he can't even learn the swordsmanship. How can this be good? There are not many possessed coins. He also thinks that it will not be possible to summon the powerful characters and learn the skills of them. But these basic swordsmanship, the lowest level of swordsmanship, must be learned. The high-rise building starts from the ground, and the powerful swordsmanship also needs a basic transition. For example, what is the result of a college course for elementary school students to go to secondary school? Understand? Can understand? Luo Chen was stopped here, and the reason for this result is clear to him. My talent is still too bad. Shaking his head with a smile, Luo Chen is helpless. He thought that with the opening of the possession system, his talent would also become excellent. But who knows, this system did not let him do what he wanted, and made him a rare genius. His talent is still that even the simplest body skills, swordsmanship, are hard to learn. All the skills in him are also purchased with the possession currency, not his own learning. This is how to do. The moment before, he was ambitious and eager to learn all the basic swords in the world, enlighten Dachan, and comprehend a set of ultimate swordsmanship. But at this moment, I found that I was a scum in my talent. Such a task is simply impossible. Luo Chen sat silently and began to think of a way. Half an hour later, the sea breeze blew Luo Chen's black hair, and the little master on the side looked at his head and looked at him curiously, as if wondering why he was guilty. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes lit up and a long laugh was heard in his mouth. Ha ha ha, how can I be so stupid, I didn't think of this. I don't have talents myself, others have it, there are so many ghosts in this system, I don't believe, there are no talented ghosts. His eyes sparkled and they became shiny again. In a blink of an eye, he said directly to the system. The system summoned me to the Yellow Soul, the designated category is, Xi Wu Talent. Understood, summoning the martial arts category of the yellow level talent, specifying the category, the consumption is twice as common as the random. After the 3 interest, Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and a figure stepped in and directly integrated into Luo Chen's body. Summon the Yellow Soul, Xingzi, Wuxi Wizards. Skills, come to God. Luo Chen's face showed a smile. What he did not expect was that the system would choose such a character. From the protagonist in the movie Kung Fu, a star. This is a little punk that has nothing to do. The biggest dream in life is to join the axe and succeed in being a bad person. However, his nature is kind, he is guilty of sin, and he is offended by the fire and evil spirits. He is finally beaten by the second squad, and he awakens his natural talents and becomes a rare martial arts wizard. Skills, martial arts wizards. What makes Luo Chen admire is that in the system, martial arts wizards can also become a skill, but this is just convenient for him. System, give me the skills to exchange martial arts wizards. The martial arts wizard, the exchange of the required 55,000 coins, successfully exchanged. Congratulations to the host. Luo Chen, who had not seen the number of possessed coins needed to exchange the martial arts wizards, was forced in an instant. Then he looked at his own possession currency balance and his face was green. The trough. Is there anything wrong? So expensive. He felt that his body was hollowed out. A martial arts genius unexpectedly emptied his balance of possession currency. He was still thinking about accumulating a large amount of possessed coins to learn more swordsmanship and skills. However, after the shackles, Luo Chen has closed his mouth. His nephew slowly closed, and an invisible temperament emerged from his body. This is a martial arts master who has developed for a long time. Every move is in harmony with the heavens and the truth. Standing there is as impeccable. 5 minutes later, Luo Chen's mouth showed a smile. This wave is not lost. Speak out softly in my mouth. Yes, it is not a loss. Only by personally understanding the skills of the martial arts wizards of Xingzi can you understand how horrible this skill is. Any martial arts, as long as he has seen it, or has seen it before, can use it. And, when the martial arts skills merge with him, the moment is won. His physical fitness is also an instant increase, the power becomes extremely incomparable, speed, reaction, and beyond. Compared with him at the moment, Luo Chen at this time has already had a perfect transformation. Because of the skills of the martial arts wizards, an attribute attached is the second line of Rendu. Renduo's 2 veins opened up, and the innate airflow in the body turned around. Since then, the endless stream of income has been endless. But, unfortunately, I have not learned anything about internal work. Shaking his head, Luo Chen is not sorry. He is still a smile. At this moment, he is already magically able to look inside his body. He can see that there are some residual instinct in the danshan, the meridians, and some black on the limbs. A little bit of cyan. He knows that those black spots are long-term diet, staying up late, or extracting impurities from toxic gases in the air. With this skill, my talent is perfect, I only need to redeem some powerful internal strengths, and I can cultivate it to a perfect state in a blink of an eye. Perhaps the internal strength in the world of the pirates is not so great, but it is still possible to strengthen the body and strengthen his combat power at the moment. And, I am now. The scorpion was slightly condensed, and Luo Chen slowly closed his eyes. But there are more important things to do. In silence, Luo Chen's whole body seems to be dead. He is enlightened, and in the Kung Fu, the stars of the stars will come to the palm of your hand, how powerful it is, and everyone is very clear. Have you ever heard of a trick that falls from the sky? Yes, he is now enlightening this set of techniques. If he was replaced before, he was not qualified to learn this set of rules. His qualifications were too bad. He was too lazy to take care of him. So far, Roger gave up his rescue. But at this time, he is a martial arts wizard. When an hour was about to come, Luo Chen opened his throat, his eyes shining, and his right palm was moving. At this moment, a noisy voice came from the front. "Captain, luck is not good, and you have a group of pirates. We must grab us. Jason was thick and sly. Luo Chen opened his eyes and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Just, try my new school. Chapter 56, The Law of Falling from the Sky. Slowly got up, Luo Chen's eyes flashed. An hour is about to pass, and the possession of Xingzi is about to end. In line with the skills of the martial arts wizards, in this short period of time, he has also mastered the magical skills of the palm of his hand. In front of the Logan, there were noisy and surrounded 2 ships, all of which were small boats. These 2 small boats are the pirates who came to rob Robin. On the vast sea, there are powerful pirates, a large number, looting islands and merchants. Naturally, there are also such small ships, only the small pirates of the 20th and 30th pirates. They are small in scale, but they also have a long time to fight the autumn wind. In the long run, they can also accumulate a lot of money. Such pirates, which usually appear in the sea for a while, will disappear. They will not go to be a pirate for a long time, but a process of accumulating wealth as a profession. A few steps across the head of the ship, Luo Chen has already seen the pirates holding the weapons opposite. One face with a shackle, shaking the machete in his hand, wants to give him pressure. Hand over the treasures on board, you have only 2 ships, we can let you go. The pirates put on, the middle-aged man with a boat captain and a cigarette in his mouth smiled and looked like a human being. You want to grab our treasure? Luo Chen's mouth appeared a smile. Yes, give up your wealth and you can spare your life. The captain nodded. Captain, and what are they nonsense, let me kill them in the past. Jason scratched his head and said a thick road. In a word, all the hatred values of the pirates were pulled up, and all of them were staring at him with red eyes. No hurry, let me come this time. Luo Chen pulled the Jason in a hurry and stopped. How could it make Jason go up? This time, he intends to test his new master. An hour has passed, only 10 seconds. Just can also test whether his previous ideas are true. You are an anxious, small-sized partner who is in a hurry. It will be a joke. The captain took a breath and held the cigarette with his fingers, pointing to Jason. Jason glanced at the captain and Luo Chen smiled at Mimi. Under the control of the captain, the pirates also suppressed the angry emotions, and they were waiting for Luo Chen to give a message. If they can solve the battle without seeing the swordsman, they are also very happy. After all, the pirate's ship is small and cannot withstand the damage. In a blink of an eye, time passed quietly. Luo Chen's nephew suddenly lit up, and his smile was thicker. Perfect. I didn't expect anything wrong. With the possession of the star-studded ghost, plus the martial arts skills that he has already exchanged, this moment, if you come to the palm of your hand, you are perfectly controlled by him. The smile on his face is getting more and more, and Luo Chen seems to have found a way to get rich. If you come to the palm of your hand, in the system's exchange platform, the price has reached an amazing 100,000. That is to say, I realized that I saved 100,000 possessed coins. For the sake of the palm of the hand, even if the soul of the star is gone at this moment, Luo Chen can still clearly perceive the existence of his skills, and the memory of that part is still in his mind. Just learning, not very familiar. However, this is not a problem. As long as he has been honed over time, he will be able to get familiar with it very quickly. Hey, kid, I have given you so long, have you thought about it? The captain smoked a cigarette and his eyes were a little impatient. Well, think about it. Luo Chen nodded and smiled at the captain. I don't know if you have heard the trick of falling from the sky. What? The captain was a little worried, and he did not understand what Luo Chen was saying. But the next moment, he grew up. Luo Chen, standing on the bow of Logan, only had a slight bend on his knees. In the next second, he was like a bird. He was flying up and flying into the air. Luo Chen, at this time, felt the wonderful benefits of getting through the second line of the governor. When he touched his feet, he felt his body lightened. He can be sure that he has never learned any skills such as light work, but in this moment, his meridians, bones, and flesh are as inflated and become lighter and lighter. At the same time, he felt a powerful force, accompanied by his own actions, gathered quickly. This is the strength of the martial arts wizards, and the strength of the two cotters. There was a hint of enlightenment in his eyes, and Luo Chen's single hand suddenly extended. First erected on his chest, his expression is solemn, like a glaring donkey. At this moment, Luo Chen's strength has actually vacated 100 meters, and his body shape has also reached the highest point. The next second, his head is down, and the single palm is slowly pushed forward. The palm is right, it is the part of the two pirates that meet the end of the ship. Gradually, Luo Chen landed faster and faster, more and more anxious, an invisible wind pressure, as he fell, steadily pressed toward the sea. Hey! The two ships began to tremble violently, the winds invisible, and the pirates were panicked. Captain, the wind is too big. The big wind pressure is straight toward us. It's the kid, I saw the kid flying up and then falling down. God, what exactly is he going to do? Can he fly so high? Is it the devil's fruit ability? The pirates put on and instantly became noisy. The captain looked pale and shouted, "Give me calm. Standing there, don't move, I have to see what the kid is doing." His words were so full that the pirates calmed down immediately, and they all looked up at the sky. On the Logan, Jason looked at Luo Chen's sky, and his eyes shook, quietly moving the Rogan back several tens of meters. His faint feeling, the captain flying to the sky, would not do anything good. Finally, in a dazzling time, Luo Chen has been less than 30 meters from the pirate ship below. When I saw the pirates close by the more powerful wind pressure, they did not run away. Luo Chen was also somewhat aggressive. "I dare to face the palm of my hand, I admire you." Suddenly, Luo Chen's single palm slammed and pushed. Hey! A huge pressure on the minds of countless people slammed from the sky. Only a moment, nearly 2/3 of the pirates on the pirate ship were crushed on the ground by the pressure directly pressed. Puff! The big mouth of blood spouted from their mouths and splashed in the air. But these splashes of blood, as if they were squeezed by invisible pressure, slammed down again. At this time, Luo Chen's sacred palm is only 20 meters from the deck. Press! His hand is once again pressed towards the ship. Chapter 57, Basic Foundation. Boom! The power of the 100-meter-high sky is brewing, and all the powers are erupting at this moment. A huge foot with a shape of about 40 meters appeared in the void, and it was printed on two pirate ships. Ah! The pirates screamed in horror, and when they saw this scene, they saw the gods, the endless fear and panic. In the next moment, this pressure was overwhelming. Booming! Two ships exploded at this moment. Their hulls are like being pressed down by a palm, and the huge palm pressure will be a strong hull, which is directly crushed. At this time, Luo Chen had only 10 meters away from the deck. He slowly closed his palms and stood on his chest. The speed of his figure was diminishing, and it became like a leaf in the air. He danced in the wind and swayed on the broken hull. The binocular ring sweep, Luo Chen's eyes are amazed. This power is really terrible. Two small vessels were directly scrapped by him. A pirate group, nearly 30 people, was directly abolished by him. And all this, it only happened in less than 10 seconds. If the power of the peak of the palm of the hand is 300 meters high, I am only playing 1/3 of it. But only 1/3 of this is so horrible. On the two ships, where the head and tail meet, a huge palm print is printed. The place touched by this giant palm is all shattered. Hey, hey! At the foot, a vessel cap was broken and placed there. After Luo Chen looked down, he saw a half-cigarette butt. Looking at the front again, his eyes could not help but smile. Under the broken deck, one hand suddenly extended, and then a face with a bruised face appeared in front of his eyes. It was the middle-aged captain. What is this? He is still in a hurry at this moment, but for a moment, a giant palm descends from the sky, and the entire pirate group is directly destroyed by the regiment. Do you want to learn? Luo Chen looked down and looked at the middle-aged captain. The captain cried, crying extremely sad, because he saw Luo Chen sticking out his palm and pointing at himself. Miss you? Nodded indignantly, he saw that Luo Chen had signaled him to say such an answer. I want to learn to teach you. Luo Chen was full of laughter, and the single palm suddenly launched again. Boom! A huge palm print suddenly appeared on the hull again, and the whole pirate ship swayed and began to creak and was about to sink. And the captain, who has been directly crushed to death by this palm. If the power of the palm of your hand is so horrible. After a jump in shape, once again into the bird, Luo Chen returned to the Rogan and began to carefully appreciate the harvest. The pirate group has only 10 million, which can be ignored, but what makes me more concerned is... His mouth smiled. It is the power of that palm, and the horrible skills of martial arts wizards. Opened the second line of the governor, the body's true gas cycle is endless, and Luo Chen has been able to perfectly control all the forces in his body. Therefore, this time he will have such explosive power. It can be said that only this time, Luo Chen's strength has completed a gorgeous transformation. His combat power has been perfectly mounted on the category of hundreds of millions of bounty. If you come out of the palm of your hand, you can crush everything in front of your eyes by 10 meters, and once you brew, this combat power and the scope of damage will increase again. Perfect! Muttering out these two words, Luo Chen's joy is clearly visible. Jason ran over very curious at this time. Captain, just the palm of the hand. How about it? Luo Chen asked with a smile. Good. Jason praised. Want to learn? I want to learn to teach you. Luo Chen smiled and said. Can I learn too? Jason got excited. A palm of horror that destroys a pirate group, he dreams of learning. As long as you can fly hundreds of meters, I will teach you. Luo Chen still smiles. But Jason's face was dark, and he turned his head and threw it directly at Luo Chen's ass. He knew that the captain would not be so generous. Closed his eyes again, he will only show his feelings in the palm of his hand. Luo Chen's understanding of this trick, in a time, deepens again. The martial arts wizard is so amazing, learning everything is extremely fast, any martial arts, in his hands, are all given by the same day, easy to control. What's more, it will be inferred and invented martial arts. Learn to come to the palm of your hand. But it doesn't matter. What's important is that my speculation is correct. Luo Chen smiled on his face. Swordsmanship, internal strength, light work, all martial arts cheats, are mine. The next time, Luo Chen began to madly summon ghosts, red, orange, these two lowest consumption, he is constantly summoned, and then comprehend their skills, turn it into themselves. Ling Hu Chong? Solitary Zhujian? Learn. Yang Guo? There is no front a pay, big and not working? Learn. Duan Yu? 6 pulses? Learn. Lin Ping Zi? Evil swordsmanship? Also learn. Learn to learn. Learn everything. The ghost of the sword method was summoned by Luo Chen one by one, and then quickly learned in his mind. When you learn, move on to the next one. In one afternoon, Luo Chen learned a total of 23 sets of swordsmanship. He felt his accumulation, and he was more and more full. His essence was filled quickly, and the whole person's understanding of the kendo became more and more clear. Clear. He seems to have seen a world full of swords. With his talent, what Taiji sword method, Huashan swordsmanship, Wuyu Jianpai swordsmanship, cannot stop him. The situation is like a tiger going down the mountain, suffocating like a tiger, Luo Chen all the way to the invincible, any swords in front of him, like a little girl who stripped clothes, shyly want to refuse to welcome, no resistance. His kendo is making rapid progress, and the foundation is in learning and learning again and again. This is a terrible sublimation, laying a very solid foundation for his future strength. Later, he began to understand the internal strength of a powerful martial arts figure. Xiao A Zai, Biming Shen Gong. Enlightenment. Huang Chong, Zhuyan Zhenjing, Enlightenment. Zhang Wuji, Zhuyang Zhenjing, Enlightenment. Wang Chong Yang, Congenital Power. Enlightenment. Luo Chen has no pressure to enlighten, and even he hopes that the more the better. The world of pirates is completely different from the dimension of these martial arts worlds. The power of these powerful martial arts characters is graded in this world. I am afraid that it will be stronger, and it can only be a level with hundreds of millions of rewards. After all, the world's attributes are too far. Sunflower Collection. Enlightenment. Hey, enlighten what to do, Luo Chen gave up directly. Suddenly, after a random summoning, a character appeared in Luo Chen's eyes and made his eyes shine. P.S. Thanks to Jiang Guang's vertical and horizontal, the slogan is a reward. The book is wonderful, it needs the support of the brothers, ask for recommendations, collect, thank the brothers. Chapter 58, Living Tibetan Pavilion. King of the Golden Wheel, the dragon like a gong. This time, the character randomly summoned is the villain of the shooting heroes. The young monk has a tight muscle, a sturdy body, and a majestic and heavy appearance. Just one step, he has already entered Luo Chen's body and merged with him. Good and powerful body. Only in an instant, Luo Chen felt that his body was strengthened. He had many ghosts before, and according to his strength, his physical fitness will be more or less enhanced. But this time, he was clearly aware that he seemed to be becoming more powerful. Is this the dragon-like attribute? The possession of the ghost is not the same as the power of the ghost in front of the ghost. The strength of this increase is also based on his own physical condition. Although there are more than 10 years of snoring the foundation of the body, if the ghosts that cost a big sum of money exceed the limits that Luo Chen can load, then the power of the ghosts will probably not exist. For a long time, Luo Chen also hopes that his body is strong, and he has never given up exercising his body. However, he did not have any scientific training methods. Secondly, he was not trained to grow up. It can be said that in addition to having a system, compared with the protagonist of Ace, Luffy, etc., the elite navy, his body is not a little bit. However, this time, the characters who came out randomly made Luo Chen happy. This famous martial arts world refining body practice is specifically created only for the human body. The dragon statue is like a tribute, and the supreme magical protection of the Tantrix is divided into 13 layers. The Golden Wheel King will cultivate it to the 10th floor. This set of exercises is specially designed for the practice of external work. The Golden Wheel method Wang Tianzhong is a wizard, and he cultivated it to the 10th floor. Each stroke has the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. People who have seen giant elephants know how terrible and powerful a creature is, and its strength is amazing. Luo Chen once saw the Asian elephant in the past zoo. Just standing there, it is like a hill. It is moving, and even the earth is shaking. That power is terrible. And the dragon, it is even more terrible. Of course, this set of exercises says that the 10 dragons and 10 elephants are somewhat exaggerated, but their strength is amazing, but it is absolutely false. With this set of exercises, my physical fitness can be improved quickly. Closed his eyes, Luo Chen began to understand the secret of the guardian of the Tantric. In fact, including the Shaolin Temple's Yujinjing, washing the marrow and other peerless magical powers, can play a great role in the improvement of physical fitness. And Yijinjing, wash the marrow meridian, is able to change people's qualifications, to raise the realm of the human body to a perfect peak. It doesn't matter that it involves the body's exercises, it's a bit complicated. Luo Chen's mouth smiled. Compared with the method of authenticity cultivation of the human meridians, the method of external work is much less. And this is more difficult for the strength of the body, the cultivation of the body, than the infuriating. From ancient times to the present, the human body is a big treasure that is difficult to crack. No one knows the depths and has great potential. Slowly understanding the everything in the dragon's prujna, Luo Chen's understanding of the human body is also more profound. An hour later, he opened his eyes and smiled. The dragon-like prujna was also well known to him, and then he began to practice again. Once this method was run, Luo Chen's whole body muscles, meridians, and even bones and joints seemed to be working, and the sound of squeaky was like a fried bean. Just a little bit of interest, his spine became straighter, with a slight trembling, squatting, like the bones of a dragon. In the tremor, there is a crisp roar, like a dragon. After half a clock, Luo Chen rushed through the layers of the dragon's prujna. First, second, third. In one breath, the dragon will be rushed to the fifth. My body is going further. Bright in the eyes, Luo Chen clearly felt that his physical fitness has increased slightly. At this time, his body is in the fifth realm of the dragon-like prujna. That is to say, his previous physical quality is similar to the fourth peak of the dragon-like prujna. Somewhat. He was aware of the magic of this practice. Before that, he was also working hard in the world of pirates. But after all, it is not scientific and systematic. At this moment, once the practice is cultivated, the lines of the whole person look more harmonious. The flexibility between the joints and joints, the flexibility of the muscles, the elasticity of the cells, and the toughness of the tendons are all much stronger. Every part of the human body is like a part of a machine. The strength of the parts makes the overall strength of the whole body even higher. After that, he continued to cultivate, and even pushed the dragon-like prujna to 3 levels and reached the 8th. That is to say, I have the power of 8 dragons and 8 elephants in one hand. Slowly lifted his palm, Luo Chen smiled. He slammed toward the deck below, and the small palm slammed on the logan. Hey! The huge force was immediately distributed and wrapped around the entire Rogan. Because of the huge area of the ship, this force was immediately dispersed and then introduced into the underground water. Boom! The huge humming sounded, and the sea around Rogan was actually exploding, the water splashed, and the whole hull swayed violently. Terrible! With a sigh, Luo Chen smiled even more. Even if there is no power of the 8 dragons and 8 elephants, it is not far behind. At this time, Luo Chen has reached a bottleneck for the dragon-elephant prujna. Next, it relies on the cultivation of the day and the accumulation of time to make the body progress. After 2 months, Luo Chen's strength has entered a period of rapid development. He summoned the ghosts, but also put the tendons and the marrow washes into the hands, all in one. If I live to the martial arts world at the moment, it is a mobile library of works. On this day, Luo Chen stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the sea breeze. He looked at the magnificent sea and suddenly thought of it. 2 months have passed and there has been a huge change in his body. Compared with before, the martial arts master's temperament is more obvious. Standing there, he is like a unity with heaven and earth. The whole person is superior in temperament, just like the stars are so eye-catching. At this moment, his body, a variety of martial arts combined. Zhuyang Zhenjing, Zhuyan Zhenjing, Baiming Shengong, 8 wilds and 6ths only I am the only one, and the Long Xiang Ban Ruagong, these countless people coveted in the golden martial arts novels, all gathered in his mind. It can be said that he is the Tibetan Classics Pavilion. Living Tibetan Pavilion. Chapter 59, The Sea, Dreams, and Freedom. In the past 2 months, he has encountered 8 pirates and accumulated the system balance to 500 million. This is a huge sum, and it makes Luo Chen's body and mind feel comfortable. The sense of security has always come from him, and this time, he is very happy. Of course, all of this is for the coming storm. Vaguely, Luo Chen felt that this would be the toughest battle he faced. The dragon is like a gong, the muscles are easy to be used, and the marrow is washed. The state of my body at this moment is far more than the past. In terms of swordsmanship, it is more proficient in a number of genres. With the talent of martial arts talents, it is even more incorporating these routines into one. As for internal strength, Luo Chen syncs up. The martial arts world, which originated from the mysterious power of the human body, has always been extremely difficult to cultivate. If Luo Chen wants to choose one to cultivate, I am afraid that in the past 2 months, he has already cultivated it to the point of his skill. Because his second ruler has already been through, and he has been innate, as long as he practices the exercises, he can fill the body with full speed at a very fast speed. However, Luo Chen thought of it later, he gathered martial arts wizards, a lot of internal merits in one. Then, why can't you comprehend yourself and create a collection of your own internal strength? In these days, I have carefully studied a total of 306 internal exercises, keeping every internal strength in mind, and thoroughly understanding the internal structure of the body. It is through internal vision that all the meridians in the body are concentrated in the back of the brain and drawn into a meridian map. Maybe, I can start writing a piece of my own work. From ancient times to the present, learning is easy and innovation is difficult. Following the path of the predecessors, going to the peak, there is no doubt that it is more difficult than taking a road. At this moment, Luo Chen is going to follow this path. He wants to create a world of his own. However, the creation of this internal work must be a long process, and it cannot be done overnight. Just advance a little bit every day, that is progress. If you don't have a lot of steps, you can wear a stone. Why should I worry? The power has increased greatly, and even the realm, Luo Chen has entered another level. His vision is broad, he is open-minded, his thinking is multidirectional, and he is far beyond his former self. This is the power of the system. With the help of the system and his own thoughts, Luo Chen has all the foundations that a strong man has in a short period of time. From then on, he would not be taken down by others at the beginning, but stood in a position equal to many geniuses, even more than their position. The Logan continued to move forward and finally arrived at the transfer station after 3 days. "Captain, how long have we been staying this time?" Jason asked with his head in his head. "I have to say that sailing on the sea is very boring." In particular, during this time, his captain was meditating day and night, or doing some strange moves, and he even ignored him. Accompanying Jason, that is a very clever cat. But this cat is very cold, and Jason doesn't care much about him. This is awkward, Jason seems to be lonely on the big ship. "Half day, time is tight, we must arrive as soon as possible." The sense of urgency is getting heavier and heavier, and Luo Chen's face is somewhat dignified. The closer to Betlia, the more Luo Chen discovered some clues. When you first entered the South China Sea, the thieves were quite active, and they saw it almost every once in a while. But when it arrived, the pirates that Luo Chen saw were less and less. Even at the port of the island, the pirate ship was only 2 or 3, all small boats. What is the reason? Let these active pirates almost disappeared. With such doubts, Rogan slowly approached the island port. This is the third transit station to the island of Batlia, named Asa. Jason tied the anchor tightly and then the two entered the island. With the last experience, this purchase is significantly faster. In less than half an hour, Jason's back has a huge package. An hour later, Jason stuffed all 5 large parcels into the storage room of Rogan, and then exhaled a heavy breath. At this time, the 2 men and a cat can finally take a break in an unnamed bar on the island of Yasa. The gentle slow rocking sounds, the bar is on the stage with a small center, wearing an exposed dancer, slowly swaying its own figure. "Yes, good, really good." Jason smiled and smiled, and the laughter was left behind. Luo Chen saw Jason's pig brother, and shook his head helplessly. He just swept the dancer and looked like that, but his body was just a little bit more. After drinking, we should leave. Getting here, not far from Batlia Island. Jason, who heard Luo Chen's words, wiped his mouth and nodded thickly. He finally glanced at the dancers. You are going to Batlia Island. At this moment, the man next to a wooden table suddenly interrupted. Yes, what happened? Asked Luo Chen. There is not too flat now. The man shook his head. At this time, someone on the other side said even more. There are a lot of navies gathered there now, and even the cotters of the Navy headquarters have come over. The pirates in the large sea areas nearby have been swept away by this group of people during this period of time. Mad, when I mentioned this old man, I came to the air. I was in the sea, and I was driven by them. Suddenly, a strong man slammed a glass of wine and shouted. Haha, old race, you guys are nothing to be a pirate, almost killed by the Navy. Next, someone immediately laughed. Laughter, you know what, pirates are a dream, a pursuit of the sea, a chase for freedom, you know a fart. When I have a rest, I will set off again. This time, I am going to the Great Channel. Old Luis yelled. It's not angry with the old race, who is a pirate with these civilians. Luo Chen's scorpion flashed, and looked at the old Les. This strong man is full of deep sea atmosphere, but there is no fierce color, but it is also the long time since the first time I saw the serious pirates. Dream, the sea, freedom. Could not help, Luo Chen muttered. He vaguely remembered the sentence that the guy said to him before he went out to sea. Luo Chen, ha 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 ha, don't stop me, chase the sea, just chase dreams. It is chasing freedom. That is, a man, longing for freedom. Ha 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 ha. At that time, he once discouraged the guy for 3 days and 3 nights. When he dissuaded, there was only one sentence. You will die. But that person would rather die. Go to the sea too. Because this is chasing freedom. This is the pursuit of dreams. P.S. Cold, dizzy, brothers have to take care of their bodies. Thanks to Jiangguang's reward. Chapter 60, One Thing. Once, Luo Chen did not know what the dream was. What a person can do to chase a dream. In the past, more is the helplessness of struggling to survive. Where is the time to think about dreams? When you are a little bit of a few $100s for a month's rent, when you are eating steamed buns today, or 2 gimmicks, when you run around all day but still be reprimanded by the boss, you again, what are you looking for in your dreams? Dreams, more often, just think about it. Too much, just to live and survive, and tough life. But when he came to this world, his birth, he was taken by the person from childhood to the time when he could take care of himself. He understood and understood. He knows what is called a dream and what a person can do for his dream. Luo Chen, tell my brother, what is your dream? On that night, the candle creaked and Roger's face became dignified, staring at Luo Chen's nephew. Only a 10-year-old Luo Chen, he vowed that he had never seen Roger like this serious. Thinking carefully, Luo Chen spoke up. I want to save the world, unify the world, let the world have only one land, outside the land, the vast sea, the fishermen. At the moment, Luo Chen also clearly remembers Roger's expression. That is the arrogance and coercion of a face, in addition to being aggressive. Maybe he can't understand what he is talking about. If you have a dream, just work hard. In the end, Roger just said this. Perhaps, he was shocked by Luo Chen's dream. The world government is a huge coalition of more than 300 countries, representing the authority of the world. Who can say, want to rule the world's dreams? Conquering the Great Waterway, understanding the secrets of history, becoming the One Piece, in the face of his brother's dream, it's almost impossible to smash. There was a faint smile on his face, and Luo Chen woke up from his memories. The bar's slow-moving music continued, and Old Race was still carrying his pirate group companions, squirting with a group of civilians in the bar. If you have a dream, let's realize it. In case, what is it? Sail in the sea, breathe the taste of the sea, sing the song of the pirates, drink the rum of the spicy nose, dance happily, do whatever you want. What we breathe is the taste of the sea, the taste of freedom, the way to go, the road to dreams. The pirate is a symbol of freedom. Muttering these words, Jason found the whole bar suddenly quieted down. Old Race and the civilians no longer spray, everyone is quiet, carefully observe the 16-year-old boy. Kid, are you also a pirate? Old Race suddenly asked. He took a sip of wine. The pirate. Luo Chen smiled and said, after a moment of silence, he said. Maybe. You must be a pirate. Old Louis took another sip of wine, sure. Well? How do you see it? Luo Chen was curious. Your body, there is a taste of freedom, the taste of the sea. Unlike the pirate hunters, the navy, said old Louis. Luo Chen's mouth rose and nodded slightly. The man has carried out everything from the thief to him, and his personal experience is also teaching himself what he likes. Free? He doesn't want it, he will be pressed on his body. But I don't know you. Old Lei frowned and wondered. I have been wandering in the South China Sea for 5 years and have been a pirate for 5 years. I haven't recognized which pirate group you are up to now. He carefully observed Luo Chen and Jason, even the cat on the young shoulder, but did not recognize who this group is. Tell me your name, kid. Luo Chen thinking about it, just laughed. If they are famous, they have given me one recently. What? Asked old Reese. The people next to them are all open ears. What the boy said just now is simply a deep understanding of the pirates. It is like a dream, the sea, the freedom, the perfect integration of the three, resulting in this kid in general. Such a guy is definitely a pirate. It is a born pirate. If it is not a pirate now, then the future will definitely become a pirate, and it must be a sea thief. They all told me to pull out the knife. You can ask me to pull out the knife and smash the heart of the village. With a slight smile, Luo Chen's voice drifted slowly throughout the bar, leaving everyone in silence. Even, the old Louis is a stiff body, and his face is awkward. Until Luo Chen and Jason left the bar, everyone reacted. It turned out to be him. Old Residential said. The knife is fast, and it has recently been wandering in the South China Sea, a name that has made countless pirates fear. He killed and destroyed the pirates group no less than 10. In the impression of everyone, this is a cruel, indifferent, ruthless demonic. He will kill when he sees people, and he will never stay alive. However, what did the old Reese and the bar didn't think of was, he is also a pirate. It turns out that it is. Old Res suddenly realized. The pirates killed by the swords are all the scums that are not evil, the nails in the eyes of the navy, and the shame of the pirates. A guy who dreams of pirates, freedom and glory, how can he let go of the guys? This guy, he is a real pirate. Pirates, they are a group of souls floating in the sea, representing the body of freedom, dreams and the sea. They are not going to violate justice, to do what they want, to kill demons. They are faithful. And such dregs, they are not worthy of being called pirates, perhaps, pirates are more suitable for them. Luo Chen and Jason strode across the street to the port. Get ready to go on board, time is urgent, we don't have much time. Serious in his eyes, Luo Chen said. He was more dignified when he heard the information in the bar. The navy is in place. They should have roughly determined that Lulu is in the sea area of the South China Sea, but she has not seen her and she does not know where she is. For a while, Lucy is still safe. However, the children in Lucy's body are not delayed. It is common sense to have a baby in October, but Lucy has delayed this common sense for the birth of Ace, and has been delayed for nearly 2 years. By that time, she herself had already dried up. "Yes, Captain!" Jason screamed. "To wait, our Captain, Lord Race, let me give you something." Suddenly, a voice came from this moment. "P.S. Seeking recommendations, collections. Thanks for everything, not a good reward."